Right. Hot. One minute. Shoot. All right. Get some stuff going. It's water all over my face. Ugh. These are funny, obvious questions. You already know, man. It's funny that it is obvious to some and it's difficult for others. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? All right, let's see. For you already. Let's bring me up in there. Let's bring me up in there. Like that.
Kev,
Yeah, there we go. What's the beta? See how this gonna go today.
what you mean? What's that supposed to mean?
I'm talking about this live. I mean, not live, but this topic today. Sure.
Oh, okay.
My boy was on guard. What you mean?
Yo,
What you do?
let's see. What does it say? What is the difference between expectation and assumptions? That's actually a good question. I think expectations are something that you believe will happen based off of people's actions beforehand, and I think assumptions are things that are based off of what you've been told about something without actually, it, without necessarily experiencing it yet. Um, who isn't privileged in America? Um, Everybody has some sort of quote unquote privilege. It's just in different ways. Um, what are you forced to do in America? You have to work, or if you don't work, you die, unfortunately. What are you going to do to get out of it? You can't really do anything about it until we get rid of capitalism. Let's see. Because something is law doesn't make it right. Hell no. Uh, Lack of freedom or control today. What does that mean? Can you explain that question for me?
With that one, is that should, dang, I forgot to add something. Today's problem. I should have said that.
Today, do we have a lack of freedom or lack of control? Uh, I mean, it depends on how you look at it. I think people have quote unquote freedom, but it depends on what you consider freedom is, and it depends on what you consider control. To be honest with you, because
It's
people have,
subjective. I get you.
yeah, people have the freedom to do what they want. It's what you do with that choice is the ultimate question. But yeah, the second one is funny because you people have different types of privileges. It just depending on where you scale in terms of your identity. Like the pinnacle of privilege in America probably is probably like straight white Christian male and middle class, or middle upper class to rich. That's probably the pinnacle of privilege in America. So somebody like Matthew McConaughey, he's the pinnacle of privilege in America. Somebody like him.
You said who that? Matthew who?
You don't know who Matthew McConaughey is?
Nah, I probably never heard that person. It sounds familiar though.
Hmm.
What do you do?
He's an actor.
Oh wow. Yeah, I'm gonna look him up. I probably seen him before. Trying to see. Can y'all hear my AC in the background?
Yeah, we can hear it a little bit. Ain't nothing to it.
That's why I keep turning my volume off and on. Creative, what you got for us? Hey, I gotta look up that Matthew Mine. I gotta change that. Yeah, I gotta. You just made me realize I ain't put problem in there,
What topic
and I can't hear.
do you can't hear me?
Yeah, your stuff low. I thought it was just me.
I said, what topic y'all on? Say
Kind of
that.
just started. We just started chat. I ran through most of them already. So the title itself is the more entitled people live difficult. How you feel about the title itself?
The more entitled people feel difficult. Is that what you said?
Yep.
The more entitled people. Oh, live difficult? Um, that's like perspective based. I don't think that the entitled people feel like they're living difficult lives. I think the people that um, find themselves catering to the entitlement probably find it difficult, but the people who are entitled, they don't find it difficult at all. Hello? Okay. Did y'all hear
So
me?
what?
Did y'all hear me?
Yeah, your stuff is super low. I don't know why it sounds like that. I think you got a headset in or something.
No, I don't got nothing. I'm talking directly into the phone. Y'all couldn't hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you a little bit. It's just super low. That's all. Hold on, let me see. I gotta probably turn my phone on. Hold on, I got you. Probably my phone. I had to turn it up or something. I don't know. But yeah, you was yeah.
I don't know. Oh, I know. Hold on. Is that better?
Oh my, you just blasted. Now what was that? What did you do?
Oh, I I changed my setting.
Oh wow, keep it just like that. There you go. Now I can hear you loud and clear.
So basically, I was just saying that the people who are entitled don't feel like what they're doing is difficult, and the people who find themselves catering to the people who feel entitled find it difficult catering to those people. So I don't know. Maybe they should just find people to cater to them too. But I understand everybody can't, like, everybody's mindset is like not set up or flexible or mutable or able to change. Like, you can't teach a old dog new tricks type of thing. So I get it. Are you like shadow banned or something?
I hear you right there. What's the main thing? Okay. So you said depend on who it is and the people that's around it. I guess you said that's either help assisting it.
No,
Mm.
I'm saying that the people who cater to entitled people find it
Right.
difficult, but the people who like entitled, they nah, that's just not. They don't find it difficult. Then I think really what mostly the people who cater to the entitled people, I think really what they find difficult is doing and acting like those people, and so they don't get those results, and so they find a reason to be at fault, because I don't know, to me, if you're not entitled, right, you just find how to get your way, uh utilizing your gifts and talents. And some people may look at one person's gift and talent and feel like that's the only way for them to get what they want, but that's the only way for that person to get what they want. So I think being locked inside the mind state of paying attention too much, the grass being green on the other side, it halts and stops people from that realization of what their superpower is, what their gifts and talents are, how they could have their way without finding it difficult.
Okay. Okay. So you said the ones that usually cater. Okay. Okay. Well, yeah, because that is a stressful job to even try to deal with an entitled person. So it makes sense. So what's the difference between expectation and assumption?
Oh, okay. Assumption is not based on any plausible reasoning or logic behind it. You thought that that's what it was because, as far as you know, every time you heard about it or from what your perspective was that you seen, that's what it was. And I think expectations are more calculated and got logic behind it. So it's like, I dug up the dirt, I planted the seed, I watered the plant, I expect for a plant to grow. Basic versus the plant been growing every year and I ain't been doing nothing. It just grow every year. It die in the fall and it grow back in the summer. I just assume it was gonna do that every year. So that's like my example.
Okay. 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 Um, who isn't privileged in America?
Who? Children. I feel like children aren't privileged in America.
Huh?
Uh, I think a lot of programs are set up to make it appear. Is that for me? To make it appear that children are being supported and they got privilege, but really it's that the entity of children is being utilized uh, as like a pawn just to get people to like pay money. It's like I don't. It's like, okay, it's alley cats live over by my house, and when they have kittens, they come bring the little kitten over by the door to beg for food so I could feed all of them. So it's kind of like that's how children are utilized, and it appears that they have a privilege, but they really don't. I think they the most abused entity in America, if not the whole world. You there?
Oh, I was about to say, she landed.
No, I thought you were right. I didn't know what
No,
happened.
no, yeah, I muted, so you know I was done.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. The way, okay, my bad, my bad. All right, let me get a main thing caught up real quick. So you know you did the first two, or really just did the first one. So let's go ahead. Main thing. What's the deal first? What's the deal?
I just woke up from a nap. I was so exhausted today.
You was what?
I said I just woke up from a nap. I was so exhausted today.
Oh, sleepy yourself. Okay, I got you. I feel it. I feel it. Um, so you feel entitled to that sleep? So I don't understand. All right. So let me say, with the topic, how you feel about it? The more entitled people live difficult. How you feel about that?
More entitled people live difficult. That's shit. I'm gonna say more entitled people live difficult. Shit. Damn, Kev, where you be getting these questions? I think a part of that is true. It depends on the person. Well, you said the more entitled people. I think everybody live difficult, have difficult living type of moments. Like it's just not the more entitled people. I think shit, honestly, more entitled people, that shit could really be anyone to me. Because really it could be your mama, your friends, your cousin, people around you in general. So shit, people be feeling entitled everywhere. So yeah, that actually sounds about right. I just don't know how to quite answer that. But yeah, come back to me on that question. I'm gonna have to marinate on that.
Okay.
Hi everybody.
What's the deal?
Hi, I love Jay.
Yeah, that's like my, let's just say my boyfriend. Like,
What's
Are
your
you entitled to
boyfriend?
that?
You said
I really like your profile picture. All of you, by the way.
Set a profile picture.
she said she liked your profile picture, Kev. Everybody.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I love Jay. You want to answer the question up there?
Can you repeat that, please?
You want to answer the question? The more entitled people live difficult. Yeah, I think they're young, Kev. I'm not sure.
Was just trying to see. I was just about to say, like, if you can answer this question, I'm about to see how I get. Like, what the heck? That's what I was just doing.
I'm like,
Hold
I'm
up.
like,
I
okay.
thought about that on mature. Let me see. Stuff on mature. Ain't that something? Yeah, I'm about to say I'm scared. I was about to boot her. Yeah, I'm about to say you sound like a baby. I'm like, dog, depending
Yeah,
on how they answer this question. Now, if you can answer this question right now.
no, for
Well,
real.
actually, entitled people deserve. Hey, woo.
So, all right, let me hit this next question. What is the difference?
What the? She got that call. She got that call. What the heck? No, you ain't pop up in the box in the shower. Her water
No.
run.
What?
I'm like, what the? You doing too much.
I'm like,
He
what?
is clean. It ain't about he is a. Bro got too comfortable. I heard her sleeping in the box, but not showering.
Yeah, that is not how this goes. I don't know where that
He
came
like,
from.
I straight heard water splatting the ground and all that.
Oh man, how's everything going?
That's it. I'm good, man. Talking about speaking of entitled. Sorry, but
You said, huh?
And I was about to say, speaking of entitled, so it's like, like, bro,
Yeah, that's not how this works. But
dog.
are you answering the questions, or are you kind of
See,
waiting
we on it.
until
We on
more?
it. We only at the first prompt, but right now, how you feel about the topic itself? The more entitled people live difficult.
The more entitled people live, life is more difficult. Is that what this
Yeah, I feel like I'm about to reword that a little bit too, though. Cause so basically, um, yeah, just go to the first one. We're gonna go back to that though. What's the difference
Okay.
between expect? Yeah, cause the more I keep reading, it sounds weird and weird. So what is the difference between expectation and assumption?
Roger that. So expectations, expectations are like, goal oriented. You're having those conversations in advance, right? Here are my expectations. Like with my direct reports, Kev, my direct reports, I state, hey, here are my expectations. Here's what I'm expecting you guys to achieve. And then the assumption is just pretty much not observable, opinionated, subjective, whatever you think or feel, kind of stuff. I'm just paraphrasing. I can pull the Webster, but I'm just paraphrasing.
All right. I would say, okay. So I'm gonna let you start off with this one, and then we'll go back to creative with this one. She don't think she answered this either. Um, who isn't privileged in America? And then, depending on your answer, why do you think?
Is that for me, Kev? Or?
Yeah, that's for you. That's for you. Yeah. Then I'm gonna
Okay.
go back. I'm gonna go to creative after you.
Who isn't privileged in America? Um, Honestly, who isn't privileged in America? I think those who are not on a certain financial status, I think they may not be as privileged as some. And the reason why I think that is, the treatment of those who may not be on a certain, because this is how America kind of rocks with this, or who may not be on a certain financial status, they seem to get treated like the janitor doesn't get treated as well as the COO would. You know what I mean? They tend to get overlooked or mistreated or talked about because they don't have the financial wiggle room that someone like, the COO would, or engineer or whatever would.
I'm over here trying to work on this thing on weird topic. I can't believe it. He
No,
got me
I
one of
feel you.
trying to change it right now and stuff. All right, for sure. So I'm gonna get creative in, and I'm gonna change the other thing too. So creative.
Uh, hello?
Yeah. What thing did I? Oh, who isn't privileged in America?
Oh, I answered that one. Oh, you want me to answer it again?
Oh, you did it. You did that. Yeah, that's probably when.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah,
I
do it
said
again. Yeah.
children. I said children are the most. Wait, is it? Yeah, children aren't privileged, and not only are children not privileged, but it's it's been a lot of work done by organizations to exploit uh, children appearing to have privilege only to extract money uh, from that. So yeah, I think like children are the most abused entity in America uh, for for ages and ages, and yeah, and civilizations, it's always the children that seem to suffer the most.
All right. Okay, we got the booty popping moose up in the building. Okay, watch out. So booty popping moose is on your turn now.
Hey, Kev.
What's up? How you feeling?
I'm feeling well. I'm feeling well. I hope everybody else is feeling well.
Oh yeah.
Y'all in the
Oh,
comments, tap that screen because I was in there tapping by myself. Y'all tap that screen. Um, which question do you want me to answer? I can just pick one, Kev.
yeah. Matter of fact, yeah, because I gotta fix this topic itself because I don't like it. And the more I keep
Why?
talking about, it, I feel weird. It just sounds weird. I'm gonna change it up.
I mean,
I'm gonna change it up a little
it
bit.
makes sense to me, but
Yeah.
I answered the
You can
because
answer the best way if you can. If you want, whatever you feel about this entitlement itself, you can do that and then go to the first two prompts.
the more entitled people live difficult. Yes, because that question, I agree with that statement, and I feel like it kind of segues into your first question, which is what is the difference between expectation and assumption. So I'm dealing with this a lot in my family right now, right? So I can expect something from you. I think the guy Adane, he kind of mentioned something. He started explaining something which was along the lines, but he dropped it off at a certain point. He made the comment, I tell my direct reports these things, right? So he has an expectation of his employees that they're going to do the things that are listed here to say, these is what we expect for you to do. And then he's going to assume that they're going to do those things because that's the expectation. So expectation and assumption is different because I can have an expectation of what these things I think that it should be. And I want to assume that, let's just say you wanted to keep your job, for example. If you want to keep your job, I'm going to assume that you're going to do these things that's expected from, of you. So yeah, there's a difference. I can, and on the flip side of that, I can give you the expectations. I can tell you what's supposed to be, and I can assume that you're going to do it. Don't mean you're going to do it. So that's what the difference is to me is. I mean, that question makes sense to me. Who isn't privileged in America? In my opinion, any minority, with the exception of Asian America, any minority in America is not privileged, with the exception of Asian Americans. Outside of that, yeah, that's it. Everybody is a minority except for them. So, and if anybody wants to know why I say not
Yeah, I
them,
want to know that. Right?
yeah, why I say them in not the minority category is because this is not anything racially driven. We all have the undertone that people that are Mexican work hard, and they do work hard. They work their asses off. You know what I'm saying? But when you look at that chart, as far as how we are ranked, Asian American up there with the white man. Okay, the money that they make is up there with them. So they by proxy kind of skip past not being privileged, because in America you can pay your way. You can pay your way. Oh, somebody said the Asians make more per household than YT people. So there you go. But even if that's the case, Sean, that they make more money than YT gonna still find a way to make them understand that they still under them. You know what I mean? Because see, they are going to start to become the target, not as much as black people, but they're going to be targeted on a different kind of level. Watch what I tell you. That's just my opinion. He is a diner. I didn't say expectations or assumptions. I never said that. I never said that you said that. I just said that you said that when you have direct reports that you give them the expectations. That's what you said, right? But what I was saying was when you stopped, when you paused, it was just a part that I was just saying that was a good example. But the expectations and the assumptions are different because you have an expectation of them to do this work. And you're assuming that they want to keep their job, so that they're going to do the work that you told them they need to do. So that I just use that for the difference between expectation and assumption. But go ahead.
Got you. And I feel you. I was just saying that no, I don't assume that they would. I expect them to do just like when I was leading the soldiers. It's an expectation. There's a standard, and there's an expectation. I expect you to meet that. I'm not. Those are my non-negotiables, right? When it comes to my direct reports, industrial engineering technicians or junior industrial engineers, absolutely. I expect, I don't assume you will either do it, you won't get promoted. I expect you to perform. That's an expectation, and I expect you to hold my standard the way that I place it. And that's it. I was, and I'm not making an assumption that they would. No, I need to see the return on investment. So if that ROI is not looking like what it needs to look like, when we start crunching those numbers, those beautiful juicy numbers I love, if the math is not on point and there's no real return on investment, then we gotta have conversations.
Right. Well, that's normally after you, like you said, after they've been there, you can see what's going on. But the initially, when you first meet them, we all have. If you apply for a job, I do expect that you're gonna do the job, and I assume you're gonna do it well because you want the job. That's me though. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I see what you're saying because the backside of that is if I assume that you're gonna do your job, I expect for you to, let's just say you making pizza. I expect for you to put the pieces in the oven. I assume that you're going to put the pieces in the oven. But if I come in there and I see there you didn't drop all the pieces on the ground, then you don't want to work here. And like you said, that's when that's when you start crunching the numbers. That's when you say, well, let me look and see what's going on here because something ain't right.
There you go. I changed it up a little bit. I guess I just said I just got straight to it. Like, get it, made it simple.
My entitlement mentality destroys us today.
Yeah.
It make it hard.
I and and I see I'm sorry, I'm trying B is it BB7 or something? I see
Yeah.
where you were coming from with the whole Asian thing, but here's my thing about the ethnic groups and so forth. I don't believe that they're privileged because they're Asian at all.
Me neither.
They
Me neither.
Yeah, they're very shrewd. I do business with numerous, especially a lot of people in India and Asia and so forth. And they are very shrewd business. They're very shrewd business conscious. They have a much larger percent of nuclear family, which is why they actually have lineage of successful people coming out of that family, those families. And when I went to Japan, it's absolutely true. They are very shrewd business, very good with data and so forth. And I hate to say this, but there's some ethnic groups that struggle with mathematical concepts.
Oh yeah, math run the world. People don't know that. Everything that we
I,
do,
I don't know
math.
how
That
people don't know. I don't know how people don't know that.
meaning, but the back, what you do for like I work. By trade, I'm a business analyst, so I work with data a lot when I'm working. But until you're in a job like that, when you see it, it's kind of hard for the average person to understand how much numbers affect their day to day. But it does a lot, a whole lot.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna talk all over Kevin's live. I'm just saying, like, when it comes down to it, when we do projects, if I'm looking at the data and the impact is low impact, medium, high impact, when we score in these CapEx projects, these capital investment projects and so forth, then I guarantee you the high impact is going to win, but it's got to be data driven. Can't be based on. I have yet, and I hope I never run across an engineer talking about I feel. I will vomit and cringe. They better talk about what those numbers look like. Cause talking to me about some feelings, yeah, I'm going to vomit.
That's hilarious, but I get where you're coming from. Kev, you got some questions in the comments, Kev. Um, and I think that one of them was for me. Are you grouping all Asians together, or just talking about East Asians? I'm literally I just use that grouping to try to cover a bunch of people in the United States. And the easiest way to group when you're talking about a lot of people, in my opinion, especially the United States, is by how they're racially. That's the easiest way to group, especially in this conversation for me. Maybe somebody else got an easier way to do it, but that's just the easy way for me. I'm not going into the whole concept of East versus West or nothing like that when I say that, but just wanted to clear that up.
You're back. Y'all tap that screen and share the live. Tap the screen, share the live. Let's get these likes up. Keep tapping that screen or share the live. Let's get these likes up. Put your finger on Kev's face right there for about 2 seconds. And this white box will pop up. And just go down the right side and hit send. Let's get some more folks up in here. Let's get this conversation rocking and rolling. And he has a live goal up there. Let's head up him to hit that live goal. All these things help to keep the live going and help keep it in the For You page. Also, can we get some hashtag FYPs in the comments? Hashtag FYPs in the comments. This all helps to get it in the For You page so that we can get it into other people's faces so they can get up in here and join this conversation. Thank you. Back to
Hey, Mary
Kev.
Kay. Hey, Mary Kay.
What's up? What's up?
Long time no see.
Oh yeah. It's a family reunion. Sorry, no. What happened? I meant to say, dang you, TikTok. Do that for Mirror. That's what Mirror be saying. And boot me out.
Damn you, TikTok.
Ah, man. So what was going? My junk kicked me out, though. What y'all left off with, man? So, yeah, I changed it up a little bit, though. There was something else. But, yeah, then so we're going to talk about this entitlement mentality, man. Even though that's one of the main things I'm always going to talk about in this in this live. It's tearing this up, so just flat out just called it that. Destroying us today. I think it's on both ends. I think somebody, who was that? It might have been Creative that said that. Yeah, that was her. She said, that's what made me think about it. That's why I changed it. She was saying that even trying to please an entitled person or dealing with them, you know, that's harsh on that end. But then there's also now where I was coming from with this, right? Because it's like kind of my like the other topic I had with less expectation and more appreciation. So we so entitled, we be forgetting to appreciate what we got today. And when we forget, you know, the gratitude and all type of stuff, so we just look for more and more stuff. That's why there's even going to tie into like privilege and all this other stuff. But I ain't trying to say too much because I want to get through these questions. But what I'm getting to is that yeah, on both ends, like the people that is entitled, and a lot of us is like that. We feel like I get this and I get that, and we spend our whole life waiting on it. And when we don't get it, we just, you know, it's hectic. So that's where I'm coming from with the topic itself. So, yeah, I think everybody else. Let me get Mary in because I think he the only one that did the first two. I think that little booty be shaking. That joke funny. So Mary, what you got for how you feel about the topic itself? Entitlement mentality destroying us today.
Oh, you already know how I feel. Yeah, definitely. To the point that we're so entitled that we can't even see the privileges. We don't even recognize what's really valuable anymore. We don't see what's truly important. You know, I was wondering and just thinking to myself, could we even have a day where we go through and not talk about money? It's like money has become so, I mean, it's everything. It's in every aspect of our lives. And, you know, just it's the material things. We just become so entitled to everything. We think we deserve good men and women when we haven't even been a good person ourselves. I mean, we just entitled. We think that we're all this in a bag of chips while we're out being the nastiest thing we could be and wouldn't tolerate the same mess coming from somebody else. The way that we treat one another, you know, we want people to treat us right, but then we justify an excuse when somebody treats somebody else wrong. I mean, you can look at it all over the place. The way we're raising our children, the way we live our lives, my body, my right. But then at the same time, how you gonna hold me accountable for how I live with my body? You know, you want people to value you when you don't value yourself. I mean, We're entitled all over the place.
Yes, yes. And there's so much to say on this, just let alone. But I said I gotta take an entitlement day, because this is all my stuff gonna be talking about low key with the accountability and all that. So, I guess with this we can do an open panel. Anything y'all wanted to add to, or anything y'all like, agree or disagree with, and then otherwise we can go to the next thing.
I have one last thing to add, Kev, and Mira made a great response. People also with the entitlement, people think they deserve certain things. That I deserve because of whatever. I deserve that. It just bothers me.
Because I woke up.
That word get to me too, deserve.
I'm pretty, so I deserve a good man, even though I'm a nasty person.
I wanted to see ask people what the difference between earning and deserve is.
Yeah, you're gonna have people all in the tizzy when you ask that question, because a lot of times, to me, people don't even realize that they have entitlement issues. They just think it's a regular thing that you're supposed to wake up and all the stars and the sun and all this money shit just because you're you. And that's like, to your original question, that's what's not only destroying, well, no, it is destroying people. Because, see, you put all this expectation on your entitlement. You think I'm supposed to have it. Then when you don't get, you about to jump off something tall. But it never was supposed to be yours. You're supposed to work for things. You're not supposed to just wake up and things just happen. For my sisters, I love her to death. She might be listening to me. If she listening, she listening. Oh well, love you to death. But she's the queen of that shit. Because I exist, I should have, and it's not good for her. It has not fared well for her in her life. I'll just say that. Because you're going to always just be disappointed. Because your expectation or your issue or what you think you should have, everybody don't have that perception. They don't think that you deserve it because you woke up this morning. So you end up making yourself really, depressed and upset all the time because you set these high expectations because you exist. And nobody get that. But okay.
Right. Boy, I tell you, we could talk about this for forever. Though. I ain't gonna lie. It's really bad though. That's the reason why. And you know what's so funny though? When I first started this app, I was just big on like the accountability part, right? It was just that, and then I started realize it was accountability, control your emotions, and ego, right? Put our ego to the side. Then I just realized, like, the more I get on this app, I notice like this. How how people be just so like, I deserve this and I better get this and all this other stuff. And then I think the more I start develop an optimistic mentality, I realize like, dang, tomorrow ain't promised to none of us anyways. So why don't we be thankful? Why don't we be more grateful and all that stuff or whatever? Why people act like that just because, whatever you feel that you're supposed to get it. Then I hear some people go through the worst of the worst, make a super bad decision, and then still say they deserve the best. I deserve a better time. Then you got people that's in their ear with it too, like, yeah, you deserve better. A king or queen and all this other stuff. Like, what did they do to deserve what? I mean, I don't get it. I don't know. And then they use things like, what did I do to deserve this? What didn't you deserve?
Yeah. That's what I was just going to say. But then when it's something bad, they don't never deserve that. They don't never deserve.
Oh,
I don't deserve nobody doing
exactly.
this.
I say that
I
too.
don't
Like,
deserve this. I don't know why is this happening to me. But you
I ain't
just
never think about that.
But this is the part to be okay. See, I'm on one today.
Yeah, I want to unlock some doors. I know we're gonna get deep today.
Yeah, because you got these folks that, like, for instance, I love the people that love to pull out the Bible. They love to use religion, but you want to vacillate between it, and the only part you want to talk about is the part that convicts somebody else. Or the folks that talk about marriage and how they try to use marriage, and marriage is this, that, and the other. But all the things that lead up to marriage and how you supposed to be in the marriage, you're going to ignore all that stuff and then try to hold the other part accountable because that keeps it over somebody else's head, the vows and the this part. But you're not holding yourself accountable to being that type of person that it says you're supposed to be when you meet to get married in the first place. I mean, it just kills me how we want to pick and choose it and basculate between things and manipulate things. When you talk about deserve and earn, they go hand in hand, but they're not the same thing. You deserve what you've earned, and if you didn't put in no work, then you deserve no reward. If you didn't do anything to make yourself a better person, then you don't deserve better people in your life. You know, like you said, that deserve and earn. You go to work and you earn a check so you deserve to get paid what you agreed to work for. That's what you deserve. Am I wrong? You know how I am. Tell me. Let me know. I'm listening.
Just because I don't like deserve so bad, no, you earned it. I don't like it. But let me get
But you still deserve
now
what
I'm
you
glad we got to
earn.
rub it up. Now we got the fire started up here. So we gonna get so I'm gonna get you in a minute. I think BB had about to say something, then to get Charlotte after that, then Venetia.
No, I wasn't gonna say anything, but I was gonna say now that I do agree with what Miracek is saying. You deserve what you earn. You don't deserve anything that you haven't earned. But I mean, that's a whole, like you said, that conversation can go all night. So I'll let you go to the next person.
Go
Yeah,
ahead, Charlotte.
I hear these discussions all the time, but I think people are alluding to entitled women, right? So, everything I actually do out here in this world, it actually comes back tenfold. And the thing that kind of gets me sometimes is that if you don't ask, you will never receive, right? And if you don't work for it, you also won't ever receive. So it's kind of like, it's just like the threshold of taking and giving when you can. And I feel like when people have the ability to give, they should, and not be like looking at them like, do they actually deserve this? Or because when it comes to a lot of things like I work in the hospital, so like when it comes to like organ transplant, if you start going through their history and be like, oh, do they actually deserve this? It kind of takes away from what you're there to do, which is to give when you have the ability to give, you know? So I feel like if people kind of take themselves out of it, and I don't think it's right for people to say, oh, this person is undeserving of X, Y, and Z, because that's by your judgment and your judgment alone. So I hear what people are saying, but sometimes I think it goes to people who actually cannot provide these services or funds, but if you have the ability to give it, what makes a difference in the first place when it comes to giving? That's what I'm, yeah.
Okay. Wait, before anybody say, because I know we gonna store some stuff up. I like when Charlotte's coming. She be shaking some stuff up. She got her own perspective. I love it. So we gonna get Venetia in, and then Andre, and then we got open panel for anybody that just take note. If y'all hear stuff, y'all whatever, just take note. We gonna talk about. Go ahead, Venetia.
We on number one. I just came in, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's just the topic itself. Entitlement mentality is destroying us today. How you feel about that?
I agree with that. I feel like people feel like just because it's multiple spectrums. Like just because you associate with somebody, they feel like they're entitled to your stuff, or just because you are a certain complexion, you feel like you're entitled to treat other people a certain type of way, like you deserve the best, and nobody else deserves the best opportunities and things like that. So I do believe that entitlement is a problem today. I don't like nobody touching my stuff. So if I invite you in my home, please don't think you're entitled to spray my body spray. I don't care if it is the little cheap Bath and Body Works. Don't touch it. You ain't ask. And I'm gonna tell you no if you do ask. So it's just like, I don't know. It's a lack of respect, I believe. But I'm not long winded.
But like, okay, say if it is like
All right.
a bathroom
Hold on, real
body.
quick before we go, because I know some people gotta say some stuff. Okay, everybody. Let's get Andre in here. Then we got the open panel. What's the deal, cuz? I see you down there. Andre, what you got for us? Entitlement mentality is destroying us today. How you feel about it?
I believe it's destroying us today because we don't harp back and seek guidance from the past. There's a lot of things that are culturally heritage that allows us to mend from the things that would encompass entitlement or lack thereof, simply by adhering to a proposition of earning your keep rather than expecting your keep. And I believe that's where we have gone off today, where people are so comfortable in life that they allow themselves to feel that entitlement because they don't feel they have to earn it how we did back in the day.
Okay. So open panel.
So I just want to respond real quick to what Ms. Charlax spoke of. That situation is totally different. It is not a I deserve entitlement anything where we're talking about a health issue. And I'm an engineer in the medical device industry, so I get that. However, I also have direct reports, and I'm gonna keep it short. But I had one promoted to a level 4, and another who was a level 3 felt. I repeat, felt that she was deserving of the promotion as well. No, she was not, and it's not based on solely, well, because one, I am the supervisor, so it is somewhat based on, because of course, it's a yay or nay for me, and that's how that goes. But based on performance, she had the same opportunity as my other 7. All of them didn't get promoted. One did, and she was the only one that had an issue with it. The others were saying, well, how could we, what can we do to get stronger and so forth. And I give them those one-on-ones when I have my one-on-ones with them. The bottom line is she felt entitled, like, I've been here for 16 years. So what? That doesn't mean that you've been contributing and performing, because I'm looking at your performance. I see the outcomes of projects, things slacking off and so forth. I know exactly what time it is. So, no, there's no deserve here. You perform and you reap the rewards. You do not and you don't. Very simple.
I totally agree. Sometimes people want to be paid for their loyalty. However, I start to, when I hear these type of discussions, that standpoint, I also start to think on how do the African American community feel so oppressed when they are still offered the equal opportunity as everyone else to go get an education, and they have like assistance from the government. I'm probably gonna ruffle some feathers. How do the Black community feel so oppressed when the immigrants and even like, I know this one African first generation over here, he's now a doctor. A lot of migrants come over and do really great things in the community and for the community, and help that are trying to go that way. Instead, a lot of the African American community kind of still feel oppressed. So do you think they deserve reparation at all, or like how do you because we've been here and built, yeah.
Can I respond to that when you finish,
I
Kevin?
like that question. I like that. Go ahead.
I answer for that, right? So I used to have that same opinion, and in some places I do, but that's such a broad spectrum. And let me tell you why. Of course, I'm African American. I'm going to say I'm BIPOC, indigenous to this land, which I have records to show that. But anyway, we ain't talking about it today. I used to have the same perspective until I got into the big dogs of corporate America. I got there. You know what I'm saying? No doubt about it. I definitely got there. I earned it. I worked for it. You know what I mean? But when I got there, there's still a social structure there. There's still a good old boys club, if you will. I just use that loosely. Just because I had showed everything that myself, I'm going to say me and two other men that were not Asian men. They were of Spanish descent, right? We, even at that level, one of us had a degree. Two of us had worked hard to get there, right? We still face the same amount of oppression that we would have faced if we was as if we just came to the door and we didn't know what we were talking about. So I think when people have that conversation, yes, we have the tools, we can get degrees, we can work our asses off, but there's still a structure that's there. That's the patriarchy, the white male patriarchy, that's still going to keep you at a certain level. They call it the glass ceiling, where you can look up and you can see everything through that glass, but you can't go past it. So yeah, I can see what you're saying. I understood, and I remember thinking that way, and I still do to a certain level, because even though that happened to me, I still would do it all over again because I like the money. What I was able to reap from all that work that I did was very lucrative to me. But I had to understand that there was still that glass ceiling there. And I can look up there and I can say I want as much as I can, but when I go to touch it, that glass is gonna stop me. So that's why I think that's just my little 2 cents of my experience. But
I agree with that perspective, because there is a glass ceiling somewhat that's there, but if you are able to vision it, I feel like people are able to obtain it. I think sometimes we have to pretend as if the glass ceiling is not there, and that's when we start, giving back to our own community, because we're kind of oppressing ourselves in a way to say that there is a glass ceiling there. I know I'm probably kind of I kind of have like a Kanye perspective, so don't shoot me for it. So sometimes I do think oppression makes us even stronger. So say if we did have to work 10 times harder, 10 times faster, and 10 times more productive, I feel like that makes us better to potentially like override in a later future. I do believe in the underdog so much. So
yeah, you know what, Charlotte, I agree with
Yeah,
you
I
too.
feel it.
I agree with you too.
Better against
I'm sorry,
adversity.
Kevin, that's one little thing. But see, here's the thing, right? And Kanye learned this lesson, because Kanye, like you said, is a great example of what you're saying. But Kanye has learned this lesson at this point. But see, you got to give something when you want to get past that glass ceiling. So the question becomes, what are you giving? And for me, it was my morals. See, because if I want to get past that glass ceiling, all them other black people and all them other Hispanic people, I had to kind of sort of turn on them and treat them a certain kind of way that I know that I didn't want to be treated like. But I can get into the glass, I could get into that the good old boys club, but I had to sleep with myself at night. I had to be able to sleep on that, and I could not do that. I couldn't do that. I would never do that. I get my own shit first before I go and be oppressed and complain about it and work hard for what I want to get there, then get right at the top, and then turn into the person that I'm talking about. The money ain't worth it.
Let me
And
say this though.
that
Who's the? Go ahead, man. Thing.
I don't know. Oh, I was just saying she was breaking up badly. I just really want to say, on the whole entitlement thing, I think everyone is entitled to their own opinion, but not to their own facts. I think when it comes to entitlement mentality type people, I do think that a part of it is destroying us today, because too many people feeling like they deserve or should have the best of the best. Or I don't think that's a bad thing, but I think it's a bad thing when you try to push that on to other people. Like, people be trying to sit up here and make you believe that, oh, they deserve certain things. Truth be told, I believe if your ass ain't work for it, you don't deserve it. Because at the end of the day, shit, I could feel like I deserve the whole fucking world. Don't mean that the world gonna give it to me. I could feel like I deserve $1 million. That doesn't mean that nobody is gonna sit up here and put it in my pocket. So, because I've been listening to the whole, I think there's a lot of people out here, they don't have gratitude. It's like a lot of people are feeling like, oh, I'm entitled to have these things. I'm entitled to this lifestyle. Truth be told, I think we need more people to appreciate what is there and what has been given, instead of feeling like, oh, you want to, it's like you want to shoot past what you're supposed to be working for, and that's not okay to me. So yeah, I'm gonna just land there because I had something else I want to say, but go ahead, kid.
Yeah, come back. I wanted to say, because I was heard about said something about that it's always going to be a visible wall to get to, from stopping us from something. So I always wondered this, right? Like, what is this ultimate thing that everyone is trying to do? Because I'm trying to see, like, what area on Earth in general, right? What area on Earth where you're not going to have an invisible wall? You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think that that's why that last topic, that's about to come. We about to come somewhere with that though. But I'm just trying to see, like, what is our ultimate thing that everybody's trying to do though? Because I'll be hearing so many people be like, oh, I'm getting held back and stuff like that. But it's like, I'm trying to see from, like, what is it? I'm trying to, my head hurt. I don't know. I'm trying to make it come out how I wanted it to. But basically, it's just like, I just hear this so much, and I think it's everybody got his things different from different. I don't know.
I can tell you one thing from me,
Go ahead.
right? So I was a business analyst by title. I don't work right now. I'm gonna go back to work, but I just ain't ready yet, y'all. Because you know what? As Black people in corporate America or any type of workforce, we do get a certain level of trauma that we don't talk about. And right now, I'm not ready to go back into, because if I go back now and somebody say something crazy, I might not just throw everything off their desk and start, kicking chairs over and stuff. I go in there right now the way I feel. But a good example for me is, like I said, I'm a business analyst. So business analysts, they make about $70,000 to $80,000, right? A senior BA, you're going into the 6 figures easily, right? A BA, you're gonna have access to overtime, so you're gonna have time and a half, right? But a senior BA, you're in the 6 figures easily. You get certain perks if the project works, you get big bonuses. So for me, it was that glass, but not just the money, because I was making the money. It's the respect that come with the title. So that's for me, that was the invisible ceiling. It was, I'm a BA here, I work my ass off, I'm always delivering. But the people on the upside of that glass, they getting the bonuses. They getting the respect. If they say, do it this way, everybody jump in line. You understand what I'm saying? So they will hold that title and they will dangle it in front of your face and make you work. But you working the whole damn time. You the one
If I
carrying the
may
project.
say something, I believe that it's supremely important to remember where our people have come from. We are not those people anymore. And I will say this too, at least we're not working in a field picking cotton. At least we're not being whipped and desecrated and disgraced and degraded due to our differences from others. We could have it a lot worse today if we didn't have our freedoms. So I say we just take advantage of those freedoms that we have, and instead of complaining about what we don't have, be in remembrance of what we do have.
Grateful. That's the word, people. But dang, wait till
I
what
was,
you said would have shook the room though. You lucky the numbers is kind of low today, but it'll pick up. He would have shook the room bad on that one.
I know.
That's a good one. Go ahead, Charlotte.
He said at least we're not
I
picking
said shook the room too many times. My cuz up there yelling. What's my bad? Go ahead, Charlotte.
I was just gonna go off of what you said. You were like, "What is this glass ceiling that everybody's trying to obtain?" And I don't think it's financial. I think people need to just everybody's trying to chase the dollar. Okay, so after you chase the dollar and you're comfortable and you're living how you're living, I think my personal limitations is Black people not working together to sustain and to grow. I think we're too competitive with each other and trying to keep up with the Joneses, kind of in a way where I'm like, okay, well, if we did this together, it'll have better outcome. So a lot of my glass ceiling is with the men. So say I have everything that I need and a man comes into my life and they are they're kind of like, how can I add to this? Instead of adding, they get comfortable. And I'm like, it's okay to be comfortable within my presence. I'm comfortable within your presence. But it's it's kind of like, how do we grow within the community and stop being so competitive? I think the financial dollar thing that we're chasing is not going to help us. I think building families is where we meet the threshold, like getting married and starting families and building together. I think that's the glass ceiling that is preventing us to actually be respected in the community. Because I see a lot of people that surpassed that, got their doctorate degree, surgeons, and they still live within a broken family. They have baby mamas, they have all kinds of stuff going on. So they cannot even elevate if they wanted to. They'll just elevate financially, but everything else is very stagnant because of the broken family. I don't think it's something that we need to seek from the YT man to try to surpass. I think it's something that's within the community that we need to grow.
I agree with you, sister. Yes, I do.
Oh, it's on you, cuz.
All right, since I'm talking anyways, I might as well go ahead and continue. So, definitely, I feel like so many people is blinded by the fact that,
It's good, De Niro.
what up, though? What up, though? How everybody doing? So I definitely agree with what she was saying. We so blinded by the financial gains because, of course, so many of us did not inherit a lot. We don't come from money, a lot of us. So when you get out there and get to making that money, look at what I can get, look at what I can buy. But the thing is, we supposed to be securing it. Just because I go out here and make it, I have to make it to the point where my kids can keep it up and running. Generations after me, my family, that's generational wealth. Because if I go out here and let's say I make $15 million, I leave my people with $15 million. The generation after that, they blow the $15 million with nothing, no way, or no knowledge to earn it back. So it was just literally, okay, one generation borrowed for a lifetime. Woo. What about my grandkids or great grandkids and stuff like that? So we have to educate, and the The thing that they doing is tearing our families apart because they know that's the foundation. That's the key. All this man versus woman and all this other BS. This is exactly what they want us to do. If they tear down the family, tear apart our families, we cannot create. We don't have legs to stand on. Yeah, they a sacrifice. Okay, yeah, you can be in this position, but I guarantee you your kids ain't. I guarantee you they kids ain't. I guarantee you that because y'all blinded by the gold. And on the topic entitlement mentality destroying us today, definitely, indubitably. Like, think about it. Everybody, oh, I didn't work so hard. I deserve this. I deserve this. Why? You think it's another person out there that's not working just as much as you, if not more? That's why I think it's important for people to be a part of teams growing up, whether it's sports, whether it's in school working on a project, whatever it is, because we need to understand that just because you working hard don't mean you're entitled to that. You have to go above and beyond. Kobe put in how many hours in the gym? He'll go out, go to a club, come back and back to work, go back in the gym.
You better preach.
You feel me? All that, okay, I feel like I work 40 hours a week. Okay. So the next man might work 70. The next man might work 80. The next man might only work 25, but he using more of his brain power, his knowledge, and he's getting somewhere faster. That don't mean you more entitled than he is. He's doing something different. People got to start thinking outside the box. People just, man, this entitlement. And then when it comes down to men think a woman's supposed to submit to them just because you a man, just because you got testicles. Boy, you not giving a woman any space to be submissive. You not leading her in the proper direction. Women feel like, oh, I come into this man life, he make this much money, he's supposed to take care of me and do all this. Why? Because you a woman with a box? You know how many boxes out here, and I guarantee you it's some better than yours. You ain't got the most fire on this earth. It's over. So what are we doing to be entitled? That's what I want to ask people. What are you actually doing to obtain whatever it is you trying to obtain? And I land.
Y'all see it? It's in the blood.
And you thought I was on fire.
If I may as well, too, I believe that the world doesn't allow men to be men anymore. They tell them it's bad to be masculine. And I feel like that demasculization is why a lot of women are not being able to see a lot of men be that traditional man guard that they want them to be to them to be able to be submissive. So we have to also facilitate, allow men to be men again. And I think that'll fix a lot of problems as well.
But are they going to take on that role fully, to do that? Because I think sometimes, I think they get, torn down under pressure as well, like the glass ceiling and stuff.
What do
Make
you
it to where
mean
they have to.
by that? Yeah, like I'm curious about that, like crushing under crushing under pressure, because I mean everyone falls here or there, right? But leading is just living your life in a good way and not falling behind. And I'm gonna be honest, like, and not to turn it into that type of conversation. I'm sorry I even got to bring it up, but like women that are raised in households and cultures where they do listen men and they do look for marriage and all that stuff, these same men don't have a problem leading. Does that make sense?
No,
Yes, but
I get where you're trying to go with it.
Like for
But
some women,
it's
I would
definitely
be
about the snatch the
very
wig off.
mean. Yeah, for some women, I would be a mean man. I would, too full of myself, yada yada yada. I expect too much. But if I ever date a woman whose cultures and traditions are, different, that's never an issue. That's actually like a good thing. That's something they look for.
I feel like if women picked men that selected to be more family oriented and to be um, more of a one woman man, pretty much. If they made that a requirement or they made that to where you have to do that, then I think a lot of men would turn that around and also, again, allow them to facilitate to being men so that they can be in their masculine role and also be a man of a family oriented man. I believe that will really change a lot of things around and we'll get a lot more of this toxic culture out of the society.
Andre, you hit the nail on the head. By the way, my name is Everett as well, man. Whenever women say that they get tricked or this, that, and the third, and they're dating all these bad guys, I always ask the same thing. Do you want children? Yes. And I always say, all right, when you get with a man, does he actually act out plans for you to have children? Like making sure he has a stable income, making sure he's saving, making sure he's staying on top of his career and trying to move forward or be the best he could be. Like, and most of the times that's really not the thing. Or even just, just action of it is it's always missing. But I always tell them, go for a man that's actively trying to start a family. Because when you find that type of man or a man that's on his purpose, it's very easy to see that he's the right type of man. There's no questions about it after that.
Hey, it's crazy that you came up here
What up,
and
Valley?
I preach that all the time. Ladies, find a man who is living within his purpose. If that man is chasing his purpose and he's focused on the goal at hand, that man is focusing on providing for a family. Yes, a lot of y'all, I'm sorry to say, women get so goddamn dumbfounded by the potential of a man. Oh, well, he want to do this. He said he can see this and see that. Shoot, I can paint you I can paint you a picture with my voice, baby. I can tell you everything in this world that I want to do, but if I'm not waking up every day going to get it and actually have a logical plan behind it, it means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. And I land.
Laugh or learn, breed. So I know I'm talking about.
Hey, yo, it's 18 of us up in here, 17. It's enough of us in here that it should be way over 10K. We ain't even at 5K yet. Y'all got to get to tapping that screen. I don't care about y'all fingers hurting. I don't want to hear it. Tap that screen, tap that screen, tap that screen.
So I was listening to, some say, allowing, right? And allowing a man to be a man or whatever. My thing is this, I'm gonna do that anyway. And you can't stop it. You can't even get in the way of it. If you get in the way of it, I'm gonna run you over. Right? So you gotta power through the nonsense. I could care less about what comes out of most people's mouths because most of the time it's coming from a biased place in bad faith anyway. So if anyone was like, oh, don't you think that was a little too aggressive, this and that? I'm like, no, I don't. Right? It's pretty much clear, clean cut to the point. I mean, I'm gonna be a man whether you like it or not. Period. I'm gonna stand on moral ground whether you like it or not. Whether and if you don't like it, well, if you don't like it and you're around me on a daily basis, you're gonna hate life. Cause I don't change and shift or do any of that to appease a bunch of people. I could care less.
Men of
All
our
right.
generation can't have the
Say
privilege of
something
doing that.
real quick, just real quick. Cause I was hearing the whole family thing. I don't think women want that shit for real, for real. And I say that because life already shown how a woman's supposed to be. And meaning if you wanted a family, your husband, you would have took the steps to sit up here and get that shit. Truth be told, women want to do the things that's gonna benefit them in a way. And they don't give a damn. Like, that's why a lot of women out here, they going after a dude, and the dude, they don't they not even requiring a dude to marry them. It's like, okay, I'ma just still entertain you. I'ma still lay down with you without the ring. I'ma still sit up here and create kids with you without a ring. And truth be told, it's not till you get to a point in your life where cause majority of women when they're young, they don't want to sit down. They ain't trying to create no motherfucking. If they create kids, it's like, okay, yeah, but kids ain't stopping shit. I'ma still become the baddie. I'ma still become the successful woman. I'ma still become what I want to be. And truth be told, it's hard for women to want to be with a man and follow a man because they too busy listening to the own sound of their own voice. Because everything a woman talk about is me, I believe, I want this. And if you cannot give me that, oh, trust me, I will find a person that can give me that can sit up here and meet those needs and wants. If you don't want to meet them, because what a woman always tell a man, I could always find another one of you. So
Oh God.
I can find another one in a
Women
minute.
women are entitled is because they're the ones that have to have their babies, the men's babies. That's what I'm thinking. Like, I think women should be a little bit entitled because they're giving life. So they should also, the men should provide life by supporting and providing. So I think women have the right to be somewhat entitled to men and their things that they provide. So I don't know.
If she's married to them, I agree with
Here
you.
comes some
If she's not
pushback.
married
I
to them,
disagree.
if
Here
she's not
comes some
married to that man,
pushback.
Look what
that
happened when
man
she
don't owe her
said
nothing.
that.
Yeah, if she, I feel you on that one. B, if she is not that man's wife, she's not entitled to nothing.
Then
I
why
don't
are
care what.
y'all
I
creating baby
mean,
mamas then? Like, why are y'all doing all this? Y'all
well,
creating broken families
here's
when
the
y'all do
thing.
these things.
You
Y'all
No,
can't
shouldn't
be
be
your woman
entitled
it's
to
till
their
the
not. It's not
child
they.
lay
bodies
down.
if you're not
It's not they.
entitled
Who
to.
laid down? Who
Wait,
laid
I'm
down?
saying,
Who
wait.
laid
Let's
down?
break it down. Let's break it down. When you said, "Why are y'all?" Which you
Exactly.
talking about? Because I'm gonna be real with the brother above me and me. We ain't a part of y'all, and we're the y'all that y'all be begging for after y'all make the mistakes. So before you
Same
start
here.
that conversation, you need to understand the caliber of men that you're referring to. Because if you talking about the bottom, you on the wrong lobby for that. You in the wrong lobby for that. Because looking at these brothers' profiles and pictures, you talking to another caliber right now. So come correct. We're not the ones that have baby mamas. We're the ones trying to find a woman that don't have baby daddies, which is the majority right now. We're the type of man that's looking for a different type of woman that's actually desired by many type of men, not just for ass and pleasure. We
I
looking for
totally
real. We're
agree.
looking for a real
Same
woman.
for me.
No sugar, not no sugar babies, not no girls that learn dating from online dating coaches. The real woman. You
And you
talking
know
about
what's funny?
you don't know what type of men you talking about up here. Look at us. Look at us and recognize that.
And you know what's funny,
I
Veli?
think look
It's
at
like
us like I could
I,
tell,
li-
like from profile
I lived in
pictures,
Germany.
there's so much you could tell. But I'm not, saying that y'all. I'm saying when it comes to men, I'm saying y'all in general. I shouldn't generalize men for sure. So
Yeah,
I
it's
hear
happening
you on
more.
that, but I can't stroke ego right now. It's kind of too much right now.
No, but the honestly, Miss Charlotte,
Right.
what you're describing, though, I guess what he was saying was you're describing a boy. A man don't lay down and have babies and leave them.
Uh,
Men that lay down with women and they have kids by them, when they are men, they take care of them kids. And see, the problem I think a lot of women in today's society is a lot of the young ladies have not been around real men enough to know what they're looking at. And so they'll pass right by you because you're just grouping, not you personally, but women, they're just grouping all the men together in one category. But you gotta look at how he walk, how he move along the world. Man, if he telling you stuff, he just gonna tell you, oh, you're beautiful, you this, he gonna tell you everything you want to hear to get you in that bed. Because that's what people do. But what he doing for you though? How he treating his mama, how he treating his auntie, how he treating his sister, how's he treating the women around him? Now if he treating them all like shit, then move on.
they don't care. They don't care if they getting treated like shit, truth be told, as long as I don't know. I think women like some. I think A lot of women like toxic men. That's a real thing.
I agree.
I
Then
think
that's
I
their
think I think
problem.
they like a man to sit up here and
That's exactly it.
tell them, oh, um, who sit up here and tell them like, nah, don't talk to me like that. Like, oh no, don't sit up here and disrespect me. Because honestly, I think when a woman is got a man that she's comfortable with running over, she won't respect that man. She won't even properly be the woman that that man needs or wants. Truth be told, you would sit up here and start to feel like, damn, he just let me talk to him any kind of way. Okay, I'm gonna cheat on him. So now you're gonna start the level of disrespecting, meaning there's not gonna be, you're gonna do everything you can to sit up here and see how far can you test this man when it comes to disrespecting him, because a lot of women tend to sit up here and be like, okay, yeah, he ain't sit up here and check me on the way I talk to him. He ain't tell me to start raising my voice. All right, okay. Now let me see if I could sit up here and disrespect his mama or talk to his siblings crazy. Oh, he ain't check me on that neither. All right, let me go see if I could sit up here. Like, women will literally cross boundaries. Oh, let me see if I sit up here and check your motherfucking kid in a certain way. Oh, you ain't check me about your kid. Talk to your kid crazy. Okay, cool. So now she already has the understanding that you're not the guy to have a backbone towards her. So now she's about to even push it even further. Let me see if I can put my hands on this man. Disrespect him verbally, calling him bees and a weak ass man, and talk about how he ain't
Hey,
no
baby
good
sis,
at
but would you call?
Having
But
a
baby sis,
girl too.
would you call? Would you call that a woman? I mean, is that how women
Nah, that's not a
supposed to act?
woman. That's
Okay,
not a woman.
that's what I'm trying to understand. Is that how women are supposed to act? Are you supposed to be challenged by your woman constantly, all day, every day?
No, sir.
Yeah.
Okay,
See,
I'm
that's,
sorry, I
I
didn't mean
think
to
I
cut you
think a
off.
woman
Keep
and
should
I didn't mean to
always
cut you
keep
off for a
preaching.
second.
I just needed to know
I
that.
just
Keep preaching.
I
I
didn't mean to
think a
cut you
woman
either,
should
Yazoo.
always
But I'm glad you.
remain a lady. I don't give a damn what it is. You should always remain a lady. I don't give a damn if you mad. If it's somebody trying to get you out of character, don't let them get you out of character. That because they sitting up here angry, that don't mean that you got to match energies and be an angry woman as well. Talk your big one. But trust me, I'm not phased by it. I'm not moved by it. Because at the end of the day, that type of stuff don't move me. The things that move certain females don't move me. Like, I think some people just find comfortability in disrespecting the people that they lay with. And it's because somebody gave you that comfortability when it comes to disrespecting certain men. I think a lot of women just wasn't checked in their younger years when it came to their mouths, their behaviors. So it's like in your adult years, you expect a man to tolerate whatever comes with you, far as the behavior, far as the actions. You just expect him to put up with that shit because you feeling like he a man, he can take that shit, he can handle that shit. It's nothing. That because somebody can handle it, that doesn't mean that they deserve it.
And Miss She, that's back to Kale's topic. That's called entitlement. That's what entitlement is. That's what like his what you just said literally goes back to his topic. That entitlement mentality keep people single because the reality is ain't nobody gonna keep on being treated crazy or keep dealing with you because you got a JJ or a PP, whatever you want to say. It's just not gonna happen. We got to get out that. So I'm right with you, She. Go ahead.
So
Yo, it's literally the thing is with that, with what y'all saying is like, and I think a lot of people, because I think they even brought us up that way. That's why it's so hard to kind of grow out of it, and some people just stay stuck in it, right? But I think it's just I don't think a lot of people really realize it though. And like I said, that ego and pride, that's something else too. We always got taught to, hey, never back down and all that, and me against the world and all that other stuff or whatever. So it's just like all that stuff that they push in our mind. It's so hard. It's heavy. And like I said, and some people the guys got it so deep in their lifestyle that it just people don't like that feeling of being uncomfortable, right, or feeling less than. So that's like like I said, some people be freaking 70 years old, 60, whatever, doing going through the same thing. They don't even realize it though. So that entitlement stuff, that junk, and that's why I say this is something, like I said, I'm talking about all the time. As long as I'm on this app, I'm talking about that, along with the other three things: accountability and ego. And
I got a question for
Hey,
you,
hold
Kev.
on.
what up?
Can I jump in there
Oh,
real
go
quick
ahead,
before we get too far away from it? Because I want to point out something that was said by I don't know who it was. I'm sitting here cooking, but somebody said that I believe that women should be able to feel a little bit more entitled because they have to push out a child. So let me go ahead and fuck them up real quick. So my whole thing with that is, you are absolutely right. You have to push out a child, which is a very painful situation, can be life threatening. But if we want to talk about hypotheticals, let's talk about a man who's dealing with you having to put his life on the line to protect you. So at any given moment, this man know that I'm willing to go to war for this woman and my family, so I will lay my life down for this woman and these kids, which means I don't breathe no more. I don't get to wake up again. I don't get to roll over and be like, it felt so good to be protected yesterday. I don't get that. So if you want to say entitlement to that, should men feel more entitled because we would, if the situation occurred, we know at the end of the day there's no questions to be asked. I have to jump into action because I am the man, and if I don't return, I lay my life down for my family, and that's what I was supposed to do. Should we feel entitled for that? Because come on, now we know in certain areas of this world it's more likely that a dangerous situation would occur.
Well, as a single woman that's been living by herself for so long, I definitely could use protection and provision, but I've been doing so well without it. I definitely can appreciate it. I just like to feel comfortable in the sense that a man could provide certain things before anything else. Like, you know what I'm
Be
saying?
specific, please.
No, like I definitely
Let me
understand that, but let's put this into
I
perspective
want to hear
even
what the
more.
providing part is exactly. Like, what is her expectations from a man before marriage? Like she said, I'm really curious about this.
It
So
okay,
I
go ahead, because
okay,
I'm
so I
about
just
to.
wanted to say I live a comfortable life. Um, so like say if a guy come into my life and he gets even more comfortable than I am, I find that offensive. So it just makes me more reserved.
Wait, what do you mean more? If he can live more comfortable than you do?
Like say if he's like couch sitting, all day, you know?
I took the last 2 years off of my life because I could do it. I live more comfortable than you probably ever did. So that makes me not a good man because I can live You know that men that actually work hard actually have time they can
what the
afford to
heck?
be comfortable, right?
I think that's an anomaly. I think she's
I don't know
talking
what.
about a
Let
little
me
woman.
let me say this real quick because I don't even know what that just.
But
That
we
you
What
threw
do
me
can't
off a little bit.
overshare all this talking.
what is? I
Listen,
want to know why being
Blind, I
comfortable
know
is
y'all
bad.
hear. I know y'all hear the host.
Hey,
Go
yeah,
ahead, Chris.
mute up, everybody.
But
Go ahead,
but
Kev.
but yeah, let me So I think Cuz is about to go. Go ahead, Cuz. I think you about to say something. Then I got something after that though.
Yes, because we getting more away from the point that I'm trying to make. So the point I'm trying to make, before you get to the having the baby, before you get to having the family, the man has to do what? He has to make sacrifices. So let's say that certain bad situation happened before y'all get to having a family. That man is still, no matter what, is expected to lay his life down to protect you as his woman. He is expected to provide from day one. From day one, not day two, because then he's not a man to you. If a man come up to you and be like, "Oh, I find you so attractive, you should take me out to lunch." You gonna look at him and be like, hold on, what? You just said me take you out to lunch? Yeah, I think we'd be a good couple. I think you should take me out. Come pick me up at 8 o'clock. I'll be ready. And he come out 15 minutes later after 8 o'clock. You're not gonna see him as a man. So what I'm getting at is with the whole entitlement, we both, if y'all want to live like that, we both should be entitled to something. But I don't think we should. I think we should literally be accepting, not have expectations, but accept the things that people do because we don't have to do it. Accept the fact that that man is willing to do that. Be appreciative that he's willing to do that. And the same thing vice versa. And that's all I was trying to get to because you just kind of, hit a nerve with that.
Yeah. I think in a way you I got you after that, B. I accept. I think I guess that word can go either way though, because I think some stuff. I don't know. I don't know. I think I like the word appreciate more than anything though. That's the reason why I came up with this because every time I hear entitlement, I think of lack of appreciation all the time. That's what the deal is, right?
So, Charlax,
It,
your
it, it,
comfortable living, is it provided by you or your parents?
Savannah, you ain't hear me talking, bro. What the heck? That was crazy.
Sorry, brother.
That was crazy. What the heck?
I hit a lag spot.
Oh my! I was about to, because I did want to ask her a question. Did BB got to go next? I guess Veli, you got something after that too. So I think with Charlotte, well, I guess she had a because when you did ask that earlier, right? When you made that statement, because I am trying to get to like entitled in what way when we say that, because you said that just because women have babies or something like that, right? You said they should have more of an entitlement of but like entitled to like what? Because like usually it's something that people always want to be entitled to. So I'm trying to understand like to what and just in general, right? And the same thing with I think Cuz is saying that a man should be entitled to something or have an entitlement. Oh, that's what I'm saying. To what though?
Well, I was saying because look, I was like, don't shoot the messenger now. Okay, so women that actually do provide for themselves, I think they get least taken care of. I think most women who actually do provide for themselves, they get kind of taken advantage of in a way, to the point where it's like, okay, I don't feel comfortable in pushing out his kids. You know what I'm saying?
Is that it?
Dang.
That entitled? I don't know.
But
Go
yeah,
ahead,
it's just a
BB.
lot. But it's just saying, yeah, it's a lot. But I think women should be valued more, and I think men
Oh, that's
should
the
be
word you're looking
appreciated.
for. Because my head was kind of.
Yeah,
I'm trying to see like entitled to.
yeah.
Okay, I got
I'm
you
not
there.
trying to say it too much, but I'm saying I don't think women are
They
valued the
should be
same
like
way as they
praised
used
or
to
something
be.
like that, right?
They should just be valued a little bit more, and I feel like men should be appreciated
I
more.
think who should be invited. I had it as a topic of before though. Who should be invited over most of all? The most is stepfathers. That's a whole nother thing
But what
right
do you do to quantify
there.
your value?
That's a whole nother thing. They taking care of their kids ain't theirs and about to unalive themselves for
Yeah, I was about to say, Shannon.
boy.
Yeah, I was about to say, Shannon, the stepfathers get the child
Boy.
support.
Talking about entitlement. Talking
But
about
sometimes
Entitled to
being a
that child
stepmother is
support.
that's
fun. Like you don't have to push out their kids, and you could. Now he has two babies. He have you and his actual baby. I don't know.
I would
yeah. But
also
go
Okay,
ahead
say
look,
this.
listen,
Go ahead,
listen.
BB.
I get
I
her
just want to say this, right?
ideology.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Is I'm clear? Am I clear? Okay. So look, one thing I want to say to the ladies, and I'm just speaking in general to everybody, right? If you guys remember something, when you go into the doctor and you see those posters up on the wall, it's always posters in the gynecologist's office, and they got birth control on them. But if you remember what birth control is, it's called family planning.
The reason that we have birth control in the word family planning is the whole my body, my choice thing, right? My body, my choice was a way to give women some kind of control over having children, right? So in 2024, we have a lot of options on who we want to have a child by. We don't have to take a pill every day anymore. We can have intravenous things done for us. We can have things in our uterus. It's I think over 50 different ways to not get pregnant. So when it comes to having a conversation, y'all, about pushing out children for men who are not our husbands, it's not a conversation, because you can plan to not have a child until you're married. And see, people, they shun it. Oh, I don't want to get married. I don't want to get married. But that's the way that you create your foundation. Because see, once you have a husband who's saying that he's going to provide for you, he's saying that when he's standing in front of God, I'm going to protect her and I'm going to provide for her. That's what he says. Then you have his child. He's going to do the same thing for that child times two. See, the people that get married, because they're like, oh, I want to get married. I just don't want to be, I don't want to be myself. It's more to marriage than that. And it's more to bringing children into this world than that. So when we talk about baby mamas and people who just laying down and having kids and who wives are supposed to be, we're not talking about the same thing. So that's why a lot of the women who are just baby, not just, I hate to call you just baby mama, because you're more than that. Anybody is more than that. You're not just a baby mama. You're a lot of things. But how the world's going to look at you and how that man's going to look at you, it's going to be different, because he don't have to provide for you. But here we go back to the entitlement thing. Because looking at it, all we doing is laying down and opening your legs. Like, what are you, besides that, what else happened that was so monumental to make the baby? You didn't have to do much. Now, once it's time to have a baby, yeah, you put your life in danger, but that's why you should be thinking about you first. You should not be putting it on him to put your well-being above his, because you're not gonna say you're not nothing to him, but you're not his wife. You somebody he laid down with, and vice versa. The young lady just talked about that. Miss She just talked about that. Not only do men have that kind of perception about women, women have that type of thought process about men. I could talk to him in a kind of way. I could talk to his kids in the kind of way. I'm going to keep doing, I'm going to do. It's people. It's not men and women. It's just how people operate. But we in an era that everybody swear they in a self-care moment. They're in a self-love moment until it comes to having a baby. Oh, then it's just his fault. It ain't got nothing to do with me. It got everything to do with him. He did not RP3 you. You chose to lay down. You chose to have the baby. So why is it when the baby comes into the atmosphere, all of a sudden, all of the onus on the man? We got to stop that, y'all, because it makes us look like we are crazy. That sounds crazy. But go ahead.
The best thing a woman
I
can do,
agree.
period, for her is to plan to not have sex with degenerate individuals.
Exactly. That's true. And Charlotte, to answer your question, I do believe women get the short end of the stick of a lot of things, because that's the thing about having a baby. Like, and I think a lot of women don't account for how much stuff you got to do to be a mother. See, being a mother ain't just pop out the baby and just walk around and say, oh, I got a baby. Look at my baby. She got these cute clothes on. You the one that got to stay up at night if your husband not there. If you don't require him to be there, he not going to be there. So you got to take him to the doctors. You got to stay up with him late at night. Everything is on you. Of course you can get the short end of the stick when it comes to having kids and being a mother as a single parent. People call me crazy. I'm going to tell you, I'm 44. Everybody, all my friends call me crazy. My husband was a whole mess. Probably still is. I ain't going to say what he ain't or what he is. But he was going to help me take care of these damn kids that he helped make. He wasn't going to weasel his way out, because, see, a lot of times people do things so they don't have to be responsible for what they started. No, we're going to do this together, brother. You gonna take him to some of these daggone school things. You gonna be up with me at night when the baby wake up. You gonna change like we gonna do this together, because we did this together. The women that get mad at the man and tell him to leave for anything. He left the toilet stool up for 2 nights in a row. Get out. Who you hurting when you got a baby that need him too? You hurting yourself, and you making the short end of the stick longer.
Facts. Like,
Why do that?
that's
Because
why I think that
Go ahead. Go ahead, Michelle.
No, I was just about to say, that's why I think a lot of that's why I be talking when I talk up on my live. Like I be telling people like you cannot fill out the application and get mad later on. Like you get what I'm saying? You acting like you
Yes,
didn't
ma'am.
know what came on the application, like you didn't read it. And if you didn't read it and you just signed it, that's your own fucking fault. You
Yep.
should have been reading the small print, the big print, the any damn print. You should have been observing and comprehending what you're actually getting yourself into because I don't like.
Miss She, can you read
Yes,
Miss
ma'am.
Kaya's? Listen, this is the stuff that I've always
I
had.
was just about. I was looking at that too.
Can somebody read that comment, please?
Yeah, that's what I'm.
She
I
Hey,
said,
don't, man.
hey,
she
Kev,
said,
I'm
hey,
gonna I'm gonna,
please
I'm gonna
stop
drop down to the
pretending
comments
that
for a minute and
women.
let Amir hold my box down for a minute.
All right,
But
for
I'll be in the
sure.
queue.
Yeah.
So you talking about the
Yeah,
comment where she
that's
said,
that
please stop
negative.
pretending?
That's that
What
negative
she said?
doomsday mindset.
So is y'all talking about where she said, please stop pretending that women who's married don't be getting cheated on left and right?
Yeah, I
Yes.
never, I
Oh,
never
cheated on
got
the
that
what?
though. Like, why do I actually just did a video about that earlier. About why do people always go on the negative parts of marriage all the time? Why do they do that?
Because they're
But
not
is
ready
that
for
their
the
way to just stay
positive.
away from marriage or something like that? I don't get it.
It helped them cope with the fact
Or
I
that
don't
they
know.
ain't
or
married,
make them
so
feel better
nobody
that
want to
they're
marry
single or something
their
like
ass.
that. I don't get it.
That's really what that is. They just coping with the fact that don't nobody want to marry their ass. Don't nobody see value enough that they want to get on one knee and literally sign their life over to you because you're not worth it. You come with attitude, you come with disrespect, you come with not knowing how to follow, you come with all these overly aggressive traits that men don't like, and then you sit there, oh, why am I getting cheated on? If every man looks at you and be like, you know what, I just want to have fun with you, I don't want to marry you, and every man just want to cheat on you, it's something wrong with you. It's a real life problem with you. Because honestly, I've never heard a man sit here and say, yeah, I want to get married so I can cheat. I never heard that.
Wait, De Niro, I got a question. What would it look like if men sat up here and said, well, why provide for a woman? Because there's women that cheat. Where does that get
Right.
anybody? That it literally shows they're
That
not
part.
fit for
Right.
marriage, they're not fit for relationships, they're a negative minded individual, and they care too much about all the drama that they hear on TikTok and ugly single woman.
Man, it's
Well,
sad, bro.
my thing
I
is,
recommend therapy.
I think women that talk down on women who have marriages and stuff like that. My thing is this: the problem is, yes, those women get cheated on, right? But it's all. The problem is the difference between a woman that's in a marriage that get cheated on, a woman that's in a relationship that's get cheated on, is that the woman in the marriage, she gonna work through that. She gonna work through those problems. See, a lot of women in relationships, they don't want to work through problems. They rather just sit up here and be like, "Oh, he cheated, I'm gone." See, a marriage, she can understand that he made a bad decision, right? He made a fucked up ass choice. So, but the thing is she the wife that's willing to sit up here and look at that bad decision and understand, hey, yeah, I understand you made a bad decision, right? But if you just because it's a difference between having a man that's cheated, that's a bad man, and a man that's cheated, that's just made a bad decision. Women don't even know the difference. A
They
man
don't.
that's a bad man, he's gonna continue to cheat on you regardless. He don't care because at the end of the day, he's a bad man. He don't care about fixing y'all situation. He don't care about trying to be right and get back in your good graces. He don't care about that. See, a man that made a bad decision, he could look at that bad decision and say, hey, I apologize. I'm willing to move forward. I'm willing to build your trust back, become the better man or the man that you want to see and need. And hopefully over time you can forgive me and we can move past this. If we can't move past this, let me know so I can understand how to move with you from this point on. The thing is, a lot of women, they don't want to work through when it comes to when it comes to building with a man. You don't want to work through those problems. You like, oh, he fucked up, your ass is out, I'm gonna find another one of you. Instead of saying, hey baby, I understand that you done had you done fell up on short times, you done had a moment where you did step out on a situation, whatever case may be. Because at the end of the day, every wife is not walking out. That's why you got Shawnee O'Neal's sitting around a motherfucking man and then coming out later on talking about, oh, I think I was in love with the idea of a man. I wasn't in love with the man. Like, that's the problem.
Yeah, listen, the comments are going crazy right now, Kev. You got to read these comments. It's crazy. Danny said, leaving a man for cheating, just keep women in our rotations. That's very true. That's very, like, why is it so hard? First of all, back to Kaya's comment. I can always tell when somebody don't understand what marriage is. I do not advocate for nobody cheating in their marriage. Let me say that first and foremost. But that marriage is not just about cheating. You got kids. Once you marry, it's two families that's literally marrying one another. It's not so y'all just, oh well, this is happening. Well, I'm gonna do this. Like, you're so
Excuse me,
quick to
Miss
make an
B.
emotional decision and just let the kids and everybody else but mostly kids, that's all that matters. Let them suffer all the consequences because I feel a certain kind of way. That's crazy to
Miss
me.
B,
Go ahead.
I believe this lady is searching for attention. She's typing things that are clearly meant to put herself in the center of it. So I think us giving credence to her messages and whatnot is exacerbating the issue.
Yeah,
Right.
that's very true.
Now, I want to add this in, since we always talking about men cheating. Do you want to know why 99% of men cheat in marriages? And this is going to blow your mind because I was married and never cheated. We cheat because of one reason. You treat us differently. You stop giving up the box. You become a roommate. So you either going to pay half the bills or you're going to go fall back in the position that you were when we first got together, which is treating me with respect, dignity, and grace and acknowledging my presence, or you're going to get out of my life.
But I think
Like most people.
respect should
Hold on, let
always.
me land.
Let him
Let me
land his
land.
plane.
Let me land, because I hear this good man, bad man bullshit all the time. Okay? I've said, and I'm literally one of the people in the numbers that have been cheated on and can prove why she cheated on me, and it had nothing to do with me. So I hate hearing this argument from one side, especially from somebody that's emotionally inept. There's all this emotional intelligence that you hear on this goddamn app. Y'all can feel when your man's cheating on you, but you can't feel when your man is depressed, upset, angry, and tired and stressed out. Miss me with the bullshit. Not laying with that. Fuck you mean?
They don't care. Like, they'll see that shit, hear that shit. They don't care. That's why they sitting up here. I think women know when their man is upset. The problem is she don't give a damn she don't care that you upset. Cause at the end of the day, shit, that's your emotion. She feeling like at the end of the day, you gotta work on that shit. You gotta sit up here and get over those damn emotions. That's what I believe. That's how women get when they see that a man is upset. They don't give a damn. They're upset. They're in their feelings. So when a person, like, when you in a relationship where, because I done seen that. I done seen dudes say, oh, she ain't slept with me in a month. Like, what the fuck? And then she wondered why she got cheated on because you not loving your man properly. You're not paying him no attention. You're not being that woman that he was seeing. So at the end of the day, when he cheat on you, don't sit up here and act surprised like you was always this good woman on top of your shit.
I think the people that cheat just shitty ass people. That's just the beginning and the end of it, whether they married or not. But let me just say this real quick, y'all. It's really heartbreaking to me, y'all, in the comments, the amount of women that are so against marriage. Because as soon as you say something about marriage, I don't care if you say Oh my God, I saw this couple the other day. They were so happy. They were just so lovey-dovey. Like I just really, I really love to see that. Oh, I bet you he cheating on her.
I bet you he
Why
right.
the fuck?
Always, always.
And it's the
Always.
same exact thing in these comments. Like y'all, you really showing how
Bitter they
hurt
are.
you are, how hurt you are. Like whoever hurt you, please go and get some help, because you
Agreed.
you literally think that everybody's situation is the same way. Everybody is not the same, y'all. And guess what, ladies that's in here on this marriage bashing shit, it's a man out here for you too. I promise you, it's a man out here that's gonna love y'all. And see, enough people ain't said that to y'all. That's why y'all come into these comments and be so upset when you see people glorifying and trying to keep families together and saying marriage is a good thing, because you ain't found nobody. But you will
Okay.
find somebody. Just stop being so goddamn evil and disgusting and hurt and coming on the internet and projecting that shit. That's why you can't find nobody. That's why nobody wants to marry you. And do not come on here saying you don't want to be married, because here's the thing. It has already been proven that humans are supposed to be together. We are. So
Bars.
when I hear people say, I don't have to be with nobody, I don't need to be with nobody, you must be somebody who has just defied genetics, biology, and everything else. And I don't believe that's who
And
you are.
evolution.
In evolution, we are supposed to be together. Humans need other human interaction. If you are single, you just single. But don't say that you like being single, because it's a damn lie. And the truth ain't in
Yeah,
you.
that's a lot to me too, because I do believe that as well. People who are single do lie to themselves. Because I just watched the whole woman talk about how she 40 and how she still could get a man, but you up here talking about how you don't need a man, how you don't do this and all that shit. But I'll be looking at that shit like, okay, so if you 40, you single, you happily single. Truth be told, I think everybody wants somebody good in their corner. I think everybody wants to be loved by somebody. You want to build something real with somebody. The thing is, you don't want to put in the time and the effort to sit up here and find that person. You don't want to sit up here and go through the times where you actually really got to diagnose a person. That's why a lot of people think, oh, I'ma just run into love and find my person so easy. It shouldn't be hard. Nah, God said find. That means you gotta search. You going on a journey, baby. This ain't nothing that's just gonna fall into the palm of your hands like it's candy. Nah, cause everybody could find a man or a woman. The thing is, everybody can't find a wife or a good husband. And that's the problem.
And even when you
Everybody
find them
think,
ladies, let me
oh,
say this,
you
and I'm gonna let
want
the men talk for a little bit, but let me say this real quick. Even with what she said, even when y'all find that man that's can be good to you, you gotta understand that he's a human being, just like you a human being, and we all make mistakes. And we always gonna say, well, this is not a mistake and that's not a mistake. Yes, life is about choices. But just because I make a choice does not mean I didn't make a mistake in that choice. Like y'all be sitting up here really acting like you God or something, like you are just don't do nothing wrong and you're perfect, and I just can't find nobody who is perfect like me. Guess what? You're never gonna find one, because your ass ain't perfect neither. But anyway, y'all go ahead. That
Now,
just pissed me off.
now,
Can I say
I'm
something? Can I
going.
say something, Imperial, please?
Yeah, run it,
I wanted to
cause
say something. I wanted to say something about what you said, fam. Um, Peace, Kev. Thanks for having me up. Peace to everybody I'm familiar with. I was going to hi to everybody, but that tapping shit on my damn nerves. So I just thought I'd say hi to y'all. Y'all normally know I normally come in and
Amir, I
give
was trying
everybody.
to grab lunch with you, man.
Oh, come on, Vail. I'm in your hot ass town right now for another 4 or 5 days. We can do it whenever, Playboy. It's hot as shit out here, man. I'm sitting out here on this porch, hot as shit. But that's what's up, Bill. Thanks for acknowledging your boy, man. I
drenched in
appreciate
sweat.
you. Hey, look, this is what I was going to say about Imperial. I really wanted to say 2 things. So one thing real quick about Imperial, man, I appreciate you sharing that, fam, because a lot of brothers have that sentiment, but they don't have enough courage to say that. So for you to say it in this forum, man, that's heavy, bruh. And I've heard that a lot of times, and to hear it from a brother, y'all don't think you quite my age, but to hear it from a brother your age, it's alarming, because I don't know if y'all heard him. Now, he said men cheat. Now, I ain't going to say that's the only reason. And a lot of women was giving you fight back for that. But he said that some men cheat because the woman stops being what she was when they got married. She holds on to the box, and for whatever reason, I'm sure y'all can come up with excuses. I don't know, whatever. But the facts remain. That's what he said, and he was real. He said he never cheated. Now I ain't got no reason to claim the man's lying, and I've heard other men say that. Fuck it, I experienced it myself. But that's not what I really wanted to say. I wanted to say this, y'all. I want y'all to be encouraged about marriage because, I came from a good family. I came from a mother and a father, and, they were churchgoers, so they did a lot of testimonies, right? So I got to hear a lot of stuff in church. My daddy embarrassing our family. And the things that I remember him talking about was how he had to stay humble. He had to stay within prayer. He had to stay, within himself, because if he let his anger go, he knew his marriage wouldn't work. So that was heavy to hear from a man, and his stature, because my father was a very accomplished man, and he was a big dude, and he had 5 sons that he used to put hands on sometimes, but his words meant a lot more, and his expression and the way he acknowledged himself and showed that he was a true man of, our Creator, and that he wanted to be a good husband. So it's really about your intentions, people. I heard Miss Beautiful say, it's hard to get a good man. And we know this. Good and bad is all relative. But don't give up on somebody because they cheated. That's what I wanted to get to, okay? I'm going to say this and I'm going to land. Y'all can feel whatever way y'all want about cheating. I know we all do. Because I remember I said, I'll never. But guess what? I'll wind up. See what I'm saying? I'll never forgive a person that cheated on me. But guess what? I got 3 kids, y'all. I had to forgive that woman. You feel me? And I wanted bigger and better. I knew she made a mistake. I've made mistakes too. So you want to give people the grace that you want. And if you're not a cheater, guess what? You've done something else wrong. So what he's supposed to say, okay, well, you leave me because I'm cheating. I'm going to leave you because you're doing this. So let's just be more optimistic about marriage. And I'll say this and I'm going to land. My parents that did a lot of talking and bluffing and all, what they also had was a great family structure forever until they passed away. They was 70-something years old, happily married. They wasn't perfect, but they was happily married. And a lot of people in the community respected them and came to them for marital counseling. But guess what, y'all? And I'm going to say this and I'm finished. They both cheated on each other too.
Thank you,
So
Amir.
come on, y'all. Let's keep it
Now,
100. But like Sis said, they realized they earned their ways. They wanted to do better, and they changed. So we're not perfect, y'all. We're fleshful people. We might cheat. So don't ever say never. You might, lose out on something great. You know what I'm saying? So let's just be encouraged about marriage. I just want y'all to stay encouraged about marriage, regardless of what the agenda is talking about. All right? So I'll say that and I'll land.
Hey,
all
I
right.
got a
Thank
deep
you, Amir.
question now. You made me think about this though.
Oh, snap.
Why do I've been asking this for a minute though, and I actually was thinking about this one on Altar Live. I think she kind of said it though, and I kind of thought about it after she said it. Why it's like they take cheating more deep than DV. I noticed that. So it seemed like that's a one-time thing when they cheat. Oh, I'm ready. I'm about it. I can't do that. That's a no-no. But you get punched in your eye or something like that or whatever, but you got every last excuse in the world. I don't want him to unalive me. I don't want him to do all that. I just never understood that, like, how you so fast to leave with the cheating. That don't even really hurt you.
Well,
I
I
mean, of course they
mean,
gonna post stuff,
And Chris
but
Brown, actually.
Man, look, hold
A
up.
lot of women believe in
wait, it's
That's
because
why I
they
think
hit them too.
when a man is cheating, a woman sees the woman that a man cheated with, and she'll be like, "Damn, like I must be unattractive. I must be ugly as hell. Cause look what the fuck you cheated on me."
Well, I
And
don't know
especially,
about
I
that,
ain't gonna
baby.
lie,
I don't know about
if
that.
the girl
Now,
is
hold on.
bad as fuck, she's gonna be like, "Oh, you looking for a bit better."
They
Now,
say
I'm
a
gonna
stiff
say it like
penis don't have a
this.
Oh, the
conscience,
truth.
baby. That's what my
Hold
parents
up.
told me. A
Hold up.
stiff
I'm gonna
penis
say
don't
it
have no
like
conscience.
this. Listen, I'm gonna say it like this. Men cheat opportunistically, women cheat habitually. And I say that the way that I'm saying it for one
Tennessee,
reason.
yeah.
Because a woman that cheats, she's doing it intentionally because she has the availability to do so. When she wants, how she wants, and who she wants to cheat with. Men don't have that. So we got to look at it from the way that these two things are actually happening. If a man cheated, it's because he finally got some type of attention that validated his existence. A woman cheated because she wanted to, because her man ain't giving her everything she wants, when she wants, how she wants. A man can literally go 7 years in a relationship and never get any smacks. But the moment that a woman cheats, it's intentional. She made plans. She emotionally cheated first before she ever physically cheated. A man will just physically cheat off the fact that he hasn't gotten on in a very long time. He's been disrespected for a very long time, belittled and berated for a very long time. So the psychological aspect, you have to look at that. And a lot of women ain't gonna like what I'm about to say. That's why. Because you treat that man like garbage and then expect him to stay. And then as far as the DV goes, women are more just as violent. Look at the girl on girl relationship. Well, I'm saying, look at the girl on girl relationships. They are so violent to each other, it's unreal. But we ain't gonna talk about that.
But
You know what I'm saying?
hold on
Look
though,
at their.
Yeah, you
Higgs.
Hold
just
on,
threw
hold
my
on.
whole brain off. I
Yeah.
don't even know if you answered my question. Though. That was it's like
70%.
you,
I'm
but
gonna get to your question.
Oh, dang.
yeah, I was just
Yeah.
really just asking with that situation though. But you said
But
you about
hold
to
on,
get to it.
Kev.
What the heck? All that you
Kev.
said?
Kev, but
I'll
hold on
just
though.
Go,
You
to
said
that,
you
Kev.
mentioned
go
I'm
ahead,
not
DV,
baby.
gonna
right?
lie.
You
That was all.
Kev, you mentioned DV, right?
Yes.
But what he explained though, honestly, he did answer your question. He kind of answered your question though, because he's talking about the emotional abuse. Because see, women emotionally abuse men
Mm,
Constantly.
with the whole what he's describing is actually emotional DV.
interesting.
So all of this, so if the things that he's describing, let's just say hypothetically, is happening, and then that man is like, okay, I'm gonna do this.
Harry.
Yeah, they're both abusing each other. Now, if the woman is just completely good and she's not doing nothing like that, and he's just doing it, that's just something completely different. But nobody talks about
Correct.
that. And if you honestly think about this conversation that we're having right now, none of the women in the comments talk at all about the women cheating. They said nothing about that. But I'm gonna go back on mute and just let that cook a little bit. Why do we have these conversations and we act like only men cheat? Men and women cheat at the same rate.
Yeah.
At the same rate. It's about the person. It's not about
Now,
whether they
I just
male or
had a very.
female.
Can I speak on that DV real quick and why women tend to stay with DVers and stuff like that? Because they know that most of the time they the damn reason he doing it. They
Cut it
know
out now. You
that
can't
they
say that,
sitting
De
there.
Niro. Don't say that on TikTok, please. Don't say that. Don't say that.
Okay, 1 second. Hold on. I gotta provide ID. But no, definitely they don't understand that a man can only take so much of being called a bitch. A man can only be called worthless and maybe you should work more when the man is sitting there depressed and trying to do everything he can to provide for your ass. That we don't want to speak about that. Hold on 2 seconds.
And that's what I was getting at.
And that's the thing. A lot of the times a woman can understand, oh, I did go hard on him, girl. I told him everything that was on my mind. But they can't imagine that another woman is doing so much better than him in the field.
All right. So while he's on coffee cup, I'm gonna make this statement very clear. A man will literally sit and do everything under the sun to keep a relationship. Because do you know what the shame is of losing a woman and just society? That makes the man look like he ain't worth nothing because he couldn't keep the woman that he protected and provided for, and she just up and cheated and left. Do you know what that does to a man? Do you know why Men's Mental Health Month is actually a thing? That's why. But nobody wants to hear that. They want to sit and they want to talk about, oh, the man ain't this, the man is trash, blah, 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 blah. Like, we've been ingrained for so many generations to uphold a certain standard, not just by family definition, but by society, that as men, we are treated poorly when the shame of losing the woman that you've been with for years, your family looks at you different, society looks at you different. Well, what was your problem? What did you do? Where's your fault in the whole thing? That's always the way that it works. So I'm gonna land with this.
All right,
Men,
my co-pilot took over. I got a few last things to say, right? It's really more so questions, right? So, ladies, when When was the last time you was like, you know what, my man, he might be really going through something. Let me sit down and figure out how he's feeling emotionally. When was the last time you was like, you know what, this man, he been at work all week. Let me find out what's on his body that's hurting, and let me just rub that. See, it be all fun and games in the beginning when, you know, you feel me, he laying pipe like he normally would, you feel me? Y'all ain't having all them arguments, you feel me? And you ain't really seeing the side to him of when he's stressed out because he happy to have you at that point. But then it becomes a burden because he know that, damn, I gotta keep doing this, and this girl not asking me how the hell I feel about nothing. So you want to talk about oppressed? Oh shit. Why you think men are 3 times more likely to unalive themselves than women?
Can we
Why?
round table? Can we
Because
answer you?
y'all been coddled since a child, since y'all was raised. Oh, don't hit her back. Come tell me. Oh, it's okay. It's mama baby. Come on, girl. Daddy. Oh, it's okay, mom baby. She all right. I got her. But you know what that boy getting? He getting that tough love. He getting that love that shit don't nobody want for real. That, hey, you better go out there. You better go back outside. Well, Dad, I just hurt my knee. My knee hurt. You all right? Shake that shit off. Let a girl come in and do that. Oh my God, my baby, I gotta put some Neosporin on it. We need some cocoa butter. We need this. We need to go whip up some olive oil and silk milk and all this other shit. While we out there still living a tough life to do what? To make sure that we provide for y'all. So just be mindful of that.
But
You don't gotta get an
can we
attitude
round
at
robin your
everything.
answer though? Can we start the answering?
Right.
Can we
I'm
go
waiting
around the
for them to
panel?
answer your question.
Yeah, my
Go
fault,
in,
man.
Valley.
It was
Go
just
in,
gonna
Valley.
keep moving.
May I also say too,
No, I got nothing to say. He asked a question, and I've been waiting for the ladies to talk. but
Okay.
then he went on a
Go ahead,
tangent.
Charlex. Charlex, you can go first, but I definitely got a response for that. But go ahead.
Ooh,
I do got to
it
say one
definitely
thing,
went on a
though.
tangent.
I don't agree with people hitting each other. So that talk and about like, oh, well, we can only take you calling us names for so long. That's where I got to butt in and say I don't agree. But go ahead and answer this question.
I agree, Valley.
What was the
Thank you for
question
fixing that
though?
too.
Go ahead and request stuff here.
So do you want to restate the question? Or basically, he's asking why. Go ahead, De Niro. Can you state your question and then I'll go ahead and answer for
Hey,
Cass.
Andre, I'm gonna switch you out real quick, brother. Twin.
I think
I see
that
you.
I was going too hard that I forgot my own damn question because I answered my own question.
He basically was saying that.
Did it just get quiet? What the heck going on? Am I tripping?
Yeah, it got quiet
Oh.
because I wasn't talking.
No. Uh-oh. Watch out.
Hey, nephew, at least you honest. He said he forgot his question.
Hey, look,
Come on.
there ain't no cap in my rap, man. I ain't gonna
Oh
lie.
man, that part running in the blood too. I'll be forgetting stuff.
No, it really just hit a nerve by me asking that damn question. I triggered myself.
Hold on. Is you even 30 yet? You can't be doing that yet. You're not even 30 yet.
Can't do that.
Nah, don't do
You ain't allowed to do
that.
that yet. De Niro, don't do that, bro.
Nah, it's cool, Brody. Look,
that's crazy.
I be using that as an excuse. I'm like, dang, I'm 30 though. I'll be forgetting.
Can y'all hear me?
Focusing on too much.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Oh yeah. So let me just answer this in the best way I can answer it for as far as a woman's perspective. I used to do that stuff that you are saying. I would ask, I would check in, I would say, "You all right? You good?" You know, and then it became a situation of, "Oh, you're being being a pest." The simple answer to your question, in my opinion, is this: everybody got to learn how to communicate with one another. Communicate. You know, if you come in and you're having a bad day, sometimes some people, when they come in from work and they had a bad day, they don't want to talk to no damn body, including their husband, their wife, or the children, anything. You can speak, you can say hello, and then you can go on to your room and gather yourself and come on out. But both parties have to learn how to communicate with each other. I can't read your mind and you can't read my mind. It's too many people in relationships that expect people to read their mind. We got to stop that. If you put up a wall, because sometimes a lot of men, which they do, y'all know this about y'all. I love y'all. But y'all know when y'all be in y'all feelings, y'all not talkers. You're not talkers. When you guys going through stuff, you don't feel like talking.
I'm not in my feelings.
Right. Whatever.
Well,
Whatever you want to say.
it's
You don't
not
want to
that.
talk.
It's not that we don't want to talk, it's we're processing what we're going through. So that way we
Not
have
all.
the
Not all.
availability to talk. The
We're in the
availability
moment.
to talk.
Right. In the moment,
Because
you're processing, so you really don't have the ability to. I understand what you're saying.
right.
No, you missing the main point. Most of the time, we trying to figure out how to express ourselves because don't
Without being
forget
looked at
that.
like we crazy.
Right. Don't miss the whole. Well, look, baby. I honestly feel like this. So what you trying to say? I ain't doing this and I ain't doing that. It go to the negative, right?
So
So
you're saying
most of the
you
time we
said that
gotta
to women though.
censor ourselves.
So you're saying that you've like had y'all all are saying that you've been in this processing mode, and someone has asked you, well, what's going on, baby? And you're like, you say, I don't know. What is your response? Because to me, when you're processing, I just think the answer should be right now. I'm having a moment, or however you want to say it. Right now, I'm going through something.
The
Whatever you
woman
want to
will
say.
find us weak. We don't tell our
Correct.
problems. The women will find us weak. They will
Right.
find
So
us weak,
hold up.
and it
Now,
will
Valley.
forever mess up the relationship. Cause
Right.
then
So
she's gonna look at us as lesser. Then she's gonna wind up cheating or acting different.
right. So Valley, look, I'll give a strong example of what you're talking about. Okay. My grandmother told me growing up the entirety of my life, you don't tell your woman your problems because the moment you do, you are deemed as less than in her eyes forever. And there's nothing you can do to change it. You will lose that woman quicker than you got her. Okay? And women, hold
Can y'all
on.
stop dating Cruella DeVille?
Hold up.
Because I'm
Hold
kind
up.
of tired of this shit by now.
Let me land.
Not every woman has a vicious ass attitude.
Trap.
You got meeting these Jones said.
Let me land. Okay. So, with that being said, if a woman in her 80s right now, 80 plus years old, has told me that my entire life to deal with the problems that you have before you express yourself in a way that is going to make you deemed less worthy in her eyes, then there's a reason why men don't say shit. So for you to say not all women or not all this, miss me with that. Because all women are hypergamous. Beginning to end. Has been that way since the
What the fuck do they got to do
can you
with
mute for a second? Can you mute for a second? Let me finish.
No, I can't. You've been talking and it sounds like a bunch of bullshit.
Ma'am, shut up.
You was up. See, look at you exposing yourself.
No, I'm not exposing shit.
Control
You just
yourself,
rude as
leader.
fuck.
Control yourself,
Shut up.
leader.
Shut up.
Have some decorum, leader.
Be quiet.
Come on, leader. You
Stop
can do
talking.
it. You can do it.
See, there's the example, y'all. I proved it. She
You
hard
can do
headed.
it. You can do it. You're
Don't
almost
listen.
there. You're almost there.
Shut
You
up.
got
You're
it.
allowing her to do that.
Wait, what's going on? That don't even sound right now. I get too much.
There's too much echo. But there's a reason why I'm saying
He
it.
had to look like, what's going on? Hold on, do I got to change the channel?
This
Well,
is what
that's the
I'm
reason why
saying
I'm saying
because
what I'm
I'm
saying.
saying, no, you shut up. No, you. No, you shut up. Do that sound like a grown ass man to you? No, the fuck it
No,
does
I'm just
not.
tired of hearing your
No,
ignorance.
the
Shut
fuck
up.
it does not. So shut your
Shut
ass
up.
up. You up here whining, oh, if I lose my
Shut up.
woman, society's not going to accept me. Shut the fuck
Shut
up.
up. Shut up.
You
Shut up.
basically
Just
told
shut
these
up.
people
Shut up.
on
Shut up.
here
Shut up. Shut up.
that if a
Just
woman
shut up.
don't
Shut up.
leave
Shut up.
you, or if you don't leave a woman, you gonna sit there and whoop her ass. That's what you just
No.
said.
No. Not at
Shut the
all.
fuck
Don't
up.
put words in my mouth.
You're the biggest bitch on this panel. So sorry to tell you.
That's not what your mama was saying last night when she had my dick in her mouth. Now you want to play dirty? I can play dirty.
Did that feel good coming out?
I woke up with violence
Did it
today.
feel good coming out? Huh?
Did you feel good getting what you got?
Don't sweat it.
I mean, what you doing? You up here just causing
Okay, let's
drama.
take a quick mob
Okay,
break
do y'all
real
want to
quick.
get a room Or what?
Let's
Do
take
y'all
a
want to
That
slide
sound
each
like a
pause.
other's
plan.
DMs? Do y'all want
I
to?
ain't
Do
lying.
y'all
This
want
That
to
shit.
take
sound like a
this
plan,
DMs?
Valerie.
I'm
That
in the
sound like a
audience.
Do y'all
Shit,
plan.
want to
shit,
take
my
this
own blood.
Mute
flirting
up.
somewhere
Everybody
else?
mute up. Mute up. Everybody mute up. So look, we are in Laugh or Learn Kev Live. If you are enjoying this conversation, please tap the screen. Please share. Spread this to people because honestly, some people absolutely need to hear this. Some people need to take in the opinion from opposing sides and be okay with it. Maybe you can sleep better at night. But like, share, subscribe, show my cuz some love, and we back at it. Now, what was y'all saying?
Oh, I just said that he was the biggest bitch. You want me to repeat it again, or y'all heard me? And Veli, don't ever disrespect me like that. You know something that look like that shouldn't be outside. Come on now.
Wow.
Why
Okay.
it sound like y'all got some what's that word? Not animosity. Some
Personal
Love,
beef.
It seems
it
like
seems
y'all
like
know
y'all
each
know
other
each
in a
other in
way,
a
cause
way, cause
y'all
y'all
deep.
deep.
Yes,
No,
yes,
I
yes.
just do not. I don't think any grown man who tries to make DV sound so beautiful should be talked
Nobody ever
Nobody
said that.
nicely. So you know what I'm saying. He was up here telling all of us, since I can't leave you, I'ma smack the shit out of you. And I'm just like, what
Nobody
the
ever
fuck is
said
wrong
that,
with that?
ma'am. I need
That's
you to stop
basically what
that.
you said, Imperial.
No, that's
No,
not.
that's
You're gonna
basically what
stop
your
that.
ass said, Imperial.
No,
I
you're
heard
gonna
No, you're
stop
gonna
that.
stop that. Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
You're
Yeah,
not
can we
gonna
just
do
can
that.
we just hold on.
You're
Hey,
gonna
hey,
you're gonna
Kev.
leave that alone because I never said that. I'm gonna clarify this one time.
That
You
was
as a
Gennaro said
woman
that
will
furry crap.
never do that. Say that I said that ever again in your natural life
I heard what he said.
because
So what you gonna do?
this is not
What you
the
gonna do?
platform.
What you gonna
This
do?
is
All
not the
right,
group of people
so
to
from
do
this
that.
point, right,
This
we
is
not
how
even getting
DV
nowhere. All right,
starts.
let's just leave it alone. Let's just leave it alone. Cuz, did you ever think about that question that you had, or otherwise we probably just gonna get to the topic then? Let me get my. I
Uh,
gotta get somebody else in too.
Man, honestly, cuz yeah, let's get to the
Let's get
topic.
to the
But
topic. Okay.
hey, I gotta
One lady
point
answered.
I gotta point something out real quick. This is exactly why women don't leave situations that involves DV. What you gonna do? You ain't gonna do shit, bitch. Da 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 da. Slap. Ah, you in?
De Niro, that sounds really fucked up. You know what I'm saying? But you know, you got it or
I
whatever.
just want to say for the record, as I'm up here, I don't stand for any type of violence between both
No,
genders.
I'm not saying that
No,
I'm
he just talking
staying
about the
for it,
provoking
but
part. That is
this is
provoking
how
though.
it
But
happens.
even on neither
How is
side of
that
the
a
ring.
With the
thing?
giggles, I would like to say something.
What you got, Elo? Yeah, Elo in, and then I gotta get Ferry in because I don't think neither one of them said anything. I just got kicked. I mean,
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can y'all hear me? Hey, look, go to somebody.
Yeah.
Damn, man.
Pro PCS now.
Yeah, now we can't hear you, OG.
Elo about to cuss everybody out.
what happened? What happened? Everybody here? I
God
got
knew
booted.
his
I got
rage
booted.
was boiling. God knew his rage was boiling and had to calm him down real
What
quick.
happened? What happened?
His signal going in and out.
Who?
I think it was Elo.
Oh, Elo. Okay, yeah. That's all I'm about to say. They just kicked me
Can
out.
y'all
So
hear
after
me?
Elo, I'm gonna get. There you go. Yeah, you
You
got
got
one bar,
one
my
bar.
brother.
Hey, listen, I'm in a bad area. I'll come back in. Let somebody else go.
For sure. Go ahead, Ferry. From anything you want to contribute in, or how you feel about the first topic itself, entitlement mentality destroying us.
Entitlement mentality. Yes, I do believe it is destroying us.
Go ahead
But
and
how?
stretch it out a little bit. Put your
Yeah.
legs like stretch it like a starfish or something.
Okay, I mean, for me, and this is just for me, nobody owes me anything. I don't owe anybody else shit either. So I don't think anybody should be entitled to shit. That's how we get our feelings hurt most of the time. So yeah, don't nobody owe you shit.
And that's key word right there for sure. That's how exactly how majority of us get our feelings hurt. I ain't gonna even lie. I had to learn that. Even
But
that word deserve. People love that one. I deserve this.
Well, I mean, if we look at entitlement, right, when it comes to relationships and shit like that, people do what they want as far as that goes, meaning it's optional. You're not entitled to it. That's that person's choice. But like if you've been working at something for a while, like Olympians, right, who may train for most of their life and it's to win a gold medal or whatever, of course they'll feel entitled to that medal because they've been working for it. So I think it's just how you view entitlement altogether. But when it comes to other people and their choices with you, nobody's entitled to any of that shit.
There we go. Yes, I'm still echoing. Y'all said I'm echoing. I know I was bouncing off some people. I'm still echoing, BB.
Nope, you good.
I'm good. Okay, make sure. I have to check my other volume. See that was down too. All right, so well, I'm gonna wait till Elo stuff clear up, and then I'm gonna get. But yeah, hopefully we can get to. We never get to all the questions all the time because every question go so long. But I like it. I don't got to work until Monday now. Ain't that funny? I just started working a couple weeks ago. Now, not got to work until Monday. But oh, let me see. Whoever. So what's the difference? So just to get you caught up, because I don't think you didn't catch up. You and and Amir, and Imperial. So let's do Imperial first. What's the difference between expectation and assumption?
I don't know. I'm not intelligent enough to answer this question without making it sound like DV's promoted. Move to somebody else.
then why did
Oh,
Oh my God. Come on, y'all. This
All
conversation
right,
was going
go
really
Amir.
well.
Go Amir. Amir. A mirror, mirror on the wall. What's going on today? All right, go ahead.
Hey man, you know I've been trying to get some good
What
service.
the?
Can you hear me?
He talking with the
Can
mute
you hear
on.
me? You can't hear me.
Yeah, your service. We got two people with bad
You can't hear me.
services. Yeah, I hear you, but
Shit.
you're just super delayed. Super
One
delayed.
bar. You can't hear me hardly.
Dang,
Yeah.
it's all right.
Yeah, I'm bad.
I'm gonna wait till you and Elo get a good signal first,
Hold on, don't
man.
trip.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad.
I'll say something about entitlement.
Go ahead.
I feel like when people are how can I say this? Socially attractive. You know, because everybody is attractive to somebody. But I feel like people that's more socially attractive is more entitled than a lot of other people that is considered socially normal or socially unattractive. I ain't really trying to call nobody ugly or whatnot or mediocre.
It sounds like you're leaning over to pretty privilege.
No, it's true. It's definitely true because let's think about it. A woman comes in, she's a 10. She automatic most of the time. I'm not gonna say because I'm big on absolutes. There's nothing in this world that's absolute. So most of the time when you come across a real pretty woman, I'm pretty. I can sit here and look pretty and I deserve X, Y, and Z. For example, a male. And I ain't gonna sit here and cap and act like, I'm one of the I didn't do it. I then came into situations like, look, I'm attractive, and I know what I'm coming with. You gotta do X, Y, and Z. I definitely feel like we are more entitled, and a lot of people, I would just personally feel like, they can't understand that, it's more to it than just looks. It's way more to it than looks. If you are a good woman, when it comes down to what a man perceives as a good woman, I do feel like it is some type of entitlement, but I would interchange entitlement with standards, because that's kind of a gray line. And if y'all want me to elaborate on what I mean by that, I can. But if not, I'll land there.
All right. Okay.
I'm gonna get it. Hey Kev, I'm about to get Charlotte. Is it Charlotte?
Right. Why we be seeing the same stuff? Because I just go ahead.
She in the comments. She in the comments now. I'm looking at your profile picture. She talking about some pretty privilege ain't a thing. Y'all,
That's what I'll be saying this stuff too, dog. That's so freaking funny. And always, that's why I put that comment right there. I said, can't represent privilege, can't see privilege.
Pretty privilege can't see pretty privilege. Exactly.
Hey, but now that we speaking about
stop,
privilege, right?
You stop.
So you know how people, from the struggle always try to tell people who actually privileged in life, oh, you ain't have to deal with what I had to deal with in X, Y, Z, and etc. Why do people do that when everybody had their own struggles?
But what you mean, like in the sense of like when,
competition,
like how I'm playing with Charlotte now? I'm not playing with her. She is beautiful, but I think the thing is that sometimes when you are just exist that way, sometimes you can't see it from another person's lens.
That's
Just
most definitely true. That's
exactly what I'm saying. So, from a standpoint of being from nothing, I've been, I done did it where I'd have been like, oh, you silver spoon. You don't know about no struggle. You don't know about waking up and not having nothing to eat. You got to eat cereal 3 times a day. Like, it's the same thing with privilege.
So I think you missed the whole thing, which she kind of actually she did put the check mark on there that pretty privileged don't see, basically privileged people don't see privilege, right? Because she made a statement and said, even though this is the second time I think she done did that too, because every time I mention this, she always say something too. I noticed that. Because she said, well, pretty privilege don't exist. Now, the difference with what you talk about and what she just said, she just proved that when you're privileged, you can't see it, or you're going to say things like, it don't exist. That's the difference. Now, it's not about comparing the situation or saying that, that you didn't struggle like that. No, you just wouldn't say nothing like it don't exist. You can't say that. That's the difference.
I get that standpoint. You right.
Go ahead, Charlotte. I know you want to say something. She over there. She done muted a few times. I know you know.
Right. She's bubbling. She over there boiling right now.
I have no comment. I really don't.
Okay. We good.
Okay, you ain't got no comment.
She said, I'll go let.
So
I'll let my dog talk to you. It's like, no, stop.
So, how many men come across and be ready to pay your bills, be ready to just take you out, be ready to do everything in the world for you?
That's just another day.
All right, Kev, I'm out.
All right, Fairy.
None.
What?
Man, she
said none.
Okay, so she want to lie to us today. Okay, it's cool.
None.
It's cool. You can have that. You got it. I'm done.
Hey Kev, exactly. Hey Kev.
Yeah.
Can I call out Alter Ego real quick? Because I just spoke to her like 2-3 times in the comments, and that's normally my boo, and she ain't speaking back, and I feel some type of way.
What? No, my twin acting law. That's because she. That's that pretty privilege.
Oh, okay.
That's what it is. Yeah, for my twin out like that. That's how I do.
I said hello. Anyway, go ahead.
Over there ignoring the hellos and stuff. Oh, my bad. I didn't know if you were worthy of a hello. It's like, let me stop. She said she being bougie tonight. Bad and bougie. You gotta play that song with Then she gonna come back in with the
No,
grand
no, I
energy.
have.
Let me act like I wasn't in here the whole time. Bad and
No,
bougie.
have Ellie rap and dropped, and gave her 50. He looks like Drake, so it makes sense.
You talking about Belly?
Yeah, he looked like Drake. I was like, oh shit.
Right, what the heck this is?
Start buying
It's
people in here, okay.
Drake's corpse.
They not like us.
Kendrick
They
Lamar
not like
messed
us.
him up, yeah.
Light skin problems. There you go. He about to start acting like it too, not saying hi to everybody now. They don't call me Drake.
Look,
Drake called it.
I'm gonna say
Drake is
it
called a
like
belly
this.
now.
Drake. No, listen. I'm just gonna say it like this. Valley can't be compared to Drake because Valley is a normal human being. Drake is not. Drake is from Canada, so he is not normal. I'm gonna leave it at that.
They not like us.
Can agree to that.
They not like
They're
us.
not like
They
us.
not like us. If you don't know what that means, you're part of the team.
Oh,
Yeah, on the Drake and Kendrick Lamar standpoint, I'm on Kendrick's side.
you better be. You better be.
You better
He
be.
definitely
I
destroyed
just
him.
hoping I had to
He
boot
destroyed
nobody
his
out
ass.
this. I hope so. There we go.
Okay, so first off, like in the comment section, I'm gonna need you to leave Vin Diesel alone. That man ain't never did nothing to nobody. You ain't never heard no scandal, no drama, no nothing, even with his baby mama. So I'm gonna need you to
Vin
go ahead
Diesel
and
before the
go over to
family.
Canada and be not like them, because you not like us.
That
Keep it moving.
Vin Diesel boy, that everything family. You know why I tie my shoes? Cause family.
Get out of here with that Fast and the Furious for
Oh my
everybody.
God, they're so cute up there. De Niro got the cutest puppy.
Right. Got them all up.
Oh,
Oh my God.
Hold up, I got a puppy too.
how old are
Literally sitting in bed.
Got
they?
two big girls
That's my
outside.
weakness. I'm a sucker for puppies. Damn.
Me too. Me too.
Oh, we hating on light skin though.
I'm not hating on light skin. Let me say this too real quick. So I want to mess with Charlotte a little bit only because she was in the comments. Wilding. As a black woman, there's a beauty standard in America, right? We all know that. I don't fit that beauty standard. That doesn't mean that I don't think I'm beautiful, right? But at the same time, it does not also mean that I don't see where there is privilege just for me being a woman. There's certain things that I can get or have because it's not like somebody said earlier, it's not just the beauty of a woman. It's kind of the essence of a woman, right? So my essence carries me a lot further than my beauty does. And a lot of people are not going to understand that, but you do have privilege just existing in some sense. It's not saying it's like a right thing, but you're going to have favor in certain situations when you have a certain type of essence. Or if you have beauty off the dick, men are just going to most of the time favor you. But a lot of times with men, they look at all of it. They look at your body. I mean, you got a beautiful face, and your body may not be something they want, or vice versa. But if the whole person, the essence of you is beautiful, you're gonna win every time. But I'm not gonna sit here and say that if I go out here right now and my tire is flat, or if I go somewhere and it's a situation where I can make myself look more vulnerable, I'm gonna get what I want. I'm not gonna sit here and act like that doesn't happen, because that would be me being disingenuous. So, oh my God, Valley, I want it. What kind of puppy is that?
You said some of them looking at essence and some of them looking at asses.
Yeah, and I mean, men look at both. I'll be real. Let's keep it real. They look at both. Y'all look at both. You know what I'm saying? But to sit here and
It's
say,
either essence or asses.
right? But see, this is the problem that a lot of women, not just light skinned women, I'm not trying to get into that conversation, but
Women is a privilege itself, I believe. Well, I would say.
it is. But you have to know how to use that privilege. But don't act like it don't exist. Don't act like it don't exist, because it does exist. But if I put on that role, like somebody said, if I act like I'm a damn so, if I act like I am not slow, but if I act like I don't understand what's going on, men eat that shit up. If I act like I don't know what's going on, if I really want to get what I want, I know how to get what I want when it comes to a man, because all you got to act like is, like she said, a damsel in distress. And if you look halfway decent and you got a decent body, you all right. You gonna be all right.
So I'm not gonna sit up here and act like I don't know how to use that. But a lot of women don't know how to use that. They think that their face is gonna qualify them and get them in the door, but then your attitude stinks. You're a shitty ass person. So now you just ugly. I don't
Right,
care
you go
what you
from
look
a
like. I
10
don't
to
care
a
how
2
much
real
makeup you
quickly.
put on. But go ahead.
I was going to say, you can go from a 10 to a 2 real quickly just by opening your mouth.
Exactly. Exactly.
About it.
Oh yeah, that's why I'm hush on this topic.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
You still
How many
echoing a
bars
little
I
bit,
got
but
up?
yeah.
I'm echoing.
Go ahead. Just rock it out. Rock it out. You should be good.
Man, there's so much that I've heard, so much I want to actually address and tackle, but I'll say this. When you start talking about entitlement, right, I see that different than the things that we deserve, right? Because there's a lot of things that we earn, right, by hard work and all other kind of shit. Are we entitled? Well, nobody owes us nothing. I don't care what you do, right? Nobody don't have to give you a goddamn thing, right? But do you deserve good treatment if you give it? Yeah, you do. Will you get it? Probably not, right? You never know. It all depends on who you run into. So those are two words. I wouldn't say entitled. I'll just say deserve or earn. You know, you deserve what you earn. You know, so I'll say that. But the entitled mentality is, yeah, that's a detriment to a lot of people. Because you have a lot of people who feel I did this, I'm owed this. And nobody really don't owe you nothing. The only thing that you're really that is owed to you is death. That's just the way it is. You know, so yeah, the entitled thing, I don't know what. There's a lot of other, well, first of all, man, I heard so much shit, man. I wanna go in on this shit, but I also wanna be totally respectful. But I wanna be honest too. Sometimes in honesty, people become feeling like they're disrespected, right? Or feel like, you know, they've been slighted, because sometimes the truth, man, is very, very powerful, right? To certain people, especially when they haven't really looked at something yet, right? But I'll say this, I have to clear it up. If I cheat on my wife, it's because that's what I want to do. There's nothing that my wife could do. Nothing. I don't give a fuck what she do. There's nothing she could do that'll make me actually cheat on her. If I cheated on her, it's because I wanted to, right? And I was just probably looking for an excuse to actually do it. When you want to do something, you find an excuse. You can find an excuse with anything, right? So this thing about, you know, if a man cheats, most likely because the woman, no. And I think as men, we're putting too much responsibility on women, right? To cater to our boy, right? Within every man, there's a boy. With every woman, there's a girl, right? What you have to realize is that as boys, right, when we was raised up, yeah, we was raised up different than the women, right? We wouldn't get that pat or get that extra nurturing and stuff. Why? Because see, a long time ago, boys had to be groomed for warfare. Okay, you can't be a protector and be all extra soft, right? Every little thing hurts you. You got a skin knee, God damn it, get over it. You be all right. That's why little boys was talked to like that, because they wanted to tough the little boys up. Nowadays, you have a lot of young men nowadays, they're looking for the moms, right? And I can dig it, because with inside the little boy that they didn't get from their mother, they're looking, that little boy is still looking to be treated like they're well off in their manhood. Because I hear young men, young beings, as I like to call them, right? They're continuing to say, well, how about us? We're going through this. We this, that, and the third. Listen, when it comes time to protect your woman, like all that extra stuff, all that extra softness, you're going to have to get that out of you. You're going to have to put some ice on you, right? You get a skinned up knee, God damn it, you'll be all right. Put a paper towel on it. Hey, you want to kiss the boo-boo? All of that shit, we got to knock it off. Let's stop putting so much stuff on women. And another thing, it does not look good on a man. I don't know what this generation, and I'm knocking all of them, but it doesn't look good on a man to go up and go to war with a woman. Verbally, physically, anything, right? When I came up, we laughed at that shit, right? So like I said, you know, this going back and forth with women, cussing women out. Most of you guys going back and forth with women, you put your hand on a woman if she was right in front of you. A lot of you people, you expose yourself when you get online, right? There's a lot of cowards online. That's men and women. Because a lot of the shit that y'all say to each other, y'all would never say that shit in real life to each other. And if you do, something is wrong with your ass, because somebody would definitely take you out your vessel. Men, again, stop arguing with women. Stop going back and forth and critiquing women. Let women critique women. Let's stay on critiquing men, because we got a lot of shit that we need to be addressing as men. And I tell you, if I wasn't married, I would definitely find a woman that has boys, so I can give them, so I can actually be an asset in their life and give them certain principles that they need to grow up on. Because these principles definitely is the basic foundation to our character. Everybody pays more attention to the money in the pocket, the way people look and all that nonsense. You need to look at the character of a man or a woman and decide upon that. So that's all I have to say. I got a lot more to say, but I'm just gonna be quiet right now because I'll be just too lengthy. Peace to you.
May I say to
Bars,
that,
my
though,
brother.
that the
Bars.
reason why we need to worry about critiquing the opposite sex, particularly women, unfortunately, the way that's going with that conversation is because there are a lot of women that are turning to degeneracy with this whole women empowerment thing and whatnot and stuff like that. Instead of looking for equality, they're looking for a gynocastric system. So the problem that we have is that, you know, we love policing our own selves, which is policing men. But when you leave some of these ladies to be the influence of other ladies, they're not necessarily doing a good job with that. So that's where I think you're seeing a lot of men give their input on that, is because when you leave their policing to themselves without any feedback from us to, give them a perspective of what we're looking for, what we're requesting of, and vice versa, then you get those predicaments and problems. And that's the whole conundrum of what we're happening with today, as opposed to what we used to have to only deal with in the past.
I agree with that, Andre, but I kind of see what Kilo was saying too, because see, here's the thing, right? I feel like for me personally, you guys hear what my perspective is and how I speak, right? I am a outlier. So when I get on this TikTok thing, if I do a live and I have a conversation, it'd be so many people waiting to tell me about myself when I'm correcting women. They got all the time. When a lot of times I feel like I got all the time to deal with it, because I'm going to tell you exactly how things are and what it is. I'm a truth teller. I'm a truth speaker. So sometimes, like Elo said, when you speak facts or you speak truth, people look at it as you're being disrespectful, you're being mean. No, I'm just telling you what it is. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just telling you a fact is a fact, right? But back to what he said. Even in the I don't believe that men should not correct women, but I do believe there's a certain type of decorum that you have. You have to understand when you're speaking to somebody who's coming into a room, who's trying to trigger you. You got to collect yourself, whether it's a man or a woman. Don't matter the gender. Because some people come into these rooms just to trigger you. And then when they win, when you fall into the trap. But you got to always stand on what they say, stand on your square. As a man or a woman, you got to still collect yourself and keep yourself, because see, like earlier what I saw, you play right into the narrative that you might hit me because you can't even control yourself in this conversation. And like Veli said, I've gotten the mantra that I'm a beer on this app, because I was sharing a conversation and a story with someone, and someone came in, took half of the story, and they ran with it. They put their little narrative on it. But I don't agree with anybody touching anybody. Keep your hands to yourself. But I had to grow into that, because I grew up in a situation where there was a lot of physical stuff going on, but I had to grow through that. But when it comes to a man, and when as women, we're looking at men, let's just say everybody that's in the comments or everybody that's in this room that sees certain things, or they hear how a man responds, because you can talk to somebody and you don't have to talk to them messed up and still get your point across. But when you start to let them start playing with your emotions and making you act the way and come out your box, I got you now. If I'm sitting here, and that's with anybody, like if I'm in a conversation with you and I can make you, react to me in an emotional way, I have full control of that conversation. From the rest, after that, I'm in complete control of everything else that happens in this conversation. And if you want a woman to look at you a certain kind of way, you got to contain yourself, because that's how I'm going to look at you as a man. Like, oh, he can't even control himself. So how can I let him lead me as a woman when you can't even hold yourself together in the conversation on TikTok? Think about that stuff.
That's where I got to stop you. You was on fire till you said that.
What's the last part I said? What?
Well, listen, it takes one that wants to be led and one that can lead. That's all it comes
I
down
agree.
to.
I agree, but I can't, for me personally, I'm a person of logic. If we're in a car together and we're riding in a car together and someone triggers you, you're driving and someone triggers you and you act crazy, you no longer can protect me, because you better can protect yourself. Because you're not in a logical frame of mind anymore.
I think that's extreme. That's real extreme. People get upset. It's okay to get upset and mad and
You want to
angry.
give me another one? I can go on and on. It's just,
I know,
to me,
but you know,
yeah, well, opinion is opinion. But I'm just saying, when I look at someone who's able to, a leader, most leaders, do they react that way? Don't take that out of the situation. You think most leaders just go off and just okay? Well, we talking about two different leaders then. But yeah, it is hard. A leader takes practice, like Elo.
Now,
That's why you have men like Elo who say, I gotta be I need to be able to be in situations where I can train young men. You have to be trained for that. That's something you learn from a little kid all the way up to a grown adult. Now, some people gotta learn it as an adult. But we shouldn't be at this age not being able to control our emotions. Can we agree on that? Can we agree on that, Valley?
Agree.
Okay.
Age doesn't have.
now,
Excuse me. Let me say this.
go ahead, Ela.
no.
Age doesn't have nothing to do with maturity. Not at all. Right? You could be as old as you want. I see people in their 60s and 70s still acting like these young beings, right? Still emotionally erupt, right? They have no discipline with a lot of things, but these things you have to be around. Men need to be around other men of substance, right? Other men of principle and character. It's the only way they're going to learn that, and they have to have respect. If people don't learn from people they don't respect, they don't even listen to them. Plain and simple, right? So I say that when I'm talking about critiquing, I leave the critiquing for my wife, right? Because critiquing has to do with standards, right? What kind of standards you're about. I'm not going to go out here and tell a woman about her weave. I'm not going to tell her about her eyelashes. I'm not going to tell her about the clothing she wears and stuff like that unless she asks me for my opinion. That's when I will offer and share my wisdom to her. Why? Because a man's protection, a lot of times if it doesn't come physical, it comes within wisdom. So if I'm telling a woman, hey, watch this. Hey, check this out. Hey, maybe you could do it like this. I'm not going to critique her, right? My wife is different. My daughters would be different, right? My sisters would be different, right? But like I said, men, we got so many problems among us as men. First of all, like I always say, we need to redefine what the hell a man is and our standards in our community, because that's something that we need to know. But actually dealing with women, no, we got too much shit going on with men. We need to, as men of wisdom, right? Men of stature, we need to be speaking to men. And women of stature, right? Women of character need to be speaking to women. But then it's a way you speak to people. That's the whole thing. You have a lot of people out here wanting to actually control instead of just sharing, right? So like I said, I wish I was around young boys, right? Because they need to have that development at the early stages. Because by the time they get up in the late stages in their life, man, it ain't really too much you can tell them. So like I said, men, and I'll say this, men have to, if you're going to critique anything, critique other men. Because we have too many problems, man. A lot of problems going on with men right now, where we can't even be worrying about women right now. Let women worry about women.
May I also say this, though? It's hard to be a leader when you're not being followed effectively. Just point blank and period. You can lead on if you are saying, hey, we need to do this, this, and that, or you're sassy, you're insecure. You're not having an effective follower. And it's okay to be an effective follower, ladies. If you want us to lead, you have to be an effective follower. That's all I gotta say about that.
And I'm gonna run this in real quick. You can't lead somebody that doesn't want to be led. The example that I used earlier, there was a point behind the way I was acting. Because I had made the statement earlier and it was used against me. And she said to clarify that I okayed DB, never said that. So that's why I started clowning. I was even singing a song, shut up, just shut up, shut up. Like, I don't think anybody actually caught that. Like, the point that I was making was illogical people that are hurt are going to come up here, say these random wild things and act all out of character. And I'm at the point in my life that I don't have to deal with you. So I'm just going to tell you what it is and I'm just going to keep it pushing. I have too much going on in my actual life that I have to be responsible for to worry about somebody on TikTok that wants to just make a hit piece. So she can go back to her little Marxist lives and talk all the junk she wants. All the people in here have been very polite, very understanding, and very on point. And Elo, bro, like, we need more men like you being the teachers. Because you remind me of my grandfather. So keep pushing that, my man. All praise to you. Now land.
I just want to say one thing too, just to correct something. His imperfection, I think it is. I caught that wasn't you that said what she said that you said, but she did say she was sipping, so I kind of let it go. She did definitely have you confused with somebody else. Got that, but this is not me telling you because I would have did the same thing. I would have wanted to correct that because when people on TikTok, especially when people take something like that, they're gonna run that. Like I have to still defend things that I didn't say. People heard something that I didn't say, but they heard it in their mind and they got it in their mind and whatever. The only thing I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying as a suggestion. Just be cognitive of people like her because she did that on purpose because she knew she was gonna get that response from you. And as a woman, I'm telling you, there are a lot of women who do that. So, in a part of you growing and developing as a person, I don't care what she was trying to do. You're gonna always keep the control over that situation if you don't play into it. Because she got what she wanted, and now she's gone.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So she did that on purpose. That's the message.
You won.
She won.
You know what's crazy? At work, I dealt with this a week ago, and you know what I did? I smiled, and I looked at her. I said, "You fucked up." The next thing I know, I didn't have to say anything. There was a meeting called, and she got scolded for it. See, it's a tactic, man. If they could make you act out of frame, even if you're right, that's the easiest tactic they could do. Even if you're right, they will get you to act out of your frame. And as long as they can make you look crazy, then when people don't look at it anymore, it's the truth. Or, they don't look for the truth anymore. They ask for the illogical person in the moment.
Very true.
Can
Very
I say
true.
this real quick? Can I say this? Every man and every woman, but I'm gonna speak to men. You need a code. You need a code of conduct. So one code that I have that keeps me out of trouble, right? There's 3 type of people you don't argue with, right? You don't argue with women, you don't argue with children, and you don't argue with gay men. Why is this? Because with the woman, you're not going to win. With the gay men, you're not going to win. And with the child, it says you're on the child's level. So if you download and install that code, watch. From now on, you'll see. As soon as a woman come up with that nonsense or whatever you think is nonsense and she wants to argue, you don't argue with her. Makes no point in you arguing with a woman. Why? You're not going to win because emotionally, a lot of men are not ready to have those conversations with women because women can go to a certain level on a man and a man will be ready to go all crazy. What? Violence comes from the mouth of the woman. Violence comes from the hands of the man. So we are 2 different. So do yourself a favor, download and install that code. Don't argue with women, don't argue with children, and don't argue with no gay man. I promise you.
Very true. Bars all the way around. Now, Valley, I'm going to give you an example. I had an employee, young man, came at me sideways 2 days ago, and I told him I did what you did. I smiled, and then I was like, we're gonna have a conversation because we have cameras and microphones in my establishments that I work in. And I was like, we're gonna go ahead, we're gonna go and we're gonna pull up the cameras and the mics, and we're gonna let that speak for itself. Young man now is on the verge of being terminated because of his reckless behavior. And all he had to do was not act and say what he did, but he didn't want to listen. So I took it to the higher ups and I said, this is what happened. I need y'all to run the cameras back and listen to what he said and how I responded. Because he said something completely out of character and he threatened somebody. And I was like, you can't do that.
So you get it, right? So like, I don't know Ferry at all, but y'all got to realize something, especially in these conversations online or whatever. All people are looking for is to go viral. All people are looking for is attention because they don't have it in real life, right? So when you talk to these people with these alternative mindsets, that's gonna be their number one weapon, getting you to act crazy. That's all it is. That's all.
Oh, I already know, Valley. Like I know who that woman is. She goes into all these feminist lives and she talks a lot of rhetoric about how she doesn't like men. So I get it. So at the end of the day, yeah, I fell into the trap, key word. I said what I said, but at the end of the day, look at it like this. I wasn't really angry. I'm over here singing and dancing while she over there acting out of character. I just proved my point at the end of it, saying that the emotions that we were speaking on, how men can't say certain things, can't do certain things without being looked at in a certain light, that's what that was. She felt that I was less than, so she came after me, calling me a bitch, saying I was this and that. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. So I already know how that works. And I appreciate you and
Man.
Echo and B, and you too, Andre. Appreciate all you.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Yeah, I would just add on to this is that you don't necessarily have to argue with someone, but you can defend yourself. You can say a few words and, try to allow them to logically see your point of view of the situation. So you don't necessarily have to remain silent and plead the fifth. It's just don't work yourself to where you're losing your emotions based on the situation. So I think that's more potent. Yes, sir.
I would say just know who you're talking to, because some people just ain't worth it though, low key, on both ends. But most of the time it's just what I realize when we snap back on people or whatever. It's just be like a trauma versus trauma thing. A lot of us ain't got things we ain't healed from, so we just can't wait to get our get back for the most part. That's because the reason why I seen that and noticed that is because I'm like, oh, why do I have to say something back to this person? So why do I feel a certain way? What I'm going to get? What's the accomplishment I'm going to get? All I'm going to be like, oh, I put them in their place, and then what I'm going to get after that? Nothing. So I have to think about stuff like that. So I'm like, yeah, it's just really some stuff that some inner stuff that both sides be going back and forth on. Because a lot of people just can't wait to snap. That's all it be. Oh, I couldn't wait to see.
I mean, my philosophy is you allow a dog to piss on your leg, eventually it'll piss on your head too.
Yeah.
That's why you got options to either walk away or sit there and get yourself in trouble. Fighting ain't gonna work all the time.
I'm gonna walk away. I'm just
But
gonna
the one who remains in control,
piss on his leg.
Yeah, because when that dog, you try to defend yourself and he bites your whole arm off.
Right.
Hey, Cam, can you hear me, Cam?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was correct. What you said, yeah, that's definitely correct. Everything don't have to be addressed. You have a lot of individuals online, from what I see, everything has to be addressed. We feel entitled. Right? Yeah, everything has to be addressed. Some things, like I pick and choose, right, who I'm going to go back and forth with. But when I go back and forth, I'm going to be the example of what I would like to see on the outside of me. So if somebody came to me yelling and screaming, I'm not going to match that energy, because that's not me. If I start doing what that other person did, then that means now I'm not me no more. Now that person done made me them. Now I'm on the same level with them, right? You don't match energy with women. You don't match negative energy. You just don't do it. right? Unless, like, especially online, what can you actually do? Nothing. So what sense is it to get yourself all in a tizzy for what? You can't do a damn thing but sit there and yell and scream, sitting up there looking like you done lost your mind, right? So like I said, everything don't have to be addressed. And if I am going to address something, I'm going to address it in the way that I feel it needs to be addressed. I'm not going to lose my mind, because after a while, the person is going to see how you are, and they're going to stop doing that. I done did it too many times on this app.
Matching energy, so you can address something without yelling, pretty much. Like, I keep this same tone no matter
Yes,
what someone does.
correct,
So,
correct. You are being yourself the whole time through. You're not being somebody else. Just because
right.
I'm yelling and screaming and being disrespectful towards you, definitely don't match my energy, because you're not teaching me nothing now. Now you're not teaching me nothing. Now,
Agreed,
if you
sir.
match my energy, you on the same goddamn
Yeah.
level that I'm on. I
You
made
gave
you
them what they
move off.
wanted.
That's right. But when you sit there and keep calm and wait till I'm finished, right? Wait till I'm finished bugging the fuck out, and then say, hey, can I speak now? Are you all right? All right. Is it possible that we could sit down and I say something, you listen, you say something and I listen, or is that something we can't have? After a while, they start to be quiet and listen, and they stop coming up out of that. I done had people apologize to me numerous times because they came in a way that was nonsense. And I'm glad I didn't. You gotta live by principles. You gotta live by codes. If you don't
Agreed,
do
sir.
this, programming. It's programming, right? Everything is for programming. You gotta decide on what program you're gonna operate by. Plain and simple, and you can write your own program.
Agreed. I agree with that.
All right, all right, all right. So since it kind of died, let's get to the. I feel like
Tap the
did
screen, tap the
everybody?
screen, share the live. Tap the screen, share the live.
Yeah.
By the way,
Right.
I've been
Sure.
confronted because I would go against what some woman said. I would be called sassy and insecure,
Right.
and I'm speaking just like this, and I'm keeping a very even tone. I would get kicked out of lives just for going against some women that were either popular in the panel, or just someone, just random lady in general. Like, so sometimes it just really doesn't matter if you're calm or not, or if you don't take offense. You can still be labeled these certain things, and yeah, it'll try to throw you off a rocker, and I really don't fall for it. But because I don't fall for it, it puts me even deeper in the trap of being muted whenever I'm speaking, or getting kicked off and blocked by the creator and things like that. So sometimes the internet's really not an easy place to navigate and have a logical wisdom set upon you.
You gotta pick and choose where you're gonna be at, right? Those spaces, I don't go in those type of spaces. I go in spaces that's about respect. Plain and simple. If you meet me one time, okay, no problem, right? What I have to say, is uncommon, right? It goes against the common belief system. That's okay. I know I'm not wanted there, so I don't cast my pearls before swine, and I don't go there. I'm not gonna snot bubble about it. I'm not gonna do none of that shit. I'm just gonna stay from around there. Because it doesn't matter how civilized you are with your delivery. If you just by going against somebody is enough for some people to look at you and label you a certain way. But most people who are labeling people, a lot of that is shaming tactics. A lot of it is manipulative behavior to get you, to box you, to do what they want you to do, talk how they want you to talk, and be who they want you to be. And if you don't do that, then they'll start coming with a bunch of nonsense like sassy, all of this kind of shit up. It's nonsense, plain and simple. And once you see that nonsense, just don't subscribe there. That's all, plain and simple.
Roger,
Yeah, I
sir.
want to say
Understood.
this too, though. Like what we talking about, I think it's hard for a lot of people to do it, because some people feel like they got to address a lot of things when they feel a certain way, because it's a, like I said, ego. That's a mug. The ego and pride. That stuff is so deep, man. Some people just really kind of like it's taken over by it, low key. That's how deep it done got. Especially if you're doing it for many years and you never got checked or got humbled in your life, and then you always wanted to have something. Nobody don't like the feeling of like I said, feeling less than, or just based off how we got taught. Some people get a thrill out of and a pleasure out of like, yeah, I got to check this person. But the ones that do that, they get the worst feeling when they don't get to check that person and then it backfire on them. And then they will think about this for days and months and whatever until they get back and think of a master plan to get this person back. But that's a hectic type life to live. And there's people that's deep into it. Like you will see them keep bringing up the same old topic right back up, like, dang, you remember that last time or whatever, or they come with a different way and let you know that they've been falling man, what the freak? Basically, like they just been sleeping on it. They wake up, think about it every day, and every time they see that person, just remind them again, like, I remember when y'all brought that up, and you know what I'm saying? That's how bad people is with like their ego and pride, like they really just can't take a L. You know what I'm saying? That's like them same people that if you fight them and then they want to pop you. You know what I'm saying? Because they gonna find a way to win. But that's a hectic type. Like this, that's almost as bad as like this entitlement stuff. That ego and pride. That's something that's not crazy.
Well, look,
It's a deadly sin.
I think
I'm
BB
sorry,
was
go
going.
ahead. Go ahead, my bad. Go ahead.
I was gonna just say, just kind of piggyback on that because that happened to me, Kev. But the kind of person I am, right? When I see somebody doing that to me, it pisses me off. Like when I realize that you're trying to, baby, and somebody said it earlier. Like a lot of people are trying to go viral. So I had like a content creator, I didn't say that name, that we had a little discourse, and they kept trying to bring me into an argument with them. And then one day it hit me. I was like, "Oh, you trying to make money off of me?
Yep.
If we gonna do that, we gonna split the money. If you gonna, you know what I'm saying? Like, if that's what you're trying to do, if you're trying to have that type of banter to get your numbers and all that kind of stuff, you're trying to use me, then I'm gonna need some of that cash that you get. You know what I mean? Like, don't try to, because that's what it's all about. If I go into your room and me and you going back and forth and your numbers going up, and you're getting, gifts and cash apps and all that, and the only thing I'm getting is my blood pressure going up. No.
Exactly.
I need some of that money. And when I realized that's what people do on this app so much, that's when I stopped falling into that quote unquote trap. I ain't doing it. You're not gonna do that to me.
Hey, look, this also how you know that because it's different now, right? Because I used to, like I said, that junk ran bad in my family. I ain't gonna even lie. Like ego and pride to this day it is, But it's different when you done, like I said, you put in that work and it's the opposite way, right? Instead of feeling bad that you didn't take up for yourself or something like that, you actually feel bad when you end up matching somebody's energy. Like, dang, I end up turning to a sucker. Freak, why did I let this person get me out my square? Stuff like that. You really do. Like, and it feels good, right? When you see a person that you used to be, right? They get to snapping all crazy and you be like, dang, you kind of laugh. It's like, they be like, and now you laughing because you like, dang, you didn't get me out my square. That'd be funny. Because like when I be going them crazy lives sometimes, I ain't gonna lie, I be laughing like, I feel sad at the same time too, but I'm like, dang, I really like my little self made this whole room just yell out their brains and stuff. Like, how much trauma and stuff do you got in your life that all I gotta say is a couple words and y'all just going berserk? Now imagine if I was a person y'all did know. If a stranger can do that, imagine if a person that y'all did know. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I feel bad and that's that ego and pride stuff I'm talking about. Like that, and I'm like, man, 'cause I feel good when I don't fall for the trap. I ain't gonna even lie.
Yeah, you heard me talk. Like people say they talk down on TikTok. Oh, y'all just on TikTok and it's just TikTok. I'm gonna tell you something. Now I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I've grown so much on this app because I have been able to sit in the audience and watch other women. Because like Elo said, I can only kind of correct what I know. I know who I am as a woman, and I know other women, and I can communicate and learn from them and grow from them like they can from me. But when I sit in these damn boxes, or I sit mainly when I'm in the comments, and I can see how the women are reacting, I was like, oh, I don't want to do that. I'm gonna stop doing that. Like I'm gonna stop people like that. I'm gonna stop. Even when it comes to men, like when men sit there and they talk about, well, this affected me or that affected me. They're not talking about me personally, but I know I've done that to somebody.
Let me say something when she done.
All right.
For people to verbally say it, and you know what I mean, it makes you kind of, to me, if you're a person that want to grow and change, it's gonna make you shift a little bit and be kind of more aware and conscious of that. So I have learned a lot from this app, but I'm done.
Go ahead, Elo.
Okay. Let me put this down for y'all, right? Some of you will catch it, some of you won't. But I'm gonna give you just a brief glimpse of what I went through, right? When I was a lot younger. Okay, there came a time when I said, damn, bro, you acting just like a woman. Damn, bro, you acting just like a child. Why was that? Because most of my life has been around women and children, right? So a lot of my life, right, was influenced. A lot of my actions, a lot of things I was saying, I didn't know that they were being influenced by women, being influenced like as children. So when I discovered that, it takes real courage to find that shit within yourself. But that's how I started to learn how to become the man who I am now. Because what I did was I let the women and children teach me. What that young being just said, what that sister just said, is exactly how I learned. I started watching and observing and seeing what women predominantly did as a collective, and I would see if I'm doing it in some type of way, or if I'm talking like that, if I'm using the verbiage that they're using, if I'm moving my body in certain way when I'm speaking, all kinds of shit. And when I seen it, I said, oh shit, unfucking real. I'm being damn. And I started to evolve. I started to allow women and children to be my greatest teachers. So when I see the things that children do or that children want and expect, I see if I act the same way, because that's how I knew as a man I was operating in my boy spot, acting in my boy position, right? So I had to learn. Women and children is what actually taught me, right? So nowadays I tell men, we gotta look different than women and children. What you see predominantly the women are doing, look and see, do you do the exact same thing? Because you'll be surprised on how much your actions and your emotions and what you do is influenced by women. You would be surprised on how much childlike you are. How much childlike you are when you really start to pay attention, right? Your wants, your needs, your weaknesses, all that. That's how you start to get to know who you are, right? And then you start to realize, well, damn, it's time that I gotta face my weaknesses, because that's the only way for me to be stronger. So if anybody in here, anybody that hears my voice, I'm trying to tell you, look at yourself, observe yourself, pay attention to yourself. A lot of men are very over opinionated. That shit is what women did back in the day. All of the gossiping, that's what the women did back in the day, right? That's why when women do it, nobody really says nothing, because that's normally what they do. It's not a good thing or a bad thing. It's just their lifestyle and what they did. But there's a lot of men that look worse than women right now on this app, and I'm sorry to say that, no disrespect, but a lot of these men are looking just like women, or if not worse, and that is no slight to women, but these men need to be men, and they need to look different than y'all. Sorry.
I'm in complete agreement with him, and I actually add on to something when it comes to men finding their way as well at a different angle. I grew up without my father, and he was a pretty bad dude. Was a former Marine. I'm former Navy. He got himself into a lot of drug issues and all of that other type of stuff. Ruined his life. Has 99-year prison sentence. All that good jazz. And I learned to be a man by saying to myself, I have to learn to be the complete opposite of this man. And by every measure, I am. I'm well off. I take care of my business. My mom's very secure. My, future generations will be secure if I have them, possibly. So that's another way you can learn. And I always tell people to encourage the young men that I come along to pass that on as well. So that's another area of contention as well with what Mr. Elo said is, that's another way of looking at it, I guess.
See, what he just did is what we need, right? What he just did is what we need. You see how he said add on to what Elo said, right? it was something different, right? But it was another way of doing what I was saying. Somebody else can come up and say, well, let me also add on to that. As if we can do that as men and women, right? If we can do that and not say, well, my way is better. No, not this way. Let's do it this way. If we can get the fuck out of that nonsense, learn how to work together and do what he just did, add on, make it more lengthy, right? I think we would be a lot better off as a people. A lot better off, because there's a lot of different ways to do things, right? But when you add them all together, it actually helps everybody, because somebody will take my way, somebody will take what he said, right, his way, and then we all collectively can work together. That's why I said us as older men and women, right, that have the wisdom, right? We need to apply that wisdom to those who are knowledgeable so we can all come out with an understanding, because that's what is needed, right? Not weaponize my wisdom against the youngins, and the youngins not weaponize their knowledge against me, but we come together to build an understanding together. And that right there, what he did, I applaud that. And I appreciate him adding on to that. Peace to you.
Peace to you, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Now, Valley, I got a question for you. Something you said a while ago. We're gonna go back to you. You said something about, and I'm not. Let me preface this with saying I'm really trying to learn. I really am. I'm not trying to be combative. We're just having a conversation. So let me start with that. You said that it's hard for someone, something along the lines of a man to, I guess, teach a woman or lead a woman who don't want to be led. Do you think that that's any different with any type of human? Like, let's just use, I'm going to use military, for example.
You don't want to do that.
I don't. Well, why don't I want to do that? Tell me why I
Because
don't
in the
want
military, they listen to you no matter if they think you're right or wrong. See, in the military, you don't have that option to choose if you want to be led or not. You trust. Once you sign that contract, you say, like a marriage, you say, hey, I put full trust in you to run my life. And you just follow. See, in marriages, relationship. Oh, go ahead, finish. But yeah, that's the difference. See, it's different whenever I hear leadership, I doubt these women even know what they mean. I just feel like it's a buzzword they love to use, to be honest. Like, let's be real. Like, I interviewed one woman in Purdy's room. She was talking about her ex didn't lead her. I said, okay, did he lose his job? Did he lose your house? Did he lose your money? Did you guys maintain, or did you guys move up in life? And it wasn't the negative. So I said, okay, so how does a man lead? What do you want from a man's leadership? What exactly are y'all saying?
Okay, so it's kind of double sword, right? So most of the time when you're right. So you sign up for the military and you say, this is what I'm allowed. The government's going to basically take care of me. But your day-to-day activity, your regular job is just what you do, right? You're training also in the midst of all of that to go into a war, maybe, possibly, right?
If I may, ma'am.
No, let her finish.
Yeah, maybe possibly I may go into war. I might do that. That might happen. But I have somebody over me that's my leader. Regardless of how, whatever. That's the person that's going to make all the calls. Or let's not even say military. You can say basketball. You can say whatever you want to say, however you want to structure it. But even when you're in a submissive position, right, and you're looking up to the leader, you're still watching what they're doing, right? So in me watching what you're doing, if I'm seeing things that are a failure, because every
Failure
leader,
in what way? What failure are we talking about?
it could be, if you're talking about the military, let's say
No, talk about in a relationship, the bare minimum of a failure. What type of failures are you talking about? Losing a house? Losing all your money, your life savings? Or him telling you not to do something?
I can give you an example I heard today. This is an example I heard today from somebody fresh out the press. A lady, she got married. She's a friend of mine. She got married to this guy. And she completely kind of encompassed the whole, you're my leader, I'm going to submit to you, right? I'm going to let you make the decision for this household because this is how you want this structure to go. Now, I didn't feel like that was a wise thing to do because I'm the person that watch people. I'm a watcher. I'm a
Wait, wait,
watcher
wait. So
first.
she said she's gonna fall in with submission, and
Mhm.
you're saying that's what you? Yeah, she can be led. You can't.
I'm not saying I can't be led. I'm using an example. I'm not using me. I'm talking about somebody else. But we can talk about me another day. But we're talking about what I heard today. So what happened was he made the decision that he wanted to pay the house off, right?
I caught that.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
yeah.
so what? So what happened at the end?
At the end of the day, the plan that he was saying was a horrible plan. It was a horrible plan to begin with.
Okay.
She knew that because she understands finances. And it does not make sense to try to pay your house off with credit cards.
So where are they at now? What's the result of everything?
He maxed all the credit cards out.
Okay, and then what happened? What's happening right now?
Your house is still not paid off.
Okay.
So the plan was
Is the story over?
Hold on, let me finish. So let's go with what it started with. His plan as the leader was to pay the house off. Right? That was the end goal. The house is gonna be paid off. The plan was to pay off the house using credit cards.
All right, but I'm wondering what's okay. I hear you now. And I'm fast forwarding. I'm only going to expect the worst. But my question is, what is the end result, and what is happening right now? What is happening
The
right
house is
now?
not paid off, so I got to still make a payment every month. Not me, but her.
Okay, so are they homeless? Are they sleeping on the streets?
That's not the point. The point is your
No,
plan.
it is the point.
No. His plan. No, that's a failed project. We
Okay,
started
people
off,
fail.
and that's fine. But what I'm saying to you is this: at some point, even as the follower, you got to have some sense enough to be able to say, "Hey, hold on, we about to mess our credit up. We about to That's not a good business decision. That's not
Who
a good
cares?
financial decision.
But who cares? People
No,
fail. People fail.
You do know the U.S.
Honestly,
government's
I'm going to be real.
$32 trillion in debt.
No, it's not about
As
them being
a
on the street. It's about me
B,
giving you hold on. It's
B.
about go
Go
ahead.
finish.
No, I was gonna say somebody's saying the point is they're not on the street. No, that is financial ruin.
So
That is not the
they're
point.
so they have no money at all. They're in financial. That means they can't afford nothing. They're missing payments now, and she
Now,
can't get her nails done tomorrow if she asks.
Valerie, respectfully, now you're doing what other people that now you're shifting. We are
I'm
talking
not
about
shifting. No. Let's have the discussion now
right.
because I'm a high risk, high reward person. So what you said, okay, he made a mistake, and y'all don't want people that make mistakes anymore. Like
It's not making a
you know how
mistake.
ridiculous that sounds. In order to get to where I'm at today, do you know it took me like almost a decade of mistakes, like my whole 20s, but I was still like chasing my own dream that I knew was right. Like come on now, like
Is that wise though?
it is very wise. Let him learn and let him make mistakes because if he can make a mistake, he'll learn from it, right? So next time you know it's not gonna happen. So now you have a better man because he learned from his mistakes. See,
Yeah, he started from the bottom.
Hold
Now
on,
he's here.
Everett, wait up.
No, he's
Wait up. That's the weakness of y'all nowadays. That's the weakness of y'all nowadays.
Ridiculous.
See, you know
That's
what's
ridiculous.
crazy? You know what's crazy? So one of the highest married couples in America, like let's look at Hispanics, right? Man, you know these Hispanic men, you know how many times they start failed businesses, do this, that, and the third. But then you know what? At the end of the day, they still make it happen, and like everyone wins in the end. See, the problem with y'all is y'all don't trust. Y'all looking for the first mistake because the grass is always greener. Who cares if the man failed? Honestly, who cares? The most successful man you're gonna find is gonna fail as well. So are you gonna leave him and say he's not a good? Wait. So are you gonna leave him and say he's not a good leader because he made a mistake? If that's the case, guess what? You are never gonna be happy. Because good luck finding the perfect man that does make mistakes that's gonna like you.
Sir, that was one. I could go on and go on and go on.
I know,
what the
but
point,
I'm saying from what you just told us, you gave us a 5-minute story, and I'm telling you, okay, he made a mistake, but they're now homeless. So what's the problem? There's no problem. He's still going to work. They still have a home to wake up in. I fail to find the issue.
Well, hold on. Let me tell you what else. He wants her to put her house in his name, making decisions like that. No,
You're together, right?
No, that you're too passive. I mean, Elo,
Didn't they
Kevin,
both own the
Pam, do you
house?
think it's a wise decision in America?
Do you have a man?
I do. I'm married for 26 years.
So your man has
I'm
never
pulling
made
out
a
14
mistake in
acres.
his life.
Listen. I'm not. This is the whole reason why I did not say.
Well, y'all done. I want to say something on this one.
I'm done. And she's basically mad because he made a mistake and they're not homeless, so he's a bad leader. Okay.
Hold on, Belly.
Sure.
Hold on, Belly. Let me say something to you real quick, Belly. Let me say something real quick to you. That's not the person I am. You took that from that story I told about somebody else. I did not use it for a very specific reason. The reason I don't use myself is because as soon as I start talking, people switch their narrative to something else. But I'm gonna say this: I've been in a relationship for 26 years, honey. I've been married for over 12 years. My husband, a lot of times, let me finish. My husband, a lot of times in our relationship, I was a higher earner. But guess what? Me being the person I am, I did let him be when it made sense to us because we are a partnership. We are a partnership, right? And in making decisions, when everybody else was telling me, leave him alone, he don't got no job, he got this, he got that. We made business decisions together because guess what? Our family was a business to us. We had to make good financial decisions so we won't living on the street. So we won't homeless. But he had to be a man enough to be able to say, well, hey, some things I don't know. Hey, and I had to say, sometimes I gotta let you lead in. But we put our heads together and we made something happen. Now we live rent free. We don't have no mortgage. We have 2 homes paid off. We got 15 acres we're clearing right now. So
Okay, people make mistakes at the end of the day. Like if no one's homeless and if people aren't suffering, like like there's literally a comedian. There's literally a comedian recently. I forgot his name, but he was on Joe Rogan. He told his wife to move. They just paid off a beautiful home, their dream home. And they moved and it was a bad decision for business. And he learned from his mistakes. The daughter's fine. She learned. She voiced her opinion. The wife is fine. She voiced her opinion. And he's a better man now. And they're still living the dream. Like, unless, like, when I hear bad leadership, I'm expecting you guys to lose all your money. I'm expecting y'all to be on the streets now. There's children everywhere. That's not yours. You lose your home. You lose this and that. But if there's just a bad mistake that just sets you back, like, okay. Like, what do y'all want from people nowadays?
Though. You got to be. So I'm a financial person. I'm a accountant. Right. So you should know better than anybody that for you to sit here on this panel, if you're an investor like you say you are, for you to sit here and act like it's just a small, like a slight, because in America, let me finish. As an investor that a lot of people are just a paycheck away from being on the street. Okay. You know that. You don't know that?
So do you want me to sit here and say, oh, he's a bad leader?
No, I don't want you to do that.
Stupid man. They're not on the streets, but he made a mistake. Stupid man, bad leader. She deserves better.
I don't want you to say
Belly's just looking on the bright side.
Belly, you're being extreme.
No, but what response do you want? I said he made a mistake. Oh well.
I want you to be truthful.
I said he made a mistake. Oh well, but you want us to shun him.
I'm not shunning him. I didn't tell her to leave her husband.
Then what's the point of this conversation then?
But Belly's just looking on the bright side.
You asked about leader quality. You asked about
he made a mistake, and what other major mistakes has he made?
Okay. Belly, hold on.
What other major mistakes has he made?
Belly, I did not listen.
But what other mistakes has he made?
He's done a lot. I'm not gonna tell a woman's business, but look, listen. Let's recenter.
What's the other mistake?
Belly, you're kind of triggered a little bit. Let me go
I'm
back.
not triggered. Look at my face. What other mistake has he made?
This is what I want you to do. I'm gonna ask you a question, and I
want
you to
listen.
I want you to give me a truth.
I'm not triggered. I'm relaxing, asking you other mistakes he's made.
Can I ask you a question? Okay, are you going to give me a truthful answer? Because if you're not, then I'll just stop. You're not going to give me a truthful answer?
What type of question is that? Ask the question.
Why does it matter what kind of question it is? I'm going to ask you again, Belly, as an investor.
B, ask your question.
As an investor, Belly, as an investor, somebody who knows about finances in America, do you think it was a wise decision for him to max out the credit cards? Yes or no?
Yeah, it was fun. He had a goal and he went all in for it because it's something he believed in. You want him to half-ass it? Wait. I'm answering. Are you gonna let me answer? Are you gonna let me answer? Or are you gonna talk over me?
No, I'm gonna finish. I want to finish talking, and I'll let you finish. Okay? I asked you that question because I wanted to see how serious you were. And now I see how serious you are. So I'm going to let you finish whatever you got to say. But then I know how to approach you and talk to you because you wouldn't even answer a question honestly. That you
What?
know, if you're an investor, you know that it's not a good idea to max out any credit cards because guess what? Your
That is the
credit,
dumbest thing I've ever heard.
your credit is gonna be fucked.
So that just tells me that.
Oh no, I see what you're doing.
That's
I see what you're
actually
doing.
madness. You know that's. So let me tell you my history of investing. You know who taught me? A hedge fund manager at
I see
JP
what you're
Morgan.
doing.
And,
It
and
don't
guess who
matter.
that is? And guess who that is? My brother. And guess what? You know what rich people do all the time? Max out their credit cards. You know why? Because when you're making a big time investment, he was trying to go all in for what he believed in.
He's
And
not rich.
you're faulting a man. You're
He's not
faulting a
rich.
man for really trying his best and going all in with what he believed in rather than half-assing it. I'd rather take a man that truly believes in all in than a man that half-asses it. And you know what? He didn't get the result he wanted, but guess what? He learned his lesson. So do you want us to sit here and talk bad about him
I
and call
never
him
said that.
stupid?
You said that.
What?
I never said that. I never said that. If I would have said that, I would have started with that. I didn't tell that woman, you didn't leave him alone. You didn't leave that man. I never said that. The whole
No one
point
said
is
leave. I said you want us to call him stupid or dumb or a
I
bad
never
leader,
said
which is what
any
you're
of that.
doing.
I'm
You're
telling
calling him
you
a bad leader. That's
what
why
I'm
this
telling you.
conversation's here.
Belly, I'm telling you that when you are trying to follow somebody if I'm trying to follow somebody, I want them to make good sound decisions. It don't have to be financial. It could be
Fellas,
anything.
be perfect, fellas. Be perfect. Don't
All
ever
the
make a
time, though.
mistake.
Y'all
Yeah.
really carrying it. And to me, you know better. You know
I'm
better.
carrying it?
Yeah,
You
you
sound
carry it.
actually like insane right now.
I sound insane because I'm talking about you. You mentioned a rich man max out their credit card. See, this is what I'm talking about. Y'all do stuff that you don't want women to do, but then you turn around and do the same shit.
Whoa. Do you guys hear this right
Yeah,
now?
have you guys ever heard this song?
Do you hear this?
Have you guys ever heard this song, Human by Rag and Bone? You ever heard that song? It goes, I'm only human after all. You're only human after all. Don't put your blame on me. That
Yeah.
song. The lyrics
We
are
are talking
very
about serious. Having serious conversation. I expect everybody to
yes,
talk.
and those lyrics actually
I'm
portray
not talking to
the
you,
meaning
Andre.
of being
Andre,
human
I'm
as
not talking
opposed
about you.
to
I'm saying what I'm saying is this.
B, I maxed out my
Use
credit cards
example.
chasing a dream.
I tried to
songs
use an
actually
example.
convey
I
very
used an
powerful
example,
messages
and
of
then Belly
philosophy,
switched
ma'am. I
it and
suggest
changed it
that
and
you read
started talking about
into it.
rich
I
people.
didn't
Wasn't
change
an
anything. I answered
reference.
your question straight up.
You did not. You did not. You were you were disingenuous. Is what you were, Belly.
What?
Okay. Whoa. Hey, people. What are we actually doing here? Are we having a conversation or y'all
This
running the
woman is
live here?
bashing
Like what's?
her
Elo,
friend's
your turn.
husband,
Elo,
and
your
she
turn.
wants me to agree with her.
All right, hold on. Here's the problem. The problem is both of y'all right. I can see both of your sides, right? You're not right and you're not right. You're not wrong and you're not wrong.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
That's bullshit. Elo, don't play both sides. You know that's bullshit.
Don't play both sides to the middle.
Yeah, that's
Pick a side.
Elo. You on some bullshit right now, and you know it.
Okay.
Yeah, you trying to
But
be
also,
nice.
again, I'll
Like
say
that
that
shit.
there are some serious messages in music. I wouldn't discard it like that, Miss B. Thank you.
Andre, I'm not discarding like that. I'm sorry.
Sammy, how you doing?
Before y'all say that it is bullshit, one thing about me, I just don't run my mouth just to be running it, right? When I run my
But
mouth,
you
it's
do
because
though. But you do.
because it's well thought out. If y'all would have actually listened instead of replying to me, y'all would have got where I was coming from. What he is saying, I understand what he's saying. I can see both sides.
No,
Like
you
I
don't.
said, I see what he's
I
saying. He is
listen
saying,
quietly.
hold on. Listen to me first.
I'll mute up.
Lord
But I know
have
I'm right.
mercy. Y'all been speaking for damn near half an hour. Let me say what I gotta say. Look, I understand what he's saying, and I understand exactly what you're saying. Because
That
yeah,
wasn't me.
you're correct.
Hold on. That wasn't me. That was Sammy. That wasn't me. That was Sammy. That was Sammy. That wasn't me.
Whoever was speaking, whoever said it wasn't really wise, it wasn't a wise thing to max out your credit card because of utilizations, it will tank your credit. She wasn't lying about that. She was right about that. But then he was also right that the man made a mistake, right? To be a great leader, a lot of times you gotta make mistakes. That's how you learn. And at the end of the day, they're not on the street So I understand what he's saying too. He doesn't want to say he's a bad leader, right?
I'm
And shit like this.
I'm sorry,
Here's the
but
thing.
we all know
Yeah,
that as investors and people with money, come out. I you know what? I hear what you're saying, Elo, and I'm sorry for cutting you short. But let's be real. People with money and people with businesses and people that act like invest a lot of money, we all know that if your credit gets a hit, oh fucking well. If you're gonna make money, it's gonna come back up anyways, as long as you're not declaring bankruptcy. So like when I hear these conversations, it's like, okay, I'll demonize him. He's stupid. He's a bad man. Maxed out credit cards, but he's not cheating. There's no other babies. They're
These are
fine.
people without money. That's the point. Like, they got no money. Sorry, my bad.
Listen, like I was saying, right? I understand what he was saying and I understand what you were saying. All I'm saying is this, right? The leader is the one who knows more about whatever it is. Like me, I'm a leader sometimes in my relationship. My wife is a leader sometimes. Most of the times when certain decisions I lead, but she is counsel. I don't make judgment calls or make any moves without speaking to her. Why? Because she's counsel. We sit there and we speak together and we divide a plan on what's going to happen with this or what's going to happen with that, especially the finances.
Absolutely.
So I understand what she was saying as well, right? When you put your life in somebody's hands, right? It's a lot of trust involved, a lot of faith involved. When you make a certain big decision and it finds out that it wasn't the right decision, after a while, the other person starts to side-eye you a little bit because now they're like, well, damn, does this person really know what they're doing? As time go on, if you make too many mistakes, they're going to lose respect for you making decisions. They're going to lose respect for that, right? They're not going to have that much faith in you. And then on the other hand, he's right. People do make mistakes, right? But when when a person is putting your life in your hands, right? And you calling yourself the leader and you're the only one making the decisions, you better be knowing what you're doing, because unfortunately, when you take on that role as a leader, you got to take all the shit that comes with it. All the failures go on you, everything else goes on you.
And is he
right?
not
They say
doing
heavy
that?
is the head that wears the crown. Not saying he's a bad guy. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that. All I'm
Okay,
saying is if you make a
you're
wrong
saying you
decision
understand.
and you're
Wait, Elo. Sorry to cut you off, brother. You're talking about how you understand both of us, and you're reiterating the story. But at the end of the day, when you're done with your line, you still cannot sit here and say you understand both of us, and we're both right when we argue two totally different ideologies. Like, let's get down to it. Like, let's actually
Yeah,
get
so
down
I
to it.
guess whatever. If nobody got it now by now, and I see y'all try to differ, it is what it is. Whatever.
Sammy, what up,
I
girl?
think
What you
I
gonna
think he
say?
broke down each section though, so it is what it is. Because y'all gonna be talking about whatever. But I gotta get two more people in to talk because they haven't said any. Now it's three, I guess. I think Truth. Yeah, Truth. You came up here first.
I think so. I'm not too sure. How you doing?
Yeah. What's up? What's hype? Welcome to the live. What you got for us?
Thank you. I don't really know what was going on between them, but I guess you want me to pick like a prompt?
You can.
Okay. Who isn't privileged in America? Why you think? I think anybody who is not YT presenting is privileged, is not privileged, I guess. And that's because of, the whole thing going on, racist and all that kind of stuff. That's why.
Privilege. Interesting. In like what way?
Very, very privileged. He's so
Well,
whitey privileged.
privilege is for like definition is like somebody who has special rights or something that other people don't have. So
Yeah, I think that means anybody can do that then.
yeah, what be YT presenting?
No, I'm just saying anybody can be privileged according to that definition, how you just said it. Which
Yeah,
is
definitely.
true, privileged anybody can. But
I'm talking
that's why I asked that question, just to see if somebody just gonna only say that too. So I feel you. Okay, that's your answer then. What's the deal, Peach? I see you down there. But so yeah, I guess that's your okay. I got you. See, when we think of privilege is that well, let's do this one then. I can't say your name. Shrish, right? I don't know.
Wait, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. he
Yeah,
knew
it's
he knew who I was
Cheshire
talking
Kid.
to.
Yeah, sorry about that.
He
Yeah,
been
I
tearing
saw
people
you
up
like
on
literally
TikTok with
like
that too. I can't be the only one.
yeah, I literally used to
Sheesh,
watch
right
you
now.
like all the time with like everybody else and stuff and everything, but I haven't been on for a while. But yeah.
You said
But
you what?
anyways, hey guys. Oh, I used to watch you like literally like beforehand, like with Alter Ego and everybody else that used to be on there too and stuff. But yeah, I haven't been on for a minute. But yeah, ironically enough, I was actually about to kind of say what Elo said beforehand with the other conversation.
Yeah.
Only because literally from like my experience and what I've actually seen on like the sides and everything, I've seen both sides in which like one person would actually like know what they're doing when it comes to their finances and how to basically like spend their money, max out their credit cards and basically bounce back off of that, knowing the difference between good debt, bad debt, things like that and stuff. And I know other people that weren't able to bounce back from that because they basically did everything the wrong way. The banks didn't trust them. Now they're completely in debt and they're literally struggling off of everybody trying to literally have them pay off like all their debt and stuff left, right, up and down to make sure that they could actually get back on their feet so that they can at least like have enough money to move back to their mom's house and everything. It's like a weird double-edged sword because it's kind of like, as he said, if you know what you're doing and you have that know-how and that guidance and stuff, that you'll be able to actually make all the moves necessary in order for you to keep on bouncing back over to actually have that. I know a lot of people that have like so-and-so bad credit, but they're living off a 7-figure salary, literally just spending money and just getting stuff off of just cash, just getting things. I'm in Philly right now. The dude literally lives in Chestnut Hill, living off of like a D1 career in hockey and everything. So it's just like, it's such a double-edged sword when it comes to finances and basically how you grew up. Because some people will have that know-how on how to actually bounce back from that, and some people don't. And I think that kind of goes back into like whichever like prompt this actually comes up. I would say probably the difference between the expectations and assumptions, that when you basically make assumptions, you're not doing that off of information. You don't have any information on top of that. So you just think, oh, because this person basically did it, if I do it, it's going to work too. And that's where that basically goes wrong. Versus expectations, you basically have that goal set up. You have the inference. You have that information in order for you to actually make everything line up the way that it needs to. It's like, okay, I know that if I do 1 + 1, it'll equal 2. If I do 2 + 2, it'll equal 4. And then eventually you'll basically build that all the way up to where it needs to go. Versus somebody else, it's like, oh, he put these numbers together, maybe it'll be the same for me. And then they put the wrong numbers together and it does not crunch up correctly. The stocks doesn't go the way it needs to go. Nothing basically lines up and stuff. And I think that's kind of where the dissonance kind of is, only because one person from their experience saw it go wrong over here and they said, yeah, that's not good. But the other person saw the other, like them kind of do the same exact thing and it went fine because they knew exactly how to move as things were going on. If that makes any sort of sense, I guess. This is my first time speaking on any platform, honestly. So yeah.
Hey, they do that. This a new profile or something?
Not a new profile. It's just literally beforehand TikTok wasn't letting people like jump on live unless they had like,
because now they let people up now that got like,
yeah, I'm like, oh shoot, this is wild. This is real wild.
Or probably less than that now. Yeah, they let people. Yeah, so
yeah.
How long you been on this thing?
Oh, I've been on for a while, just literally throwing music on and everything, doing my thing.
Okay. Yeah, that thing's sweet though.
These debates are beautiful, man. Like for real, for real.
Right. I was cause I was wondering what I was in T-Time room. I don't know if y'all know her and stuff, but
yeah,
I was laughing because she said she started bringing trolls up. She like, yeah, I'm on y'all here. Y'all bring trolls up. Y'all ain't know that. She started sending requests. That was so funny. She like,
literally,
yeah, come on in here. Since y'all got
I'm
so
like, yo, they just letting
say.
anybody on now. Sheesh.
Yeah, that joke funny. So it was like, dang, now people can come up with like 2 followers now. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Make you feel like they about to shut this bomb down even faster.
But that's all I gotta say, though. I kind of understand where people are coming from and stuff. It's all love over here. It's all about perspective, understanding things like
Is
that,
that an eagle
and kind
roar
of
that just
reaching
went
that
down? I'm
like
trying to think
middle
about
point.
it. Somebody said I got to win. We just talking
And, you know, I'll say this. You got to be able, right? One thing about communication, right? You have to be able to communicate and you got to be able to comprehend and accept, right? When you have two different perspectives, you got to be able to, just because I understand it don't mean I agree with it, right? So I can understand where both of them were coming from because like I said, I see both of them, like he said, just because he made a mistake, is he a bad person or a bad leader? No, but unfortunately, here's the way the world works, right? Whenever you have life in your hand, you got to be careful with these mistakes because if you really don't know what you're doing, you got a lot of people say, I'm a leader, I know what I'm doing, but when it's tested to find out if they really know what they're doing or not, they find out they don't really know what they're doing. And they expect for somebody to follow them. It don't work like that, right? Does that mean for the woman to leave her husband because of it? No. But she is going to be side-eyeing him when he make up certain decisions, plain and simple, right? Because mistakes can cost you, right? It is said that good intentions, right? They say that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. You can have all the good intentions in the world, but certain mistakes will cost your ass. Plain and simple. If you don't have the knowledge like these rich people have, and you don't really have the full blueprint, and you see some shit on TikTok or online saying, hey, just max out, pay all your debt off with your credit cards, and you really don't know exactly, they don't never give you all of the information, right? They give you shit to hook you in. But once you start to do it and you really don't know what the hell you're doing, you can fuck your whole family up like that, right? Have them all messed up. Yeah, you be in deeper debt than what you was in. So no, it's not a wise decision for somebody who don't know what they're doing. But does that make him a bad person? No, not at all. Does that mean she should leave him because of that? No, not at all. But like I said, I understand both sides of them because I don't think neither one of you is wrong, right? Don't think neither one of you, both of you, as far as I'm concerned, both of you are spot on. But they're coming from two sides of the fence. That's all. It doesn't mean that neither one of y'all and what you were saying is invalid. Both of what you're saying is invalid. I hate to see people go back and forth on shit when they're both valid points. Both of them.
And Elo, just a big piggyback on what you said, I agree with Valley. That's the part that he kind of must have missed. I never said he was a bad person. I never said she should.
I said he wasn't a bad leader.
All I'm saying is that it's like what Elo just said. I'm just piggybacking on that. It's gonna make anybody, not just a wife. I'm gonna look at you a little bit different when it comes to you making decisions. I'm gonna side eye a little bit more because the only thing that you have, they used to say all you used to have is your balls and your word, but that's all you got to show and prove. And when you are showing, right? Something that you didn't, then the next decision that you make, I'm not going to say no to it, but I'm not going to be so gung-ho to say yes neither.
She's an awesome girl. I just got to say that. That speaks wonders about their relationship.
Can I finish?
Yeah.
Two ideas can be right. This whole thing about people saying about nobody can be a fence rider, that's a one-dimensional thinker. You got to be able to look at things from a lot of different point of views to make a good decision.
Facts.
You cannot make a decision just on what you think. You got to have something like that's when we get back to marriage. And I hate to jump all over the place, but when women and men want marriage, you got to understand that you will need a helper. You will need a helper. Whether that is you think, oh, you do all the work and I just got to come and rub your feet. I got to help you get comfortable. If that's my job, that's how I help you. That's why I come in and serve a purpose. That's what I bring to the relationship. I'm not saying that would be me. I'm just saying that everybody, just because we don't always have to agree on everything, we can actually really both be, have two different points and both be right. I just don't think that if anybody, that's just like anything else in life. If I'm going to a job or anything else in life, I'm going to look at my leader when he makes mistakes. If he makes mistakes and be like, I got to judge you based on that. I would be foolish not to do that. Anybody would be foolish not to look at which side to show you and just be like, oh, made a mistake. Okay, yeah, you made a mistake. We might even come back and talk about, well, what happened, baby? Well, what part of it? Oh, you didn't hear the whole TikTok. Oh, you didn't get all the information. Oh, you
You
didn't
at
buy. You didn't pay
war.
the $7.99.
You at
You
war.
didn't
You
pay
gonna look
seven.
at your commander with a side eye because you don't believe fully in his plan.
I can't say shit, but that don't mean I'm not gonna look at them a certain kind of way. I'm not gonna
Why? But
say it
why?
out my
But that
mouth.
affects your performance as well. See, like, why do you even gotta look at them? Why can't you say, "Baby, you made a mistake, but it's all right. You know what? I know you're gonna learn from it, and we're gonna be better because of this." Mwah, game over. Damn. You don't even gotta look at him sideways no more after that. And see, that's the difference in mentality, right? Like,
No, I think she should do that. I think she should do that because I think that
actually, I think she should do her relationship the way that she wants to, in the way that she's rocking right now.
I think that anytime somebody make a mistake or a genuine mistake, I think it's wise for whoever is with them to say, damn, baby, you know that was kind of messed up. Let me rub your back for a little bit, but I'm not rubbing your back.
Hey,
see, I'm gonna end it here. We're like, when you and Elo are saying we're agreeing, but we're not agreeing because you're judging him as a leader and saying he's a bad leader. I'm saying he made a mistake, but I'm just gonna leave it at that. I ain't got nothing else to say.
I have a quick question because I still want to say that I definitely see it, but I have a question for B really quickly. Are you familiar with the movie Pursuit of Happiness?
Not really.
It is basically a movie starring Will Smith and his son, funny enough. It's basically about a failing relationship between,
True story.
Yeah, it is based on a real true story. It's about a man that basically is like he basically lost his not lost his job, but he's basically an inventor. But a lot of his inventions was basically not actually going forward as he was trying to actually bring it up, sell it off to a company, get his stocks up and everything. And people were calling him crazy. People were calling him ridiculous. He got a divorce, and literally because he wasn't able to actually provide for his son and stuff, he had to sell a whole bunch of different things. His inventions were being stolen left and right. It got to the point that him and his son were literally sleeping like in like piss-filled subways and whatnot, trying to go from left, right, up, and down. And then he actually was told to actually get into the stock business. So he was trying his best to literally still get his suit all fixed up, make sure that his son was still okay, going into daycare, which he was still in debt for the daycare, trying to actually make sure they were okay and stuff. And it took him like a lot of blood, sweat, and tears and a lot of sacrifice to actually get to a point that the moment that he actually got into the stock business and was actually able to get that money up, he was like rich. And it's like to this day, the dude is like really, really rich and stuff. And it basically took a lot of people basically saying that he was insane and like terrible up until the point that he actually finally did get that money. And now everybody is saying like, yo, he's strong, he's a genius, he's a trooper, and different things like that. And that's one of the weird things that happen in our society. At first, you're seen as like, you know, a crazy person that doesn't know what he's doing until you succeed. Then everybody calls you a genius. Then everybody calls you like a really great leader. People call you ahead of your time and whatnot. And that's kind of what I understood when Veli said that he was a person that does play the high stakes, because high stakes do, when you play it right, bring in the high reward. Now, does that happen for everybody? No, not everybody is that lucky. It is a gamble. But when you do have that know-how and that blueprint to know how the machine works, you pretty much can print money, like basically once you actually get it handled.
Okay, so what was your question? Because let me take this real quick, right? And let me ask you a question. If you if you had a stock, you had a lot of money, and you had a stockbroker, whoever it is, investor, whoever that was handling your money, that was their job, to handle your money, right? And they started making investments, and they lost an investment, and you said, okay, made a mistake, you're a good investor. Then 2 weeks later, they did it again. They lost some more money for you. Would it be wise for you, after two or just repeatedly seeing it? I just used one example because that's what was asked of me, and I gave an example. I'm not trying to give the whole blueprint of these people's relationship. I'm just giving an example. But what I'm saying is this: it will be wise to watch what somebody does to make a future decision, right? All of us can make the mistakes. Nothing wrong with making mistakes. That is how you learn. I understand that. I get that. But there are some mistakes that can be so detrimental to you and your family that you can't recover from it. Does that make sense to you?
That makes a lot of sense to me. That does make a lot of sense to me. It's hard to actually bounce back like from the society when it comes to a lot of bad things. That's why some people when they see like maxed out cards and everything and the bank actually doesn't trust them anymore and stuff, they do end up like on the streets like crazy. It happens a lot actually where I am in Philly actually.
Thank you. That's all I'm
So I
saying.
do actually see that side too. I do see that side.
The thing I'm saying is
Unfortunately, the ugly truth is of our society, until you have proven yourself, right, to be successful and to know what you're doing, people are going to call you all kinds of names, especially when they keep seeing you failing, keep seeing you failing, right? But I would say to a wife, if you ever see a man that has a dream and he really putting what he put in it, you see him failing, help him up, plain and simple. But like I said, the ugly truth is until you really prove yourself to be successful. Look, like that man that he's talking about in that movie, Will Smith played in it, right? He messed up in his first life. He made a bunch of mistakes and he was out on the street with his son. Everybody looked at him like a failure until he proved that what he was saying was absolute. They got a Tyler Perry story of this guy who had an invention for years since he was a child. And it didn't work until he got old enough and it finally worked. It finally panned out. But it is those who will stick with you through those bad times that really should be more important to you. Because there's a lot of people, unfortunately, that is going to leave you behind. They're going to look at you like a failure until you prove yourself. That's just the way it is.
Another example of that is actually Conor McGregor. Because Conor McGregor, he actually was like down in the dumps also until his wife now was literally like helping him up during all that time until he actually became one of the best fighters in the world at that time. So it's, again, always a gamble and everything. Some people make it, some people don't, but it definitely does help if you do have somebody like right by your side that actually like says, look, I don't know what you're doing with your dream, but if you believe in it and you definitely are still putting in this work and stuff, I'll help you out as best as I can. Because sometimes that's almost all you can do. But sometimes it does help. It is enough.
Let me get the oh, never mind. He already unmuted. What's the deal, cuz? I gotta get cuz and Melanie up in here.
Yeah, let me mute real quick.
Oh, you good, bro?
What's that?
Yeah, I just wanted to answer the prompt.
All right, I think cuz is here before you though, but you out the cuz?
Okay, I'll wait.
What up, cuz?
What's happening, y'all? Everybody in the building. What's happening? How's everybody doing? I would like to say this real quick too. What's that, B? It's not just about believing in whatever that hustle was, because on that example, which we didn't realize is that he didn't make it from his hustle. He was hustling those damn machines that he invented or that he was working on, but that's not what made him his money. What made him his money was him discovering, the stocks and how to do that, and he went to something else because he just came up on that. But the point is, she should have respected and uplifted his spirit, because his spirit was, he was intelligent. If this don't make it, something is gonna make it, because this dude has a drive, and that's what you support. You don't support the hustle, because a hustle can come. You can fail 13,000 times, but then when you find that particular one, it's that drive that's gonna make that one pop, and that's what happened in that example. You see what I'm saying? So it's not like, if he did this, he opened up a cleaning business, and all of a sudden he couldn't get any accounts. Okay, cool. So then he opened up a little popcorn stand or some shit. And then, he's doing different things because he has a constant drive of something is going to hit. And sometimes it's the drive that we need to support. And I just want to kind of add that on to that.
When I heard his story, I was like, yo, that's a good dude. Like, I actually felt bad. I'm like, yo, that's a good dude, and I understand. He is on his mission right now to find it in life and to make it better for him and his woman. He could be doing this, that, and the third, and failing in a lot of different areas that could make things a lot worse. But he's trying. And ladies nowadays, they wish they could get a man to at least try and fail. Like, the fact that he even took a gamble like that, I think he has balls. He's admirable. Like, I salute him. I really do.
Oh,
I do.
absolutely. But here's the other thing, though, right? We have to be careful as men too, right? Because the other side of that is when we take gambles with no substance of education or no substance of anything that we know. We just out here because we saw it and then we try it, right? That is going to be a guaranteed fail. And a lot of times that's what we do. And we say, hey, well, I'm trying, but it's like, you know, everybody around you see like, dude, okay, you a 50-year-old rapper. Bro, you ain't made it yet. Stop. Like, that's not going to work for you. You need to go ahead and try the other thing. But sometimes we get caught in that loop of the quick, get rich quick thing, the schemes, the little things, and then those are the things that make us look bad. So what I'm saying is there's a fine line between actual putting in effort, actual work, and then just throwing up pipe dreams.
Yo,
Right?
my
And so
ex.
if we,
Go ahead.
yeah, I'm just
Sorry.
saying. So
I'm
we,
sorry.
you know, sometimes we just gotta know. We gotta know the difference. And sometimes, you know what I mean? Like, it'll just be up here, just a man throwing up dreams, just throwing stuff to the wall and see what sticks, and expect everybody to roll with that. That's a hard thing to ask because people are looking at you, and you're seeing that you're not doing the due diligence, but you expect people to accept you for it. What I'm just saying is, we got to make sure that we doing our research, that we putting our due diligence in whatever it is that we're doing. And if we are honestly trying and honestly putting in that effort, I think people will recognize that. And I think that that's when they will support you, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's funny. Like, I'm just gonna say this. I'm done with it. When I heard that story, I was laughing because like my ex did the same thing. Like she invested in the house. She's a realtor. She just flips. Like I learned real estate with her, right? And she messed up on a big like $600,000 house she was doing, but it's like no one cared. No one cared at all. We're like, all right, yeah, you max out a card or two. Yeah, you financially set yourself back for a little bit, but you learn from it, and guess what? You're gonna go and do another flip and make that money back, and then double it and triple it one day. So, you know, I feel like we need to be just more lenient to people as people. Like people make mistakes. Like we live in an age where everyone wants to be rich and perfect, and it's like whatever happened to the human aspect of life? Whatever happened to the trust and love that we would have for each other, and just the happiness for people actually taking a chance to learn? I don't know.
Within uncomfortability, there's growth. So with that movie, who's to say? I think it was meant for him to be in that position that he was in, right? Because it caused a certain state of uncomfortability and it caused a certain desperation, right? Because like my brother said, it wasn't the hustle that he made his money in. He made his money in when he asked that guy, "Hey man, this your car?" He was like, "Yes." He was like, "Wow, what did you do to get this?" And that right there, that question pointed him into being a stockbroker, right? So if he wasn't going through all of that stuff, people canceled him out and it was just him and his son and all that pressure in life, he might not have got to where he was at. If he had people to coddle him or he had people to make him feel better about everything. Some people need that fire up under their ass. Some people need to be by themselves and do what they got to do. Some people need that struggle, right? That uncomfortability in life so they can spring forward, right? Because I'm going to tell you something. If it wasn't for that, I don't know where he would have been, right? But like I said, uncomfortability brings strength.
Facts.
And I also
I know somebody else want to get in. Somebody want to get in after me.
I'm so glad you brought it. Oh, I think it was a millennia, but I really believe that I believe in people like that. I love to see people who I'm that kind of person. I would take a risk and figure it out later, but I cannot. It's not okay for me to take risks with other people's life, whether that's financial. It's just not okay. You know what I mean? I got to be, even with my family, I got to be level-headed. I got to really make sure that this is not something that's going to put all of us in a bad position. We don't gamble with stuff like that. And when we have certain conversations on this app or anywhere else, you got to keep things in perspective. We're talking about everyday people. We're not talking about rich people that they have money they can lose. We're not talking about, especially when we have conversations about family. When you're a single person, you can take certain gambles and you can bounce back from it and you can recover from it. And that's all great and wonderful. Nobody's saying to not do that. That's why we have so many great people in our society today. But when people are dependent on you, you got to be a little bit more logical. You got to be a little bit more careful in your investing, in the risks that you take, because you're not just messing you up. Even if I would never tell nobody to leave their marriage, because I'm a biblical type of woman, and I know that's not what it's all about. You're supposed to encourage one another. You're supposed to uplift each other. There's nothing wrong with that. But I want to trust people in my circle that you're going to make decisions that's good for all of us. And even if it fails, we're going to still be okay. But I'm not going to go into all their business, but I'm going to say they're not okay. They're not okay. You understand what I'm saying? So this is not a dig on men. I definitely feel like we should support our men and what they do. And I'm that kind of woman. And Kev have heard me have this conversation before. A lot of women look down on me in my relationships a lot of times because I trusted that my husband was going to come out of the slump that he was in. So I don't know what kind of person I may be presenting to you. I'm not that kind of person. I'm going to support when it makes sense. But I'm not going to put myself into be homeless because I got to uplift you. Because I got to be sensible. I got to have somewhere to live. My kids have to have somewhere to live. We all have to have somewhere to live. I'm not going to get us that close to being homeless to make someone else feel good. Because it's going to feel real bad when I got to explain to my children why we ain't got nothing to eat, why we ain't got no roof over our head. Why? That's no.
All right, but who's homeless right now, though? Like, we could always talk about the worst case scenario, but who's homeless? Like, I can sit here and say, oh, well, I've been as babies, but if it's not really happening, and I can't use those examples for what I'm talking about. Like, they're not homeless.
I respect that.
And you are being forced to be with a homeless man. And if you were, then that's a whole different story. But we're not talking about a man that led a woman to homelessness. We're talking about a man who had an issue selling their home.
You're not listening to me, though.
I know, but we can use the worst case.
What I'm saying, and you're not
I
listening.
know, but I'm saying we could use the extreme examples all day long.
Did.
But that just, what?
You did. You used the extreme example of a rich person, and that was fine when you did it, right?
And what
I'm lost. I thought BB was saying like she not finna down herself because you down. I don't think so. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is what I got from what you said, BB. Like, I'm not finna lose what I got to make you feel better because you don't got what I got.
No. You must have missed the first part of the conversation. The first part of the conversation was talking about leadership, and for me, this is what I was talking about: leadership and trusting your leader and making good decisions. That's what the conversation started with, and I gave an example of why sometimes people don't really feel comfortable, following. And there are certain decisions that people make that can make you feel uncomfortable with their leadership. And I gave the example that a young lady that I know who is married, her husband made a decision that he wanted to get their house paid off, right? The way that he was going to go about doing that was to use the credit cards, which is, first of all, is a bad thing. Anybody that knows anything about finances off the top knows that
he used the credit cards to pay for the house.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and he didn't pay it back.
Not only did he didn't pay off the house, and he maxed them out. So my question was to the panel: was that a wise decision on his part to do that?
Context, I asked her what makes a bad leader, and she used him as an example. And we're all here right now because she used him as an example of a bad leader. And I said, well, listen, he made a mistake. If they're now homeless and he's trying, then who cares? That doesn't make him a bad leader. He's just a guy that made a mistake, learning to do better.
And that's literally all it is. So let's not downplay it.
And my rebuttal to that is, would
Like you
she feel
literally use
comfortable
him
going
as
forward,
your
Valeria, pressing him?
your picture of a bad leader. He was your example of a
My
bad
thing
leader.
is, so I look at it like, if she was married to this man and, you know what I'm saying, they got kids together and stuff like that, and he actually apologized for his mistake, like he actually learned from it, like, babe, that was stupid, I should have asked you for help, you know what I'm saying, type thing, then I would say, you know, that she should probably work with him. I ain't saying being homeless with him. I'm just saying,
They're not
like,
even
Hold on,
homeless.
Millennia.
They're not
each other.
homeless.
Hold on. That never came up because I never said. And this is the trivia part about it. I never told in the conversation. Right. I made it very apparent. Nobody's leaving anybody. I was just making the whole point that was a bad decision. That's all I was saying. As for a leader, for you to make that type of decision, it was a bad decision. I'm not sure where all this other stuff he's coming up with.
So it was a bad
No, let's.
decision,
All
but
right,
if
I'm
he
I'm
learned from
stop
it,
because we're
Yeah, stop.
changing
Please
the
do.
narration
Please do,
now.
Belly.
okay, I'm just wondering if he learned from it, does that make him a better leader? You know?
I
Right.
think that I think show and prove. I believe this is what I believe in. I believe that you have to show me, and you've already shown me this. I'm not saying to leave. I'm not saying to never let him make another decision. I'm not saying any of that. All I'm saying is that as human beings, when you do something that huge, when you start to make other decisions going forward, even if I don't say anything about it, I'm going to side eye you a little bit. That's just human nature. So I don't understand what the kickback is with Belly over here.
All right. Let me say it one more time for the 30th time.
Don't say it no more because you say you're gonna stop. I don't hear them.
Please, can you listen because you haven't been listening and you're changing the narration now.
I'm not.
This all came up because I said, give me an example of a bad leader. What makes a man a bad leader? And the example you gave everybody in here is this story of this man. So yes, you referred to him as a bad leader, so you told us their whole situation.
In that
That's all
scenario,
it
it
is.
was.
And wait. And I disagreed with you and said, no, he's not a bad leader because they're not homeless. They can eat and they have a roof over their head and they have an opportunity to wake up and do better tomorrow. So no, he's not a bad leader. He's just a guy that made mistakes. And now you're saying,
In
like,
that
you're changing
scenario,
it all,
Belly,
and you're talking about the disagreement.
Belly,
But
in that scenario, that was a bad leadership decision.
He was your muse
Not listening.
as an example. Hello. As an
Not listening.
example of a bad leader. Like, how is this trivial? Like,
So
am I from a
Millennium,
different, like, did I literally just like time warp here from another universe? Did I hear another conversation? Because I feel like, what are we talking about now? Like,
you
why do I have
changing
to
it.
explain this again? Everybody
Millennium.
here heard the same conversation. This was all about bad leadership.
Millennium. In that example that I get, the whole purpose of sharing that scenario was sharing a example of a bad leadership decision. I don't know why he's trying to make it more than what it is. That was not a good decision, period. If anybody wants to say that was a good decision, then something is wrong with them.
Hey, if he learned from it, it's a good decision.
No, we're not talking about him learning from it. We're talking about the decision. That's all we're talking about.
No. The best mistakes in life
You're changing
are
it.
mistakes. And
You
if you
are
learn
changing
from it,
it.
it's a good mistake. I don't
Millennia.
believe in bad mistakes unless you don't learn from it.
You don't have to defend yourself to me, baby.
Millennia,
And
yes or no?
Belly, you know.
Can you just answer me this question? Yes or
I
no?
already
Do
know.
you believe in America it's a good idea to max out your credit cards to pay your house off? That's yes or no?
I don't want to be afraid of this.
Don't be afraid. Is it just about only question I ask?
I just.
Listen, unless we're all selling
Okay, there you go.
houses
Don't be
and
afraid of
making
Belly,
it
but go ahead.
crazy.
Don't be afraid,
Hold
boo
on.
boo. But I know your
Unless
answer. By you not
hold on.
answering, tell me all I need to know. Sammy, is it a good decision in America to max out your credit cards to pay your house off? Yes or no? Sammy.
I will speak, but my husband might speak behind me. So, okay.
Okay, there you go. Cousin B, is it a good decision to max out your credit cards for any reason? But is it a good decision to max out your credit cards? Fuck your credit cards, fuck your credit up, and max them out on Amazon gifts. Is that a good decision? Yes or no? This is a yes or no question. I don't know why that's so hard to answer.
Yeah, nah.
Thank you.
All right, so
Thank you,
who here
guys.
is a six-figure
But
investor on home flipping and credit? Like
We're
who
talking
here
hold on.
about
is
regular
But can I
who
say
people.
here
this
is a
though?
wait,
Hold on.
who
Can
here
I?
is a Morgan Stanley investment professional? Because
What?
honestly, if none of y'all are and y'all not flipping hundreds of thousands of dollars of inventory, then it's like, who are we asking? Who are we literally asking here?
Well,
Like what
what I was
it
gonna
gets to the
say
point
was,
where it's like
Americans do that.
let me finish my sentence. It gets to the point where it's like, what are we doing now? We're asking around a panel for investment ideas for a
No,
case another guy went through and failed and learned from. It's
no.
like, let me see you
no.
guys make these flips. Let me see you know it
We're
all
not
do
talking
this.
about
Cause
Well,
flips.
can I?
this is hilarious to hear because this is a business that my family is in. And to hear these judgmental tasks where you're even asking people around the panel to prove your point, it's like,
Y'all,
okay, then I'm expecting
this is
you to be
gaslighting.
wait. I'm
This
expecting you
gaslighting. This is gaslighting,
wait, why are
y'all.
you interrupting me?
Because you
I'm
gaslighting.
expecting you, hello,
Because you gaslighting. And I'm not going to allow you. What I'm not going to allow you to
Hold on,
do
hold
is
hello,
on, hold
tell
on,
B,
hold
young
on.
people it's okay
B,
to be
hello,
financially
B,
irresponsible.
B,
Nope.
this is where you know you're wrong. You won't let me
No, you know
finish.
your role.
You won't let me finish.
No,
That's
because
very
you're
rude
being
of
you
you.
because
That's
you're
very
saying
rude
bad
of
things
you.
for young
That's
people.
very
It's
rude
too
of
many young
you. We
people on this
all listen to
panel
you
for you to
talk,
say
and you
that.
won't let
I'm
us
not gonna let you
talk.
do it.
We
Guys,
all listen to you
guys,
talk.
No,
No, cousin, I'm gonna
guys.
finish because this is she knows I'm beating her right now.
But hold
you're
on,
This
not
is
guys.
beating her.
Hold
hilarious,
on.
You
right?
can't.
So
You
this is the
stupid.
catch. And I'm gonna finish saying this no matter what, right? This is the catch. B,
It's not regardless.
unless you're flipping hundreds of thousands of dollars in inventory or your pace more B, I'm gonna be real. From what my family does that I understand because this is their business, I don't really want to hear from you because what is your resume to be asking random people on a panel for their expertise? See, people that actually do this
I
stuff,
own two houses
they don't
paid
have to
for.
they don't wait. See, people
I
that
own
actually
two
do
houses.
this
Let me give
stuff
you my
for
resume.
real.
You want
See,
it?
I'm laying it down right now and you
You want
can't
the
take
resume,
it.
right?
You can't take it. You can't
You want the
take it right
resume,
now.
right?
You literally can't take it. That's why you're trying to talk over me.
I'm gonna let you give you my resume when
You
you finish. I'm
literally
gonna give you
can't
my
take
resume
it.
when you
You
finish.
literally can't take it. Well, listen, how about this then? I live a life of proof. Like literally, rather than tell me, just show me. Show me. Because I can show you everything that I
All
talk
right, hold
about.
on. Let me
And
change my
this
profile
is
picture.
why do you keep interrupting?
Wait. Hold on,
You're a
everybody.
very rude old
God,
lady. I never finished my
Hold
sentence.
up. I'm about to mute
hold
everybody in
on.
about 10 seconds.
No,
Everybody's about to
Everybody
I'm gonna
mute
finish
up
my
everybody
now.
about to get
sentence.
dropped
Everybody
off.
mute up
Everybody's
Listen,
while
about
I
to
I
get
finished
knock
my
dropped.
everybody
sentence,
out
so
this
y'all.
panel. Mute up.
Valley,
I'm
Y'all
gonna finish
mute
Valley,
my
up.
I will
Mute
sentence.
let
up.
you.
Mute
I'm gonna
up.
finish
Mute
my
up.
sentence.
Mute up. Mute
Valley,
up.
you will
Finish my
not.
Mute up.
I
Hold
will
sentence.
on.
drop.
Mute
I
up.
will drop this whole
Then
panel.
then
I'm gonna
I
drop
drop
will
me.
drop
I'm
this
gonna
everybody.
whole
finish
Mute.
fucking
my
panel
sentence. I've been
if
nice
you
the
do
whole
not
time.
mute. Just, I'm
Okay,
So
about to
like
let
I
you
everybody
finish,
mute.
said,
Hold
bro.
up.
so if you have to come up here and
Hold
ask
up.
people
Y'all, I need everybody to mute
for
real
their
quick.
expertise, and that just
I need
shows that you really
everybody to
don't know
mute.
what
Hold
you're
on.
talking about.
I need everybody to go one at a time because everybody keeps talking at the exact same time. Nobody can hear nothing right now. I don't know what y'all have been arguing about. I came in here 45, like, I don't even know, 30 minutes ago. Y'all was arguing. I come back in and y'all still arguing. So either y'all can agree to disagree and we can move on, or I don't know what, I don't see the point of this conversation anymore. So again, if y'all want to continue the conversation, let's act like adults and let's go one at a time. I have seen there's new people who have joined this panel. So go ahead.
All
Cousin,
right,
what
hold
you
on.
got?
No, no, hey, Belly, that was me. And I'm saying, come on back up here. Come on back up here. Here's the thing. When a moderator is speaking, I don't give a fuck who we are, who you think we are, what you talking, you be quiet. Y'all stop. Because there's a reason for it. This whole idea, I'm gonna take a charge and say what I'm, no, that's not how this goes. And if y'all gonna keep on talking over each other, we just gonna drop the panel, straight up. These are moderators talking. It's not me just being an asshole or being somebody that's just trying to shut somebody down. Because I want to hear everybody's point because everybody has good points. But we cannot hear that if it's going to be interrupted. Okay? So when we are talking, even if you have something to say right then, just hold it, write it down, do whatever you got to do. Let the person land, and then you'll have your time to come back at them. This is not a panel where we're going to let somebody attack somebody or say something and not give you the idea or the chance to rebut. Okay? So you're going to get your chance to come back at him. So if Veli was talking and you have something to say that you want, you will have your time to get back and come back at him, right? But we want to make sure that everybody lands, that everybody get their chance, and everybody can hear it. Especially when we know that Kev is going to be using this stuff for his YouTube and things like that. You can't do that because the sound gets so messed up when everybody's talking over each other. It gets ridiculous. And we sound like we're 5-year-olds. Let's be adults. That's all I'm asking. Okay, because if next time if we start saying, hey guys, let's stop talking over each other, and then y'all keep on telling us what y'all gonna do, the whole panel getting dropped. So I'm just saying, that's how it's working. I don't know if Ellie, you still here? Come on up here, man, because you can finish that point, bro. But
if I ever go live, I'm hiring No Saint and Cousin B as my mods. they gonna be my mods if I ever go live.
Hey, Cousins, can I say something real quick, Cousins?
Yes, sir.
Hey guys, I never saw or ever heard Cousins cuss and yell and get out of character. Like, I ain't never seen that, right? So, and I was about to come on there and start yelling and shit because y'all wasn't listening to him, right? He's a moderator, right? But once I seen him like raise up like that, I said, oh shit, I ain't never seen that. I shut my mouth and stayed on mute. Because that's the first time I ever seen that. Because I'm telling you something, I think the guy I don't know if they know each other or what. I don't know if the guy Valley just has to disagree with her or he has something with her. I don't know what the hell's going on. But that conversation is ridiculous now. It's mute. We all get it. I mean, you don't agree, so that's it. Leave it alone. But if you want to continue, listen to the mods, because my brother sound like, I ain't never seen him do that before. But yeah, I've seen that side of him today. So in some way, hey, thank you guys.
I'll take full accountability on that. I usually bring out his worst side.
Hey, and you know what? I don't have a question mark at it. I know, right? It's always
that's what Archer be saying too. Like, no, some of my kids live.
Y'all better mute. I'll drop this whole fucking channel. I don't give a fuck. I said, what the hell? Who is that?
He didn't even have the hat on either. Wait till you get the other account.
I ain't never seen that gangster shit come out of Cousins, boy. Ever.
That's just a little bit of stuff. You ain't see the other side.
I ain't never seen that shit. The dark side came out.
That's what being a moderator does. I appreciate it. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful.
No, this one day he wasn't even a moderator. That's what you're talking about, man.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be honest with all of y'all on here. I'm serious, and I don't mind being dropped. It does not offend me at all. Let me just say that first and foremost. Don't mean any disrespect to you, Kev, but I'm 40 plus years old, and I'm gonna tell y'all something about me. When people are saying things that are going to affect young people negatively, you will always hear me get out of character. Because I'm not going to sit on this panel and listen to nobody tell any of my black people, especially when it comes to credit. Credit is wealth. I'm not going to sit up here and listen to nobody tell y'all that it's okay to do that. I know better. And I don't want to see that for anybody in this panel or anybody that's listening. Do not max out your credit card. Don't do it. For nothing.
Right.
For nobody.
Right.
Okay?
And I just got to clarify too, because I know you asked me, and I was going to say, and I was just like I was going to, that is a terrible decision. Unless the only time I could even fathom that somebody would even think about doing that is if their credit was so spectacular that they have 0% financing on all their credit cards, right?
Right.
And if they had 0% financing on their credit cards, and their home was at 4% or whatever it is, they could say, well, if I pay it off with this, I'm paying less because I'm not paying the maybe. But then when you do that, your credit is going to drop and it's going to plummet so much that I don't even know if that's worth it. So, like I said, I think that's just a bad decision overall because I don't believe that he had it like that. Because if he did, it would have worked. So we know that didn't work. So
Yeah.
it's a bad decision. But I will say this too. just because you make a
But
decision doesn't
go ahead.
necessarily make you a bad leader, but it does make you a bad leader at that time. You understand what I'm saying? You made so that's the thing. If you have a company and your company fails, you was a bad leader because it failed. Now that doesn't mean that you can't pick it up and get better, but at that
Mm-hmm.
time, you were bad. Let's just call a spade a spade. I think I understand what Veli was saying. He was saying basically you can't just judge a person on one decision. I get that. But in the context of what I was listening to, that was just one example of being a bad leader in a bad time. And I think for that, for that is that she was right. But I also understand what he was saying. But I just think that this was one of those cases where, I'm trying to win an argument as opposed to listening to the other person. And that's why it went the way it went. But I digress. I know somebody else went to
Hey,
get on this. Get on this panel.
Cousins, did
Yeah.
you, Cousins, was you in here when they tried to drag me for that shit?
Nah.
Hey, yo, I said the exact same thing. I tried to tell them, both of them, I could see both of their side. Elo, that's some bullshit. Elo, you bullshit. You can't do. I said, what the hell's going on, man? Listen, I'm not, man. When I made that point that you just made, they had me in a sling, man.
Unfortunately, anymore these
Welcome to
days.
Cab Live. Welcome to Cabs. Where
Unfortunately,
strange things happen. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying. I was like, unfortunately, more now. Cousins, what, bro? Where are you, bro? Your background loud as hell. Sound like I'm in a car wash. All I'm saying is that unfortunately anymore these days, a lot of people are having a lot of conversations that are, there's a lot of ego involved in a lot of conversations to the point that I've heard people literally use the craziest analogies, the craziest situations, hypothetical situations, just trying to prove a point. And it's just like at some point we just got to admit, like, hey, maybe we just ain't gonna see eye to eye on this and let's just move it on. It ain't that big of a deal. But like I've seen some of the craziest ones, y'all. I ain't even tripping. But getting back to it, what question we on? Because I see Kev talking about entitlement. Y'all was talking about credit and owning a house, and I was hella confused. What question we on?
Which one you want to start?
Well, I mean, do y'all want to start it or what's up? Hey, Sammy.
Suck it.
And
Get the
Tax for
party
sure.
started.
Send me the video.
I ain't gotta work.
You gotta work.
Nah,
What, Kev?
I'm basically saying I ain't gotta get up early in the morning, so I'm up.
Oh, got you.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I saw Kev. I was like, oh, somebody ain't working tomorrow.
Right. I actually ain't gonna work all the way until Monday. I'm like, dang, I'm thinking I'm about to be working.
I got off my live early because I was like, I didn't want to be over there talking about. I didn't want to keep people up in my live for too long because it's like the 4th, and I'm like, I don't know if people are gonna be out. Like, I don't know who's working tomorrow. I don't know how this works. I don't know if people are gonna be like wanting to hang out with their families and stuff. So I jumped off my live early and came in here. Then got a phone call, came back. So
Happy 4th of July, everybody. Independence Day.
happy 4th, Sammy. How are you, love?
I'm in Canada.
Good.
But I
You
was
can
raised
hear
in
her. I can
Virginia.
hardly hear her.
I know she sounds like she underwater. Like you sound very muffled, Sammy.
Because my husband likes to throw
I can talk in
everything
the
really
background.
loud. He's like right beside me.
BBL in the building.
Yeah, he's right beside me. He's making it way too loud.
Can I go back to this credit card situation real quick?
Yes.
What you got?
That gentleman, the idea he had was not a bad idea. My parents actually did that and paid off their house. So he just didn't have the knowledge to back up his leadership was the issue at hand. Because my parents do that. They pay all their bills with a credit card so that they can get the benefits from the credit card, like travel points, whatever benefits you get, and then they pay off the credit card at the end of the month, and then zero interest gets accrued.
But like
Yeah, the
maybe
idea
you're
was a
the
good
problem.
one.
Like maybe you're the problem.
So like I get what she was saying, that like he failed and he, made a bad decision for his family, but like the thought that he had was not a bad one. And having a good idea but not enough knowledge doesn't make you a bad leader. It just means you didn't do the legwork before you started leading.
Miss White, let me make sure. You must have missed one little part of that conversation. That part, like you just said, that would be great if that was the way that he did it. But he started going on Amazon. It was packages. He maxed the credit card out on other things.
Well, then that's different. If he
That's
was
what I'm saying. That's what I was
credit
saying.
cards, if he was getting, well, no, actually, let me stop. My parents buy everything on their credit cards: groceries, Amazon, any streaming system. Everything goes on their credit card, and they pay it off at the end of the month. My dad is a very meticulous man with his.
Oh, of course, she would go on a teacup if we get a call.
No, that's absolutely what she was saying is absolutely correct. A lot of people do that,
Oh,
but
did I cut
they're able
out?
to pay it off.
Only if you can pay it off at the end of the month. You can't max out a $25,000, $50,000, $100,000 credit card and expect to pay it off at the end of the month. That's totally different. Totally different.
Exactly.
So what I'm getting at is the man had a lack of control, which in turn made him a bad leader in that moment. My father makes sure they don't spend more than their income per month. They don't put more on the credit card than what they make in a month. That way it's guaranteed that they can pay it off in full each month.
And that's totally different.
Like I said, the gentleman just A, didn't have enough knowledge, and B, didn't have self-control. So I guess the lack of self-control would then put him in kind of a situation of not being a great leader, but that doesn't make him in full a bad leader. He just failed at that endeavor, and if he can show his wife that he learned and he'll never do that again, I think he could be a great leader.
Lack of knowledge and lack of discipline, that will put you in a space of being a incompetent leader at that time. If you don't have, listen, anybody who takes that moniker or that label or that title as being a leader, then everything that comes with being a leader, right, you're going to get that work. Plain and simple. If anything messes up, you're going to get that work. That's why you got to be very, very careful before you start accepting these titles.
Yes, I agree with that too.
Hold on, y'all. Let Sammy go. What was that, Sammy?
No, I'm gonna shut up. No, never mind.
Hmm?
I just heard, oh, never mind. That's all I heard.
What is up with her audio? Why it sound like that?
Yeah, it's really bad.
That's
But Miss White,
that iPhone.
I have an iPhone. What you talking about?
Yeah, that's what I do. I had to say something that was the opposite of my
That
phone.
sounds like an Obama phone. That's what it sounds like.
Got that flip phone, that pager.
It could just be a
got that damn cricket.
Hold up, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Let her talk. She just came off mute. Go ahead, Sammy. See if she's still muffled.
No, I'm still here. I'm just telling you. Never mind. Yeah.
It's still bad, Sammy.
Yeah, I know what she's.
Yeah, that's Obama. That's that Obama phone. That's Obama. That's that Wick phone.
No, who said that? Stop talking, everybody else. Who said that? Who made that joke?
We can't hear you, honey.
Okay, well, no.
We heard you say make a joke, and that's the only thing we heard.
Who said it's still bad, Sammy? That was a funny joke.
I heard that was a funny joke. That's all I heard.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll say this. I think I know you don't know if you can hear us.
Don't listen to anything he said. It's boring.
Oh. I don't know if you can hear us.
I don't want to hear it.
But huh?
No, I'm just saying.
Oh, but no, because to your point, I think we said it earlier. I think we can agree that, you can learn from your mistakes, right? And a lot of times.
I have to learn from. I'm perfect. What's wrong with you? What did I do wrong?
All right. But at that time,
is she crying?
No, we just can't really hear her.
I'm not running the vacuum, guys. I'm running mine.
You said you're using the bathroom?
I'm not. Never mind. They can't hear us, babe. Alright, I'm leaving.
Bro, what the frick is up, bro? That is not
I
hurting my
don't know.
head.
We're right here, and we're sitting on the couch. We're not doing anything.
I know
Yeah, get
your
you.
audio
That be your
is
next investment is a new
your
phone, man. 'Cause
mic
that
or
joint's on hold.
something's going on.
I'm on
Either
an
your covering your mic.
iPhone.
I don't
You're
know. You
showing
sound
bad
muffled.
leadership qualities. You're showing bad leadership qualities.
Hold up, bro.
Yeah, max the card out on that.
Emotionally unfit. Look at this. I go now. Bye.
But I don't know.
But I
I mean,
don't
I guess
want to leave them still listen. How do you do that? Trust
Is
me.
your microphone covered up? Does she have like a case on the phone or something,
yeah,
and it's covering up the mic?
could be.
Maybe
I
that's
don't
what's
know.
happening. Or
But
she's sitting on a
That
pillow
sounds like a
or something.
possibility.
There's something that's sitting on something that's covering up the mic, or something going on.
That's that wick phone. It's that wick phone.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I think when it just comes, like I said, like when it comes to like the financial, like especially when we're talking about like financial literacy, understanding, like it's really hard sometimes to have those conversations because not everybody's on the same level of understanding that, right? Like not everybody's on the same level. So there's some people who are still running on very much myths, and then there's some people who are very much just doing whatever, and then just giving out just like a lot of bad advice. Now, for me personally, I've always been somebody who I always believe in just like live beneath your means, right? And learn how to be comfortable within that. But again, it's easy for me. I'm a minimalist. But like, so like, okay, for me, yes, do I pay a lot of my bills with my credit card? Yeah, but I pay my credit card off, right? I'm not buying like crazy amounts of things on Amazon. Now, the problem is that when people start getting money, they only see the dollar amount, right, of the credit card. So if you're seeing a credit card that's $50,000, then people think they have $50,000 that they can spend. They don't realize that no, you have to still live within your means. So if you're only making, I don't know, say 40,000, then you still need to live within that $40,000 or $30,000, even though you have a $50,000 or $100,000 credit card limit or whatever the fuck it is. Still live within your means, and not a lot of people understand that. So, do I believe in like you should all just go and max out every single one of your credit cards and you're out here living way above your means? Absolutely not. You're gonna fuck up your credit. Right, you're gonna fuck up your credit. You're gonna fuck up a lot of shit. It's gonna get really hard for you to like get a car loan, buy a house, do all those types of things. If you're, living beneath your means and you are maxing out your credit cards, but you're able to pay those off, then yes, that's a good way to quickly build credit. But no, I wouldn't suggest just like maxing out your credit cards in crazy amounts, buying all sorts of stuff, trying to live like the rich and famous and keeping up with the Joneses. But I'm gonna digress on that. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, that's real talk. Because what a lot of people don't understand too is you max out their card. Once you get up above, I don't know, 60% of your limit, your credit starts plummeting.
Mm-hmm.
So if you let's say you had $1,000 or card with $1,000 and you owe $600 on it, that's your credit is starting to drastically, plummet. Then if you max it out, you like above 80% of your usage rate, your shit is in the dumps. So, that right there, man. You gotta, we think about credit and it's like, oh, well, I can just pay it off and it's cool. But yeah, your credit is suffering every month when you don't even realize it.
Every time you do that.
Yeah, and that's hard to come back from. That's another thing. It'll plummet easy, but it's hard to rise it. So, gotta be careful.
How bored. I guess I could use this one for a little bit of free advertising, but if y'all
Hold
need
on. Humblezilla said 30%. It was 30%. So
Yes,
go
30%.
ahead on it.
Yeah, 30.
All right, go ahead and I take that correction.
Yeah,
We gotta make sure that we get the
30%.
information right.
Yeah,
All right,
it's
so,
30%.
So
But
it's
staying
30%
below.
when it starts.
But yeah, utilization is real. If you start going above 30% or above, it'll start dropping your credit. That's why I like staying at least 9% and under. Because when you start getting up that high, your credit will start dropping. Utilization will drop your credit quick. So, and it's 2 dates. They got 2 dates on it. One date is like your call in when they actually report your credit, and then the other one is your pay date. You wanna make sure that you pay it down before the first date, before that call in date, before that report date, right? So if mine is on the 18th, I gotta pay everything before the 18th. But then the 24th might be when it's due. So you got a due date, and then you have a report date. The report date is the most important one.
That part. And also, to be funny but not to be funny, if y'all need I don't know, an ebook about personal credit and how to fix that up, that also comes with some letters. Link in my bio.
Okay.
Go ahead and buy it. And if you're not following my business account, which is No Saint Productions, where I talk a lot about social media, digital marketing, and all sorts of stuff, there's a lot of financial stuff that I've been talking about over there too. So go over there and get what you need, because I'm out here trying to teach y'all and do what you need to do. About instead of y'all sitting in these stupid lives talking about you gonna max out every damn one of your damn credit cards and look real stupid. Go over there and go do that, okay? Thank you. Matter of fact, I'm gonna come in here on that account, so make sure y'all follow that, because I'm gonna be live every day.
Okay, get your
Right
money,
now.
baby.
Let's go.
That's money.
Oh, let's go. I'm
See
coming
how I
over
did
there
that?
to
That
get
was
the
real
ebook.
smooth.
But no, like seriously, I'm sorry, Ken. We turned this conversation to credit, but that's important for us, right?
Let's get it.
You know, if we want to definitely, you know, if we're gonna talk about, let's talk about all of it. And just to level set, I never said y'all that was a bad man. As a matter of fact, when we talked about it, I was like, so what we gonna do? Because divorce ain't on the table, baby. But we as women, we're talking about how to uplift, how do we recover. This is me and my friend having a conversation. So my conversation to her, my advice to her, well, yeah, damn, that was kind of a crazy decision. You know what I'm saying? But now we know that maybe, you know, those type of things we don't put it all in his hands. Maybe you should have said a little bit more. Maybe if you knew something about credit, you could have said, hey, baby, no, if we do go over 30%, we gonna kind of mess ourselves up, because what if an emergency comes up? What if one of the kids gets sick and now all the credit cards is maxed out and we don't have no cash? What we gonna do? You know, you got to think further than that. You know, it's not he is a done deal. It's not leave him. It's not you made a mistake and you the stupidest person in the world. And you know what's so sad to me? When people come to, when I say something, I speak very directly. I speak very directly in the way that I speak, right? So when people come to me and they say something to me that I didn't say, I feel as though maybe they've experienced that. Maybe they felt it's something that somebody bashed them down and pushed them down and pushed them down when they just made a mistake. There's nothing wrong with making a mistake. It's just that we got to be logical, especially when we got other people's lives in our hands. We just can't do things because it feels good in the moment. Yes, and like Miss YZ said, yes, people do that, but they pay their credit cards off at the end of the month. If you can't pay off $50,000-$60,000 at the end of the month, what are we doing here? What are we doing? You know, so the whole purpose of you bringing it up, because the question was asked about giving an example of bad leadership. It's bad leadership in that example. That's not the whole sum of who he is. But that decision was a bad one, and we're not going to sit up here and act like it was a good one. It wasn't. You know, but it don't define him. It don't define him. It don't mean throw him away. No, it don't mean none of that. But we're not going to. You know, that's all I was saying. But anyway.
Yeah, no, we just gotta learn from mistakes. I mean, that's life. And that's the thing. It's like, I get where you both were coming from. I get where you coming from. Yes, that's a terrible decision. That is not a good leadership position. But I understand everybody's got to make mistakes. We just gotta learn from it. But what I wouldn't do is that you hear a story like that and be like, oh, well, that's just that situation. I'm gonna be different. We ain't 16-year-old kids. Like, I expect that from like a teenager, because we all did that. Right? We all thought we was going to be different. We all made the same stupid mistake, and we had to learn the hard way. We're adults. We can't keep making the same mistakes over and over and over again, and then sitting there and being like, well, I do what you need to. Get your due diligence. Don't sit there and say, oh, well, it's okay for me to be financially illiterate and not understand how credit works and not understand owning a house and not understand all these things, because my mama didn't teach me that. My daddy didn't teach me that. You're an adult on the internet. Y'all will spend hours on this internet looking up conspiracy theories that don't even make sense. Y'all will literally sit there and listen and do all this deep dive and research into a conspiracy that's talking about how the government is really, I don't know, secretly ran by spaghetti monsters or some shit, instead of just doing your due diligence and learning the shit that you need to learn. That's what I don't understand. So this is where I'm always going to push that challenge back to y'all. Come out here and learn the stuff that you didn't know. Right? I didn't grow up in a household where I knew about financial literacy. I'm starting to learn that stuff now. I didn't mess with credit cards because I didn't understand them. I just figured I don't understand it, I'm not gonna mess with it. You see what I'm saying? But I'm learning this stuff now. So, we gotta get to it. I know y'all love my spaghetti. Y'all love my analogies. I had to be ridiculous with it. I gotta hook a few people with y'all crazy analogies and talking on some talking points.
Can I ask a question, y'all, to
Well,
the panel?
it's actually lasagna monsters. It's not spaghetti, but just so you know.
Oh yeah, you're right. My bad.
So I got no saints analogy. I'm gonna definitely come over to your page. I'm gonna follow you and make sure that I support you.
Yeah, it's actually the profile that's right underneath you. That's the business
Okay.
account.
Okay, I'll do that one. But I got a question for the men though, y'all. The men that's still in the panel. Because I'm all about moving forward and growth and stuff like that. In that scenario, this is just a scenario. We just talk about a scenario, right? We just talking about a scenario, nothing personal. What do you guys think the best way to move forward from that as a woman?
No, not all men. Oh, my bad.
I know.
No,
Don't
quick
do that.
trigger.
Don't do that. But no, seriously, like from a man's perspective, how would you want a woman to receive you going forward? Like in a scenario that you messed up like that, like what would be the best way for her to come back to you? Because of course we don't want her come back like you a fucker, you don't want that. Because we all know you mess up and you feel bad. Anybody that mess up feel bad. What do you think? What do you guys, the men, think a proper like comeback to that? Like how would you want that woman to?
I would say a proper comeback is not coming back. It's a wrap.
Cav, no. What? Why?
Peace sign is a proper comeback. When she's gone over.
Are you being serious?
What type of you said it?
Well, when you say comeback, do you mean like what's the conversation afterwards, or did they break up and now like what do you mean by come? Give me a little bit
So
more.
they're still together, right? They're still together, of course, right? But like, of course, anybody would know that you're gonna feel a certain kind of way when somebody make a decision that detrimental, that could really affect you long term harshly. You don't want your wife coming back to you like, you fucked up. You fucked up.
Oh.
I would think this. I think she should.
I didn't know that was a question.
I think she should come back and ask him what is his plans for now, right? And she should be honest and say, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm upset about this. I'm frustrated with this decision. But I believe in you. I believe that you can get us back. But I just need to know what your plans are going forward. I'm not gonna lie to you and say it's cool. I'm upset about it, but I'm not upset. I don't have a less amount of faith in you, but I need some assurance right now. I need you to tell me what you're gonna do. As a man, if I heard that shit is gonna light a fire. And it's gonna light a fire, and it's not disrespectful. And it's not you candy coating or putting some shit on either. Because I need to know, for one, that my woman still got my back. I need to know, for two, that you still believe in me. Because I'm feeling fucked up because I made a mistake. But then number three, I need to know that you're willing to hang in there and work with it. See what I'm saying? And now, if he does not have a plan after that, like after she said that, and he still has nothing for it, now I'm gonna go with Kev. Now it's time for you to start planning some exit strategy, because this motherfucker is about to drag you down to the ground. So I think that the initial comeback is, listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. Don't lie. Don't act like it's cool oh no, everything is all good, but then you bring it up later. That's the worst thing you can do, right? Because you know it's still bothering you, and then as soon as another argument comes 2 weeks from now, you're gonna bring the shit up, and then it's gonna be bad. So say no, I'm pissed off. I'm still mad, but I still love you, and I'm still trying to. You know, I need some assurance though. I want to believe. I believe in you, but I need you to tell me how we gonna get out of it. You hear what I'm saying? I think that would be the best way.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I would say, because I didn't know that's how you was asking. I didn't know what the whole scenario was. You saying basically just come back from like I thought you were saying she left. If she left because of that situation, then I'm for sure like.
No, I never said any of that. He said that.
Oh, okay. I was about to say because I'm like, yeah, good night.
No,
Good night.
but of course she's uncomfortable. I mean,
then you just got to prove in action, right? I'm an action type person unless she just words of I don't like that words of affirmation stuff or whatever. But you know, I will have to prove it through action. Like, you know, that's basically like when you mess up in anything in life, especially if you mess up bad, you got to just prove, you know, I won't say give it a chance, but just have a trust in your partner. You know, if y'all understand each other and have trust in it, or I don't like saying trust either though, but if y'all believe in one another, so be patient and see and know that that he gonna catch us. I mean, he gonna bring you back type situation. I don't know. That's the best way I can do, but I can't. I can't really.
Let me say something when you're done, Ken.
I can't really.
Let me say something when you're done, Ken.
Go ahead.
See, in my marriage, right, we got to a point in our marriage where when we make decisions like that, we make them. So when there's a fall, we both fall. So we both look at each other, lick each other's wounds, and then we plan on a strategy on how to get right. So I depend on her knowledge of a certain area, and she depends on my knowledge in a certain area. We analyze what we did wrong, right? We take the accountability, because within accountability, you find your errors. You find what you did in the situation, right? So we analyze that, and then we come back with another strategy, right? So stuff like that would never really be put all the way on me. Stuff like that would never be put all the way on her, because we make those decisions together. You know, because we're an actual team, right? But it took years for us to think like that, right? Everything is joined. I have my own, she has her own, but then we have things joined. So when we make big financial decisions like that, usually it's just for both of us. So we both take the lick and we both decide on how we're going to get out of it.
thanks, guys.
Yeah, I would say that's the same way that we work it out. And just a caveat to anybody that might be listening, if you are, that's probably so you don't get into that situation. When we get so-called, we get so far in this leadership thing that we want to go ahead and be gung-ho and make all these decisions. Sometimes the best way to avoid all of that is to get communal with your decision making. You know what I'm saying? Understand that, yeah, you might have the final say. You might have, whatever, but at the same time, when you both sit down, two heads and most times are better than one. So just saying, you avoid being like homie and consult your better half. You'll be all right.
You know what, cousins? Hey, cousins, you know what I think one of the biggest problems right now is that a lot of us are trying to fit society's narrative on what men's supposed to do in marriage and relationship, what women are supposed to do. No, you do what works for y'all. Because in my relationship, in my marriage, damn near 31 years, right, I found that there are spots where my wife is the leader and I have to follow her. There are points where I'm the leader, she has to follow me. There are points where I have to submit to her. There are points where she has to submit to me. So the fact is that she's sometimes my protector. Sometimes I'm her protector on different levels. So, it works both ways with us because, like I said, you got to be a team, right? It can't be just me making the decision, just be gun-ho, because when you do that, unfortunately, you got to take all the bullshit that come behind it if you mess up. If you make a mistake, it's gonna land on your ass. So now you're in trouble. Now you're in trouble.
You mind if I
Right.
actually piggyback off of that, what you just said, Elo?
Come on
Please
in.
do,
Come on
my
in.
G. Please do.
So, ironically enough, like much earlier within the day, there was another live that I was a part of about this woman that basically was talking about how she believes that money shouldn't be the main like objective and the main look at in a relationship basically during the dating phase. And so while she was talking about that, she actually spoke on a situation very similar, not to this, but kind of in the latter half of like what to basically say during the situation when all money is basically lost and everything. Because her husband, which was her boyfriend at the time, he basically was getting to a point in which he was about to drop everything to basically follow his dream and follow his goal and basically put everything inside of that. So his first thought, as soon as he basically was about to drop everything, he had a talk with her and was like, yo, I'm about to put every single thing that I believe in into this one thing that I'm about to do, into this goal. And unfortunately, it's going to eat at our relationship. I won't be able to provide the way that I was beforehand. So honestly, I feel like we should actually split up because I won't be able to provide and actually be that person that you want me to be. And her instant thought was, wait, what the heck does that have to do with us? Like, for real, for real. Like, I love you for you, not for your money or anything like that. If you don't got the money, I'm still going to be down for you regardless. Like, even if things are going down, even if it doesn't make it and stuff, I'm right by your side, regardless of what happens and everything. Thick and thin, yada yada yada. Until this day, they're doing really, really well. He actually went well with his dreams and everything like that. Everything is going really, really good for the both of them. And she was trying to actually say that over and over again. Like I was like saying dating is that money should not be the main focus in the dating phase. It should be seeing your character, seeing the type of person that you are, seeing the type of drive that you are, seeing if you're a person that keeps your head in the clouds or a person that's actually on that goal. And while that was going on, people was literally bashing her left and right, like, oh, she crazy. Nah, he gotta be literally financially secure or else I'm dipping, yada, yada, yada. And it was just like a really crazy argument that was going in there. But I definitely feel like, especially as a single guy, I wish that I basically would have somebody by my side that would basically, like, that would see what I'm doing and my goals and basically, like, regardless of like how crazy it is and whatnot, basically be that motivation to kind of like say, look, as crazy as you are and stuff, I'm here for you. And I'm definitely going to do everything that I can to support you and your goal and stuff. The same exact way that I personally would be for my like girlfriend, wife, spouse, whoever it's going to be for her goals and what she wants to do, and hope that I basically have the financial ability to help her in her goals also. Because it's basically like not necessarily me against them, but it's like us against the world. It's like Athena and Ares. You don't just have one god of war, you have two god of wars, one for the wisdom, one for the power to actually go forward into it. It takes literally two to make everything go right. And that's kind of how I feel about when it comes to this whole relationship standpoint, that if you guys are going to be together, that you
Hold
guys
on,
are
yeah.
going to basically like be there till death do you part. That's always been my mindset.
Absolutely,
It takes two to
absolutely.
make
Hold
a
on,
thing
hold on,
go
hold on, hold on,
right.
hold on, Ella. Hold on, y'all. Hold up, hold up. Hey, y'all, I need everybody to tap, tap, tap the screen, share the live. If you can. Well, actually, share the live because it's not if you can. It ain't that hard. If you want to be able to share the live to more than 15 people, just go ahead and hold down Ked's little box over there. His big head self ain't sitting in the seat, but go hold down his box and then just hit send. Everybody down there should start jumping the numbers and the shares. Let's tap, tap, tap the screen. Let's get this up to, we can hit about 35K, all of us in here. So if you're in the box, you would tap the screen. If you're in the comments, tap the screen. Let's get some hashtag FYPs in the comments. Everything else, I do believe he does have a live goal. Looks like he got 2,500 roses he trying to get to. So feel free to throw those up to him as well. That'd be amazing. And then make sure that you also go up to Kev's You see that little heart by his name? Go join his team. It's 1 cent. Okay, y'all join his team. Okay, be a big head like Kev. Let's all join. And then let's also make sure, if you didn't know, go check out Kev's YouTube. His link's in his bio as well to his YouTube channel. So you guys are going to be able to see all the past conversations that we have in here, previous conversations, so on and so forth. And eventually, you know, whatever they decide to do with TikTok in the next year, we all will be moving up over there as well. So that'll be fantastic. And make sure you guys are heading over there so you guys can jump on those conversations as well. I did want to go ahead and say, because I did mention it earlier, I do have that link in my bio for that ebook for the personal credit. It was originally $40. Because I like y'all, I just dropped it down to I just dropped it by like $10 because I can do that. So it's now 30. So if y'all want to jump at that. Go ahead and go to where it says No Saint Productions. I'm also in the box down there. Go ahead and make sure you follow an account. Just hit the link in the bio. It's already in there as well. So we gonna keep it moving, and then we just gonna throw it back on over to the panel. Oh, and also please, y'all, just stay respectful on the live at all times. There's plenty of flight attendants. Myself's a flight attendant. I'll send you any destination you want to be. If you can't be respectful, you ain't got to go home. You ain't got to stay here. Just remember that. But we gonna keep it going. And if you look for peanuts, ask cousin.
It takes two to make it out of sight.
I ain't got nothing but macadamias. Sorry, no peanuts.
Now, Elo, you know half these people don't know that song. I don't know why you do.
I love that song.
I'ma keep it a buck. I'm a 97 kid, and I used to listen to that song left and right. I want to rock right now.
Okay.
Yeah, when he said what he said, it just made me think about that song. I couldn't help myself.
All felt. That means that it worked.
I'm so glad to hear so many of you guys on the panel tonight, like talk about partnership. It really warms my heart. Like I've only been able, even though sometimes we can't stand each other, a lot of times hell we can't stand each other, but I'm glad that we understood early on that it took both of us. That it wasn't gonna be one of us, it's gonna be both of us, and us together against the world. We got it. You know.
Hey, you know what? I came on this app, right? I thought that being married to and being with this woman for about 31 years, right? I actually thought that people looked at that like a flex because there's a lot of wisdom, right, that I have in maintaining, like all the stuff we've been through, the infidelities, all of the craziness that we went through, all of the being divorced and going through different things and all this stuff, and then we actually came out of it, right, very clean. I'm thinking that that's something to be respected. There's a lot of wisdom there. I'm thinking everybody would love to hear, hey man, how'd you do this? How did y'all survive this? But then come to find out, I said, damn, I better keep all that stuff to myself, because being married nowadays and being married for a long time, right, people really don't respect that. I didn't know that. I didn't know that it wasn't of respect. People don't respect it. The first thing they'll say is, but are you happy? Right? Are you happy? Oh, I know this, that. And I'm like, damn, why so much negativity, right, with marriage? I said, damn. I said, let me shut up. Let me stop telling people or trying to help people, right, with different things and sharing different things and how I got at it. Because the way I was off the hook, man. And then how did my wife go through all of that? How did she maintain this? I said, do you realize that there's a lot of wisdom when people have been in this day and time still together from way back in the day? How did they do that type of shit? What keeps them there? What did they go through? How did they get through it? I thought people would really want to hear that, but come to find out, people don't want to hear it. And the only thing that I can say is that I think that when people put it in their mind that they're never going to get it because they keep failing at it, they automatically now they just start looking down on marriage, start saying, oh, I don't care about marriage. I ain't trying to get married. Everybody don't want to be married. I don't really believe that. I think a lot of people want to be married. It's just that I think that they feel like they're never going to get married. So one thing I've learned about us as a people, that when we can't stop something or when we can't get something, we just automatically accept it and automatically go against it. That's why we call each other all these different names that we really shouldn't be talking and calling ourselves that, but we do. right? Because we accept the things that we can't fix or that we can't
So
attain. And that's what I'm thinking. So that's just my thought of it.
yeah, and I think at the end of the day, like y'all really need to be sharing that because for a lot of young people, like I'm a young people's. Okay, y'all. I was born 92. I'm barely gonna be 32 at the end of this month. Um,
Ah,
yeah, I mean I'm a young people's. Okay. Hey. Okay, look, Mister. I was born 97. Okay, I'm still a young people. Before y'all thinking I'm old as dirt. I'm still a young people.
oh, you
Okay.
ain't old as dirt. Nah, 92, you good.
Yeah, part. I'm a 90s baby. Okay, we still young. Um,
Most definitely.
but with that being said, I really do
Well,
think
I'm
that y'all
69.
see. But I'm just saying that knowledge though, that knowledge really does need to be shared because a lot of us have like this unrealistic expectation of what we think marriages are and what relationships are, based off of things, or we're going based off completely the wrong stuff. Right? Like a lot of people think that relationships are supposed to be like they see on television and how they see it in movies. And that's not how marriages work. That is not how any of that works. At the end of the day, anybody I've talked to who's been straight up and honest with me about like marriages ins and out, the hard times, the good times, and everything else, will tell you that is not how that works. It is not you just gonna follow him the whole time or you just gonna follow her the whole time. You guys are supposed to be happy and in love 365 days out of the year. It's supposed to be fantastic and lovely. And the moment it's not like that, then we want to bail and jump because that's all we know. Because it's supposed to be, we have this conception that it's supposed to be perfect. You see what I'm saying? It's supposed to be perfect. That's my true love. That's supposed to be the person, I fall in love with and nothing bad happens again. You know what I mean? I'm gonna go through a hardship again in my life. And that's unfortunately the consensus with a lot of people. So that's the reason why when you guys do try to share, you guys start talking about marriage, you're like, I don't want to get married. Why would I want to get married? What's the point? Oh my God, I don't see the point. And it's like at some point you still gonna deal with hardship. I just don't think marriage is gonna end hardship. You just have somebody to go through that hardship with. If that makes sense. But I still say y'all really need to be sharing that knowledge. Don't ever stop sharing that knowledge. I don't give a shit. Share it. Let us know.
You know, and here's the thing too, though, right? What I've realized, like, there are certain people. It doesn't matter what you say; they're gonna be pessimistic about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can sit up here and tell all these dudes, like, yo, this works. I'm a living testament to tell you that this is how I used to live, doing what y'all say to do, right? All this rhetoric that y'all doing, I did that. It didn't work. What I'm telling you is true peace and true joy, not happiness, joy. There's a difference, okay? Because marriage is perfect. It's perfectly imperfect, okay? And that's the beauty of it. It is me understanding that she is wild as fuck as far as all over the place in her mind. I got way too many faults, right? I got all these other things going around, and it's like we figure out a way to deal with each other's faults and deal with each other's imperfections. That's perfect. You see what I'm saying? It's not about changing somebody and making them perfect. No, it's about them understanding and accepting your flaws and being good with that. And now you can have something to joke about. We got so many inside jokes. We got so many, things that happen. There's been times when we've been mad as fuck at each other. And she didn't slam my plate on the table with the food, right? She still make the food. She gonna still serve the plate.
Down.
And she gonna or she put the plate down and slam the fork like, yeah, eat that, motherfucker. And I'm like, wait, what you talking about? You better have seasoned this shit right. And we talking shit to each other, right? But at the same time, we still at that table eating. And we still, you know what I mean? And at the end of the day, when I leave the house, she gonna always get that love before I leave. When I come in the house, you gonna always get that love. First thing you do before you do anything. I don't give a fuck if you mad or not. It's certain things that we do, but that's what makes it perfect. Because even in those bad times, you find the way to persevere. And I think people don't realize that. They just want those roses. They want this, like you said, that picture of the, that fantasy.
That picture perfect, yeah.
Yeah, and that's not what it is, because like Elo says all the time, and I've said it, we've all said it, through those hardships and through those tribulations, that's when you get growth. There's nothing in this world that increases without some breakage. When your bones grow, they got to break down to grow. When you get muscles, you got to break the muscle so it can heal bigger, right? You're tearing the fibers. There's no pain, no gain. That's where that comes from.
Oh yeah, you definitely
Everything
gonna have
has
growing
to
pains.
have that right to grow. So why are we scared of the hard times? Why are we scared of pain? Like that's what we need. That's what gives us wisdom. You get what I'm saying? And it's
That's
gonna be
what's
all
being
right.
pumped into society though right now. Everybody's looking. Right now we live in a society where everything has to be microwavable. Right? We want everything microwavable. We don't want to suffer for long periods of time. We want everything to be done instant, right then and there. Nobody really wants to work towards nothing. Nobody really wants to work at anything long term, and so on and so forth. Like, why do you think so many people are sitting around here trying to do these shadow workbooks, trying to solve every single trauma they ever went through and fix themselves to make themselves quote unquote perfect within like a 3-year span, which anybody who's wise will tell you and old enough will tell you and has been through life will tell you that's a lifelong thing. You're going to be healing. You're going to be healing constantly. You're going to be doing all these things. You're going to constantly have to deal with trauma. There's going to be trials and tribulations within life. That's never going to go away, but it's how you deal with it. That's the part everybody forgets. And that only comes from when you have to deal with stuff. That's the only time.
Right.
Nobody
And let me
wants
just
to do
add
that.
one more thing. And I'll just add this one more thing. And that is when you look, you will find it. Okay. And what that means is that a lot of times we make these problems in relationships or in life in general, we make them self-fulfilling prophecies because we already have this idea that it's fucked up, that it's going to be fucked up. I'm just waiting for the shoe to drop. I'm just waiting for it to get bad, blah, blah, blah. Then you end up making it bad. And that's what we don't realize. When you go into a relationship or you go into anything and your first thought is, I'm waiting for this bitch to fuck me over. Or this dude ain't shit and I know it is. I'm just waiting for his lie to come. Like you are already breeding the madness to come. Because even if there is no issue, you're going to see an issue because you already got that pessimistic mindset. So I tell people all the time, like, yo, if you automatically think that it's all bad, then you don't even need to start until your mind is right to where, you know what I'm saying? You're looking for the best. You prepare for the worst, but you hope for the best. You know, it ain't the opposite. So I just think, people make these things and they kind of making it bad for themselves if you really get to it.
Cousin, let me ask you this. Were you in here earlier when we were talking, we were having a good conversation and the comments started going crazy and it was just like, it was all this stuff about the women were saying, well, the men cheat anyway. We weren't even talking about cheating. We was talking about children in a marriage. And it some kind of way it just went to, well, he cheated. He probably cheating, or I'm not gonna accept cheating. And I'm just sitting there looking at it and I'm like, well, damn, we on TikTok having a conversation and these comments are coming up. What do you think be happening in everyday life? A lot of people sit there and they talk against good stuff. If you're doing it on the internet, I know you're doing it in your real life. Why are you
Well,
doing
that's
that?
because
Right.
people, at the end of the day, people don't realize that the ideologies and your mindset, you will subconsciously or consciously do things to again further justify that mindset, right? And I'll give an example. I'll give kind of an anecdotal example. So when I was younger and I was very much like, I ain't gonna front with y'all, I have trust issues, right? So like for me, when I was just like, yeah, you can't trust anybody, don't trust anybody, everybody's gonna mess you up, right? That was my mindset at one point. Do you think I did not subconsciously or purposely put myself in situations around people who were going to constantly verify that? Of course I did.
Reinforce it,
I ended
reinforce
up in relationships that would constantly verify that. Don't get close to people. See, everybody's trash. Everybody's terrible. See what I'm saying? So people put themselves in that situation over and over and over again, and they don't even either they don't realize that they're doing it, or they do and they just don't want to admit that that's what they're doing. That's the reason why old girl will end up with that boyfriend who's constantly cheating on her and constantly like beating her up, right? Because she has to at that point she believes at that point that that's what that is. This is what love is and this is all it's ever going to be. And people will settle for that. And it takes a point where people literally have to hit their rock bottom, hit that breaking point. Unfortunately, some people, it takes them to hit that breaking point for them to realize, like, no, this is enough is enough. This isn't what I want my life to be. There's got to be people out here I could trust. Like, it's got to be different. And then that's when people change, right? That's when people go, okay, you know what? I need to change some things. I need to change the people I'm around. I need to change my environment. I need to do all this other stuff. It unfortunately takes people to hit that. And that's the reason why people end up where they're at. It's the echo
That's a
chambers.
good point. That's a good point. I'll tell you this. This old man told me one time that it's not that people don't trust other people. It's that they don't trust their own decisions.
They don't trust
And
themselves.
I was like, what? I didn't get it when he first said it, but now I'm starting to realize it's like you don't trust that you have surrounded yourself with people that's trustworthy. So you don't really, it's not about them, it's that you don't trust your decisions and who you fuck with. And that's part of the big, I mean, I think that's the big part of the problem. Because if you knew that, like I know that the people that I surround myself with, I don't have to worry about being vulnerable. I don't have to worry about saying something that they're gonna use against me because I already know that my people are solid. So I don't have to worry about that. But when I didn't have that, yeah, I got it. I was like, you know what? I didn't trust these people because I didn't trust that I picked the right people to be around. And if we look at it like that, it starts giving us a little more responsibility about it. So that's a good point.
Yeah, when I was in here, I was just, I don't know, I don't think neither one of y'all were in here, but I was like, I stopped and I was like, look, y'all, ladies that's in the comments saying that stuff. I think y'all believe that y'all not gonna find nobody. It's somebody out here that's gonna make you a wife and is gonna love you. And nobody said that to you. Somebody, and I see that. It shit is, let me say this real quick. It's so bothersome to me sometimes. I be on here. How many broken people out here. I did not realize it until I got on TikTok. You got to change your mindset. Everybody not going to fuck you over. I mean, it is a lot of people that will, but everybody not. And you cannot look at life like that because you're going to go through life and you're going to be miserable.
Exactly.
If I could say something right quick. Hey, cousin. Hey, hey,
Gilbert?
host. Hey, everybody
What's up,
that's
B?
here.
What's happening, man? Your name?
I follow all of y'all. I really do. I follow all of y'all. Here's the problem, okay? Here's the ultimate problem, because I just got out of another chat. It was the most peaceful conversation. This one is the most peaceful conversation. Here's the problem. The people that are out here that are broken, they're broken for one reason. They carry and they hold toxic traits that they don't have a resolve for. When you walk through life and you think that everybody's going to do something wrong to you, you hold on to the past. People have not shed it. They haven't molted yet. What we find right now is that a lot of people that jump in these comments, right? If they were to get in the box and they start to talk, you would understand why they don't have anybody. You would start to understand why society is the way that it is. The one problem that we have within our society is that we let society control the narrative of everything. You cannot take everybody's traumatic trauma and apply it to yourself. If you know that you was an ain't shit ass boyfriend, then that's just what it was. And you got to be honest with it. If you was an ain't shit girlfriend, you got to be that. And the parents, the one thing about it is most of the trauma that was passed down from the 70s or even into the 80s, because I tell my age all the time, the problem is that a lot of these things we had questions for, but we never got answers for it. And then we tried to fix something that was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That is the problem with society right now. Generational curses does not come behind money or situations and all this other shit. It don't come behind it. What it comes behind is the emotional attachment to a situation to where when we got older, we wanted to make propagated issues within our life to where we wanted to put a shield up. The only shield that we should have right now is actually having the understanding that, you know what? I know what I don't want.
Mm-hmm.
I know what I don't need, because the wants and the needs are actually destroying and it's hurting people at this point. Your wants and your needs will hurt and destroy you every day if you're not careful. At this point in the stage in our lives, and I don't know how old people are, and I don't want to know the ages, but what you want and what you need will hurt and destroy you. Now, with that being said, everything that shimmer, and we've been hearing this our whole lives, everything that shimmer ain't gold. Everything that looks cute ain't cute on the inside. Everything that's beautiful on the outside is ugly as fuck on the inside. We know that now. The problem is getting people to wake up to actually understand that at this stage of the game, we have an infiltration of people or a certain class of people. Doesn't matter whether you're black, white, Asian, Indian, Hindu, don't matter. The toxicity is here. And they mask themselves of looking like what? The good, beautiful people that y'all are. The good, handsome men, the men that actually have the education, the men that actually went to school. They get online and they talk this shit all day long. And guess what they do? They trigger you like a snap. They trigger you with the certain words, the certain topics.
Yeah.
That's what they do. That's what they do. See, when I started this social media platform, and I wish Kev was up here right now because I love Kev. I've been following Kev for 3 years. And I've been following Cuz, and I just recently started following y'all because I respect everybody. This is the problem right here. We are intellectual thinkers trying to find a resolve for the communities that we can actually have an influence on, right? When it gets to social media, these people don't have a voice. And the voice that comes on is so toxic that it takes away from the conversation. So that's the first thing. The second thing is this. To actually have the passion and the willpower to deal with what you're dealing with in your own personal lives. So there's Kev's lives, and then there's Cuz, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 panels, right? It's 8 panels in total, but there's 7. You have to deal with people around you in your environment that you actually have to counsel, and you actually have to deal with. Like, damn, you didn't see this coming? You may have been talking to a person for months. You may have been dealing with a person your whole life, and they keep doing what? Repeating the same cycle. Because guess what? You can't fix trauma that another person will not tackle within themselves. The only thing that you can do is be there for that person, but do not allow that person's attitude, their ego, or their ethos, or even their way of living affect how you look at life. To see the way the world is moving, to see the way that you can move, how you can maneuver, you're a fucking superhero. Now you got to see who the villain is. And guess what? It ain't us. You got to wake up every day and look at the sky and say, you know what, God, thank you for putting me here. Because I know it's an ain't shit ass person that's not following you. And then guess what?
So I have a question
Guess
then.
what?
So what's the solution
Yes.
to all that though? Because the thing is that when we have these conversations, everybody's real quick to point out every problem that's within society or what people are doing and everything else. What's the solution then?
The solution to society. The solution to
these
society.
issues? Not society, to the issues that you brought up specifically. What are those issues?
How can you change? How can there be a solution when the direct person will not change? The people will not change.
So then, because the thing is like I said, we can point out problems all day. Right. I can point out the problem like, okay, people in society, yes, people are very heavily focused on the negative. People are very heavily focused on trauma right now. We can point that out, but there has to be some form of a solution for somebody, because there could be people, hold on. There could be people who are really wanting to change, but because everybody's just pointing out a problem, they don't even know where to start. So then it just continues. Oh, well, then I guess this is what life is supposed to be. Everybody grows up and we just supposed to complain.
I believe that, hold on for a second, Bobby. I believe that No Saint is each one teach one. I can't tackle the whole TikTok, but me and you having a conversation, I'm not saying you specifically, but it's
Yeah.
something that I may be able to like Elo earlier. He was talking and he was, giving his little, but he's more like a mentor. You can't tackle the whole problem, but you can do a little. You can't eat the whole elephant. You know how they say that you got to eat a bite at a time. The solution is being like you said earlier. Even you, when you was talking earlier, you was like you gave your little moderator break, and you went right into saying, "I got an ebook." You gonna bless somebody with that.
Yeah.
So even with you just doing that little bit, it's just a little bit and a little bit. It's just that the people that's really invested and involved, we gotta just be, steadfast. And the people,
with that.
the people gonna come, and the people that's gonna not, they not. Can't save them all, but you can save a couple of them. You did your job.
Facts. And that's what it is. What people eat don't make you shit.
Yeah. And I
What
think
people, here's the thing about it too. It's not to cut anybody else off, because I'm about to start my own podcast here. I'm about to jump back on. I'm about to actually start my own. But this is the thing about it too. A lot of people, and we talk about the resolve, right? There's a lot of people out there right now that are steady firm, and they hold the course in their lives. They just want to hear the information that we do. So those are the people. These people that are out here right now that are just going back and forth, making these TikToks, and the women ain't this, the men ain't this, all of that. If I know that the people that I'm talking to right now are smart enough, like I said, what they eat don't make you shit. So that's that. That's just that. You can't save everybody. Everybody ain't supposed to be at the top of the mountain. Not everybody can go with you. Not everybody's supposed to go with you. Okay? Not family or even friends. I know everybody wants to save everybody. Oh, just got to save everybody. That's an overcompensation of emotion. No, not everybody's gonna go. And when you get that strong enough backbone, you can actually say, you know what? I tried. I did what I had to do. This is the path that I'm going up now. Because guess what? Everybody that I've talked to is actually going this way, forward projection. So if you're not willing to get up out of your traumatic issues, and you just want to have a fucking pity party, then stay there. Just stay there. And it's harsh. It's so harsh to do that. But guess what? Let me ask you a question. Do you want to feed the mule to give it enough strength to walk? Or do you want to drag it to till the alarm?
I mean, if I were to answer that question honestly, I don't think I'm dragging anything. All I'm doing is literally
It's
just
not
being
about
like,
you.
here's the
It's
resource.
not about you. It's not
in
about you.
general, okay, but in general, in society, that's all we can do. That's all I'm saying. We can keep pointing out issue after issue after issue, no solution. Well, we can't save anybody. What you eat don't make me shit. Okay, if we're gonna say and have that sentiment, then really stand on that then. Right?
Yeah,
But
of course I do.
you know what I mean?
I do
But
every day.
hold on. But here's my thing with that, right? For me, obviously I can't save everybody. I'm not special like that. Okay, there's not one thing I'm gonna say that is gonna change and influence the minds of every single person who's on TikTok, every single person in society. But there are some people, right, where again, all I can do is drop the seeds. If people choose to water them seeds, that's on them. I can't do nothing else but that. And so for the only thing that I can say is that yes, we do live in a society where people are very much stuck on their trauma, stuck on the issue, stuck on the problem. The only thing that I can honestly say to people is very simple. Try not to overindulge in negativity. Try to find yourself a hobby, and try to understand that yes, life is going to come with challenges, trials, and tribulations, but you have to get better at dealing with that. I cannot sit here and push the message of, okay, well, what you eat don't make me shit. So if you have a problem, oh fucking well, you shouldn't be over here on the internet complaining about it. This, that, and the third. That doesn't solve nothing. If anything, that is making things worse. This is why we are in the situations that we're in.
No, it's
We're
not,
in a lot
because
of these
people don't
situations because of that.
change. That's the thing
People
about
do
it.
change.
People choose to change.
People
People
change.
choose.
Over
People
time,
choose.
Can I
people
say
will.
this though?
Why
Okay,
would you
because
waste?
I would say this. I think the universal answer to that question, AJ, would be you have to be the change that you want to see.
Exactly.
Okay, simple as that. And what that means is, because what we do is those who want to change, right? The people that don't want to change, they're not going to change, period, right? The ones who do want to change or who have the propensity to change, they're going to change by example. They're going to see the example. They're going to try to emulate that because that's a human condition, right? So what we see, that's the reason why, advertising works so well, right? What we see, what we hear. And if that's something that you want to do, so case in point, if you're living a great life, somebody wants to live that life. They want to live. And that's why it's important, like you said, we need to start sharing these short stories about having happy relationships and things like that, right? Because when people see that, those that want that are gonna come along with you. The ones that don't, they got to get left, right? But I'm gonna always leave the light on for you. So if you want to come through, come on, holler at me. I'm not gonna try to force you. I'm not gonna try to drag you. I'm gonna throw out what I throw out. I'm gonna live how I live. I'm gonna let you see it. If you want to get on, I'm not gonna gatekeep. Come holler at me. And I think that if we start doing that, when the people come, and then we give them the good information, that's all we can do. I think a young lady said it earlier, each one teach one. That's what it is. You know what I mean? We just got to take a little bit, one step by step. But we have to live that way and be that way. And I think people gravitate to us. And then the rest of it kind of works itself out. You know what I mean? But that would be the only thing close to an answer I can give.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. It's just getting to, like, I guess what I'm trying to get at is that it is something that I just noticed. I'm not coming at anybody. I'm not, trying to challenge. All I'm trying to challenge is now more a solution-based thing, right? What is the solution? If we're going to keep pointing out all the issues in society, all these things, and then sit there and say, oh, well, it don't matter. People ain't going to change. I feel like that's not the right thing to be pushing out there right now. Right. If people already believe that things aren't going to change. That's the reason why people are downgrading marriages. This is the reason why people are downgrading other people. It's why people downgrade men. Oh, all men have to be this way. All people have to be this way. And it's all well, if nobody changes, then oh, well. We can't keep pushing this narrative expecting, well, we don't understand why this is happening. This is exactly why this is happening. We have to start pushing the narrative. Yes, you can change. And we have to start one at a time. Right. I'm not going to say one thing that's going to change everybody. Right. But there's enough seeds that I can drop in enough people. Right. And then they will drop seeds in other people eventually. And people will keep watering it. And people will eventually start to realize, hey, wait, that's not the mindset we need to keep pushing. That's just all I'm saying. We don't need to keep pushing them. That marriages are crap. Men are terrible and dangerous people. And this, that, and the third. But as long as we keep pushing this narrative saying nobody's going to change, this is going to continue going the way that it's been going. And it's only getting worse. That's all I'm saying.
Let me say something when you're done.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm done. I'm a laugh.
Let me go next after that, and then I think you got some new people, Kev, but I want to go after you go.
Yeah, I want to get in too.
Yeah.
Let me say this. I'm listening. So, look, I'll say this. Right. One solution is, right, the renewing of your mind. Right. People have to renew their mind. But people have to understand and know that that's something that actually can be done. Right. I don't look at humans as changing. I look at us as evolving. Right. Because those that are changed, the weather changes. Once a caterpillar go into a butterfly, it don't go back to the caterpillar. So, like I said, one of the solutions that I offer, right, in my own life is what I'm doing right now. Right, that's one of the solutions. Right, I'm actually coming out and going against fears. Right, having enough courage to come out here, even though people are going to be judgmental. People are going to have something to say. Everybody's not going to agree. People's going to look at me in a way I don't look at myself. So there's a lot of fears, by coming out here and speaking. I believe that those of wisdom need to be speaking right now. Everybody that has wisdom, if you got wisdom, if you got experiences and you learn from them, and the things you used to do, you don't do anymore, I think people need to be more vocal. They have more conversations, right? Putting out more wisdom type content, right? Things from their own life and what they've actually learned. And a lot of people get that. That's why I encourage people, tell your story, right? Tell your story. Tell the things that actually happened and what you learned from them, what you used to be and what you are now, right? So the way I live my life, I share the things that actually transformed me from what I used to be to what I am now. And for all of those who are listening, never be ashamed of what you used to do and what you used to be.
Kudos. I love hearing an Elo speak. No saying I would just give you a different little perspective too. I always tell people, not saying the United States government is the greatest thing in the world, because I know it's not, but I do think they have strategy, right? So you know how when it comes to military, we got the Navy, we got the Army, we got the Air Force, and then we got Space Force, which just some BS, but we ain't even going there tonight because we ain't talking politics. But you got the Coast Guard, you got the National Guard. You got all those. The reason why we have all those different branches is because they all serve different purposes. And I use that example because it's the easiest way to kind of make it make sense. So you'll like what you talked about earlier, you have a background in credit, right? Or credit, or whatever your ebooks are. So you have information that you got a following for that. Everybody has a purpose. And everybody has a leader that they're going to follow. So I don't believe that one person or two people can like change the dynamics of everything, because everybody is not going to fall in line with what just I'm saying or what just Elo is saying or just what one person is saying. We all going to have different type of leaders. But if we all are coming together for the same purpose, we can get somewhere. But I think a lot of people believe I got to listen to this one person. Then when it comes to, I don't get into religion and stuff like that. That's a whole different conversation. But when we're talking about moving things forward, you just got to find your tribe. And I don't like using the word tribe because I have a Native American background. And it's kind of not a cool thing to say.
It's weird, yeah.
Yeah, it's not a cool thing to say if you know anything about Native American. But a lot of people they understand what that word means, though. They understand that a tribe means that you're following these type of this certain.
Find your community. Yeah, that's the better word, community.
Community, right. So, but of course I'm sorry using that. But I think that's what it boils down to. You have to find your community, and then you're going to fall in line with what they're saying or what they're preaching or what they're teaching or whatever the case may be. A lot of people don't even know who they are yet. Because you got to know who you are first to find your people. If you don't know who you are, you just going back and forth. I like this today and I like that tomorrow, and this is over here and that's over there. You're going to be, always.
But excuse me, what's something's wrong with tribe now? What's wrong with the word tribe? What's wrong with that? Something's wrong with that now? I mean, I'm out of touch evidently. What's wrong with the word?
That's a whole other conversation.
I'm gonna have a live on that.
Listen, I'm just gonna throw it out there right now that I don't think.
I'll talk about that though. I'll talk about that. And I'll tell you, Elo. But go ahead, Mister.
I was just gonna say I don't think the tone policing is really necessary in this group. We can understand what you're saying. We know you're not trying to be offensive. We're all adults here. I don't see the need for you to apologize. You're landing a plane. You're getting a point out. We all understand what you mean by tribe. If anyone wants to gripe about it, they're just trying to deflect and get into some other issue. I'm a believer in you should be able to say how you feel, and it's up to other people to handle themselves. It's not up to you to cater. So if you want to use the word tribe, someone wants to gripe, you can send them my way.
That part.
I wanted to add to the conversation. I was kind of getting a little irritated down in the comments when somebody was speaking, because I feel like a lot of people do not live up to what they're saying. It's like I just feel like they just be talking. My thing is, if you want to be selfish and you don't want to help, just stay your ass in your corner, okay? But the ones that do have solutions and the ones that are leaders, let them work so we can finally relieve our people, so we can get peace and get our blessings. If you want to be selfish, you be selfish, but don't sit here and try to block people that do want to help other people. And that's what's pissing me off, Instead of keep saying, oh, well, people are not going to change and we can't help everybody. Okay, we know that. But if we can get to some, let us do that. That's all I wanted to add for right now.
That's good. That's good. I love it.
So I really wanted to add to this too. Are you still going, Tax?
Mr. P,
No, I'm done.
Mr. P, can you do a mod break real quick and then or after you go, whichever one?
Yeah, I'll
Those
get a
type of
mod
stuff.
break in really quick, and then I wanna pitch in on that whole people being helped and not being helped kind of thing. So, anyways, we got 14 people in here. We're sitting at 36 and a half on those likes. Let's get that up to 40K. Let's get that going. Everybody needs to be tapping. I got 14 people in here. If you're liking the topics, hating the topics, feel free to gift the panel and gift the host. Everybody's here trying to drop some knowledge for everybody and maybe help you see something that you couldn't see yourself. Feel free to tap that screen. If you hate Kev, tap that screen. You can tap right on his face. If you love Kev, you can go ahead and tap the screen too. Hearts are free. Another thing that's free is if you hit that share button in the bottom right corner, you'll get a screen that'll pop up with heads and circles. Tap 15 of those heads, hit that share button. It's a really fast, efficient way to get this out to a lot of people. We're going to keep it going here. I don't know where we are on the list, but I'm just going to jump into the convo as I was hearing it. So when I say what I'm going to say about it, when I say when you should hear what somebody is telling you, I use that as an umbrella term for analyzing the actions that follow their words. To hear the body language that is being presented, and dare I say it, to hold someone accountable when you put their actions next to their words. So if someone is seeking my help, I will gladly speak to them and give them my knowledge until they stop listening. And what I mean is that if I spend an hour of my time giving someone some really heartfelt advice and I'm really taking the time and effort, and they make zero effort in their own life to apply or implement or change anything in their situation, they're probably not going to get as someone so willing to dedicate time to them again. There's a rule in my house. I will listen to anybody complain about anything as long as they are taking steps and done everything they can to change the situation. If you're going to complain to me about a headache and you haven't taken Tylenol, be quiet and go take some Tylenol. So I base my willingness to help somebody off of an equal exchange of effort. Now, that doesn't mean that they have to do what I do, but they have to be willing to match my own effort to help them. If they can't reciprocate that by putting the effort into themselves that I'm dedicating to them, I've only got 80 summers at max if I play things good. I ain't got time to be trying to convince somebody that they need to learn how to tread water. You need to learn how to do these things, and I'll gladly help you if you're willing to help yourself. So that's kind of my take on it. And, so if someone stops listening, then I stop talking. And that's what I mean by that.
Jerome. Jerome, you there? This thing sound like it.
Jerome.
Who just dropped? Somebody just dropped. Jerome, you there? There you go.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just trying to, I'm trying to navigate what we talking about right now. So I'm trying to listen to everything that everybody's talking about. But if somebody can give me a clear-cut thing that we're talking about.
I believe the conversation was around...
I can give you the basis. So essentially what we were talking about was how the conversation started is somebody came up here and they were talking about basically the problems within society and the reason why, originally the conversation was surrounded around marriage. Elo was talking about, how he's been married a very long time, and how he's gone through a lot of things within his marriage, and now how a lot of people, he came onto social media hoping to share that knowledge. A lot of people kind of gave him a lot of backlash for it because, people are anti-marriage and anti-relationship and anti-people these days. That in turn sparked another conversation where somebody came up here and they were just talking about essentially just well, it is what it is, basically. You know, people just aren't going to change. These are the problems in society, so on and so forth, where I came back and challenged, well, then what's the solution to those situations? Because we can point out those problems all day. It's not helping or doing nothing, right? Like at that point, we're just wasting space pointing out the obvious, essentially. And then that's how we ended up in the conversation, and we ended up here. So if y'all want to continue with that conversation, we can. If not, we can go into the topic. It really don't matter. We was just really kind of free rapping.
Okay, so everybody's freestyle. Well, first off, I guess I'm just gonna freestyle. First off, if you have a son, all right, you need to make sure your son is the biggest and the baddest, all right? You know what I tell my son on a day-to-day basis? When he goes to school, I tell him he needs to be bigger and smarter than everybody else. Listen, we're not here to play too much games with the Korean guy that's next to you or the white T guy that's next to you. I tell my son, all right, and I think that I'm telling my son a great thing. You better be stronger, faster, and smarter than him. All right, that's what I tell my son. All right, and I was on another live, and they was talking about, you know how women have like, you know, they could be insecure and stuff like that. I said that when every time that I have my daughter in my presence, I tell her that she's the most beautiful, that she's the most smartest. I think if a lot of y'all men tell y'all daughter that, all right, she's not gonna get into that whole thing where she cares about where I'm just talking right now because I don't know what y'all talking about right now, but I'm just talking. Y'all supposed to tell y'all daughters every time that you can, she's the most beautiful and she's the most smartest. All right, it's easy for her to just overtake other women. I like my kids to overtake y'all kids. I ain't gonna lie to you. You got your kids at a event. I want my kid to come out stronger than you, look better than you. And it's okay for me to say that. And I tell my daughter that all the time. And that's exactly what y'all men supposed to tell y'all daughters. All right? Because she's not going to have to hear that from another damn man. You tell your daughter that she's beautiful day in and day out. She ain't going to have to hear that from somebody else. She going to hear it from you. And then when somebody else say that, she going to be like, oh, I already know that. I already know I'm beautiful. All right, when I talk to my son and I tell him he got to be a titan, my son got to be a silverback gorilla out here. The hell y'all talking about? He got to be the strongest out here. You know what y'all lacking? A lot of y'all men is lacking that y'all need to have y'all son in competition. He's supposed to be the biggest at whatever he does. He playing ball. He better be the best ball player. You better figure out how you gonna make him to be the best ball player. If he a wrestler, you better figure out how you gonna be the best wrestler. My daughter, she knows how to play the piano and the ukulele. She gotta be the best at both of those. Right? So I don't know what we talking about right now. But I'll say this.
I just want to say something really quick.
I'll say this. My kids is in competition. All right? And I want my kids to overtake every one of y'all kids. I want my kids to be the biggest.
So then what happens when they don't?
I mean,
What do you
listen,
tell them when they
cousin,
don't?
I know you got a question for him. I just want to counter his statement with like, yeah, I mean, that's a good idea.
Well, no, I just asked him. Yeah,
and I get where he's coming from, but I tell my son this. I tell him, listen, I said, losers are going to focus on the winners, my guy. And I said, if you want to be the winner, you just got to focus on winning. And what does that mean for you? I mean, my son does track and field and he has straight A's, and he's in advanced placement classes. And he does this because he decides to push himself, and I just give him support. I tell him not to be focused on whatever anybody else is doing and accomplishing. Be happy for them, whatever. So you just need to focus on you and what you're trying to accomplish. Put your energy into you. Use this time at school to build, towards something that you want to be in life. Don't worry about popularity and who notices you and who sees you. You need to focus on winning and getting everything you can out of this 12 years. And my son's doing that. And as far as telling your daughter she's beautiful, I totally agree with you. I tell my daughter every day she's beautiful. And I also tell her that she's intelligent. But then I also back it up with actually making her do things that expand her intelligence. So while those things are good to say, I also reinforce it with actual knowledge. She thinks she's smart because she is smart, because she demonstrates that she can access, retain, and find information to questions that she necessarily doesn't have an answer to already in her head. So while I agree with your sentiment, I think that there's other methods that are successful as well. And I don't think being hyper-focused on being the biggest and the strongest is always necessarily the goal. Because ultimately there is a bigger fish. I'm a big guy. I'm a physical guy. I've been in the physical realm of competition, and I understand exactly what you mean about that. But reality eventually shows you that that's not everything, that you also have to be competent.
But let me ask you
Let's
this,
say,
Mister.
hold on, hold on. Let me
Hold on.
get
Let
30
me ask,
seconds real quick. Hold on. Let me get
okay,
30
go ahead.
seconds real quick.
You got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
There, somebody in the comments said, "Oh, well, she said something about a drug and this, that, and third." First off, what you need to understand is sometimes I could drink. Listen, I could drink, I could do whatever I want. But guess what? Michael Jordan's dad was a what? Michael Jordan's dad was a what? He used to drink a little bit and he used to gamble a lot. It don't matter. But I'm gonna make sure my kid is gonna overtake stuff. I don't want my first of all, my son act like me. When you walk around the crib, he walk like me, like a silverback. That's how I want my son to be. So at the end of the day, what y'all said in that damn comments, yeah, I might drink a little bit. I might do a little of this. I might do a little bit of that. But I make sure that my son, he's going to be the biggest and the baddest. That's how every one of y'all supposed to look at y'all kids. You want them to be. Hold on, I'm about to land my plane. I'm about to land it.
Okay.
I'm about to land it right now because somebody was trying to talk crazy on the damn comments.
Go ahead, then, buddy.
All right. My son is the biggest and the baddest out here. All right. So when y'all talking about men who, he might be drinking, he might do I could drink, I could do this, I could do that. But guess what? I still want my son to be the biggest and the baddest. That's exactly how Michael Jordan got to be Michael Jordan. His damn dad was a gambler. I don't like gambling because I lose every time. He might drink a little bit, but guess what? He made sure his son became the damn biggest, and that's how I treat my damn kids. So, all right, I don't want them to be nobody's equals. And am I wrong for that? I want them to. If she's playing an instrument, I want her to be the best person playing that instrument. If he's playing ball, I want him to be the best ball player.
All right.
True that. I mean, that was 30 seconds, though. But let me just say this real quick, right? I understand what you're saying, and I understand the heart of what you're saying. I understand what you want for your kids. I get that. But I think what kind of gets kind of mixed up when you say stuff like especially when it comes to the son. What they're trying to say to you is this. Sometimes if you push them too hard and they don't meet that level, you can push their confidence in a whole different way. But at the same time, I understand what you're saying, Jerome, because I'm 44 years old. My dad is 68. And I still hear his voice. At 44 years old, I still hear his voice. I still hear him telling me I am beautiful. I still hear him. picking me up and pushing me up and giving the confidence. But what they're saying to you is sometimes that's cool. That's great. That's what you're supposed to do. Because see, by him doing that, it made it easier for me to kind of navigate life because I always hear his voice. So what other people say, and when they say, well, you not this and you not that, I hear my daddy's voice. My daddy's voice trumps all of them. I don't care. Like I said, I'm 44 years old and I'm still a daddy's girl. Don't matter what nobody say to me. My daddy told me I was great. My daddy told me I was beautiful when I was 4, 5 years old. But the trouble is, see, when you put too much expectation on a lot of boys, they got competition out there. And if they're not able to meet that, it's hard to explain it. It's kind of, maybe a male can explain it better. But yeah, make sure that let them know that you want them to be the best. Of course, that's automatic. That's what parents do. But don't make him feel like if he fails, then he ain't nothing. You understand what I'm saying? So I appreciate what you're saying. Your daughter need that. Because I would not be able to be in these TikTok streets. I would not have been able to sustain a marriage for as long as I've had to sustain it. I would not have been able to work in corporate America if my daddy ain't tell me I could do it. Because my daddy told me I could do anything I wanted to do, and I believe him. Because all he did was show me that he loved me. You understand?
Hey, really quick before anybody jumps in, since we're talking about retaining a marriage, I liked that you put that in there, keeping your marriage going. And if I'm going to keep doing that, I need to get off of TikTok and get in there and help my wife. So
yes,
I'm
sir.
down. I'm going to let Cousin take back mod duty. Kind of came in and stole it from me for a second. Elo, I wish we could have talked back and forth for a second. I'll probably be back in a couple hours if you're still up, Kev. You going to be up in a couple hours?
We will see.
Well, if you are, man, I hope to be back. Everybody, you have a wonderful night.
You got to work tomorrow?
Mister, you're right. I didn't do the same thing.
Some more G. Peace to you.
Yeah, mate. We'll see in a minute. Yeah, I don't know. You want to start on these on this prompt, Kev?
You can.
All right, let's get it cracking.
Hey, one of y'all needs to drop me.
Hold on, cousin. Hold on, cousin. I gotta go too because if I'm gonna keep my marriage together too, I've been on here with Kevin since 7 o'clock. So, I gotta go too.
All right.
But I love you guys, Kevin. I love your show. I
sure.
love being here with you. I love that I can come here and be peaceful. Keep it going. I'm gonna always support you.
Oh yeah.
And y'all, everybody else have a good night. Love you guys.
All right, appreciate it.
All right, now have a good one.
AJ back in the building. Not everybody dropping at one time.
I know, right?
There had to be like 3 people that dropped. Who's the other one? I know.
It was like, oh, you better get to the topics. I'm out of here.
Yeah, you know, scared. I'm entitled to that. Alright, so I guess we try this way then. So, how do you feel about the topic? Entitlement. I'm about to get kicked out. Come on.
So you about to get kicked out yourself? Oh yeah, see? You got that frozen. All right.
Dang. Ain't talked that long. Great. Alright, so.
Bro, that was weird. Did anybody else see that real quick?
What happened?
Bro,
Yeah,
it
the
like
whole
kicked
screen
you out
changed
and then it brought you back and nobody was in the boxes and then it glitched and then everybody was in the box.
Yeah, right. They do that all the time.
I was like, what the hell? Okay, my bad, y'all. I'm gonna be quiet then. I'm sorry.
Said I seen that too? Nah, y'all both seen nothing. Don't tell my secret.
You saw nothing.
Now I gotta find out y'all address.
You saw nothing with your eyes.
If you want, you could pull up, but just know I live in the middle of nowhere, so.
Hello?
I got home
Hello.
field advantage. You know what I mean?
Hello.
Yeah. All right. So you gonna have to read them damn topics though, because you in that little micro mini writing.
I got y'all. I got y'all. If y'all need me to read it, it's okay.
No, bro.
Yeah. No. She got a whole book and shit. She got to read that out. Yeah. The guy,
You want
she
me
a
to read the
literary.
whole book?
She has a literary.
Hey,
Literally.
y'all, I gotta drop. So I
Hey,
would
matter
say
of fact
peace to
though,
y'all. Y'all
before
being
we even
remain
start,
encouraged.
I gotta cop that.
All right, for sure.
Thank
Just
you,
so you
yes,
know.
thank you for having me up, man. Peace to all of y'all. Y'all being remain encouraged, man.
Uh-huh. Oh,
Peace.
man.
I'm gonna make sure I follow you, Elo. You're real
Yeah,
people.
that's the one I
I gave
learned
you a follow.
the 7 principles of love from. I be using on y'all.
7 pillars.
Yeah.
Don't teach Big Head no more stuff, okay? If any of his head getting any bigger.
That was a golden
No,
one.
I'm just
First
kidding.
time I had to put in my notes. Like, what the? I had to put that in my notes. I ain't forgetting that
I'm
one.
kidding. But it says, what we talking? We talking about entitlement mentality.
It's destroying us
It's
today.
destroying us today.
Entitlement.
Yeah.
Yeah. Entitlement, I believe. I don't. You know what? I just think it's making it worse. I think it might be a couple of other things destroying it, but it's definitely making it worse. Yeah, that entitlement is making it worse. It's making, but I don't know if I can say that it's destroying, because I think there's always been a sense of entitlement for as long as I can remember, but I just think now it's just, it's just making all of the other shit, amplifying it.
Yeah. For sure. So what is the difference between expectations and assumptions?
Expectations is what you think is going to happen. Assumptions is what you think already did. So I think one is wishful, or like,
I ain't
you're
never
just
heard
trying
that
to
way. Okay, I
anticipate
like
it.
that one. That was a good one. I ain't
Yeah,
think
yeah,
about that
yeah.
one.
But
So that is the difference. Okay.
assuming is more delusional, because you can hope for anything. You know what I mean? Like, we all want and wish, but like, when you assume, you already made the decision based on some shit that you don't even know yet. So
You got Jerome.
Yeah. Let's say this, right? At the end of the day, I'm here to have my kids, my son, especially my son, right? I want him to be a big boss, right? I don't really want him to play around and think that he's the same on the same levels. Maybe I might be wrong. Maybe I might be right. At the end of the day, I don't want my son to think that he.
Huh? Okay. Human here got on a phone call.
Nah, somebody muted me. Who muted me? Who muted me?
Oh, definitely wasn't me.
don't put nobody in mutual.
I'm gonna say this. My son,
which one are you answering now?
my son gotta be the biggest and the baddest. That's all I gotta really say is. I mean, I don't know what else I need to say. My son gotta be the biggest and the baddest. All right, and that's how all y'all supposed to be thinking about y'all son. Yeah, he's supposed to be the biggest and the baddest, right? And when I mean the biggest and the baddest, I mean the biggest in the classroom. He gotta be smart. He gotta be crafty. He gotta be smarter than everybody else.
Okay, so what are you going to tell him when he's not?
What do you mean?
How do
Say
you
that
deal
again.
with how do you deal with it when he's not that?
I haven't seen that yet.
But again, I'm just saying, if we have one way of thinking, we got to have the backup plan, right? So what do you do if you instill all of this and he doesn't live up to it? Then what? What
If he
happens after
doesn't
that?
live up to what I want, I've heard that a lot of times, and I'll give you this answer. If my son doesn't live up to what I want, I'm gonna have to eat it on the damn head. I'm gonna have to just eat it up. But if I could instill and let him know, just like how most of every one of y'all men is supposed to tell y'all kids, y'all sons, especially if you have sons, because he carries on your seed line. In case y'all didn't know, when he turn around and he have a kid, he's your seed line. So you're supposed to, just like how Chinese people act with their kids, they want their kids to know multiple languages and they know how to fight and do all of that stuff. You're supposed to have that same type of, you're supposed to be thinking on that same type of time. My son is only 5, but when he turns 7, he's gonna learn how to box. I'm gonna put him in a boxing gym. He's gonna learn, because right now all he knows how to do is play ball. He knows how to play basketball. All right, that's all he knows how to do right now. But I'm definitely teach him that he knows how to have. He knows how to have. He's supposed to know how to have self-defense. So what I would say is, I don't want my son to think that he's an average kid, and none of y'all should want the same thing. I think that y'all should want him to be thinking in his own mind that I'm smarter than this guy next to me. I'm smarter than this guy. I'm good in the classroom. I'm good. I'm smarter than him. That's how y'all supposed to be teaching y'all kids. That's how all these other races teach their kids. So I'm not here to tell my kid that he's the same as everybody else. No, he's not. I want him to be smarter than your kid. And maybe that might be a
See,
bad
that's the
thing.
thing.
I don't know. Maybe that might be.
That's a delusion.
Maybe y'all look at it as a bad thing.
Huh?
I don't see it as a bad thing. I want my kid to be smarter.
Listen. When you say this is what I'm saying, because I understand exactly what you mean, and I agree. Right? You have to uplift your child, your kids. Right? You want them to do the best. You want them to be the best them that they can be. Right? That is the goal. But when you tell them you have to be better than everybody else, you're the best. Nobody's better than you. You're the biggest. If you ain't, now you're telling him you are promoting a delusion. What it seems like it should be is that if you know that you are in a competition, you can see who's better than you. And what you want to do is work on whatever you're not as good at so that you can get better, right? But if you already have the seed of delusion that I am the gift, I am the greatest, I am the best, I am the biggest, that goes to the topic of what? Entitlement. That goes to the topic of what we've just been talking about. People feeling like there's something that they're not because they don't have the reality instilled in them. So what you got to do is, yeah, you got to big up them. Yeah, you got to promote them, but you also got to give them reality when they aren't. That's why I was asking you that question. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. But the thing is, when you instill a certain thing inside your son, it's gonna take a lot for another person's son to overtake my son, because he already thinks that he's better than me. So he already has a leg up on you. And I'm just being dead serious. I'm a boxer. When you deal with especially younger boxers, when you let them know that you're gonna be the biggest and the baddest, same thing they had with Tyson, same thing they had with all these other people, when you instill that in their psyche, they think that you can't be better than them because they take that competition to a next level. So when I do tell him, first of all, I'm not telling him for fluff. I'm telling him because if I see him doing something good, I'm gonna tell him that you're doing something good. All right. He's only 5 years old. He knows how to play ball a little bit. He know how to dribble. He know how to do all of that stuff a little bit. And he's only 5 years old. So at the end of the day, I'm gonna keep pushing it. And you know what's funny? A lot of y'all be saying that type of stuff, but guess what? Steph Curry's dad, when he was a young boy, Steph Curry's dad was in the league already, right? But he always used to tell his son, you're going to be the greatest. And he used to look his son in the eye, keep shooting the basketball. Keep shooting it. Keep shooting it. And look at Steph Curry right now, how many rings he got. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're supposed to instill that inside your son. It don't matter if he's bad at soccer. He even plays.
No. Here's the thing, though. This is what I'm saying. That was a good example because there's a little bit of a difference in lingo, and that's why I'm just saying. He never told Steph that you were going to be the greatest. What he told Steph is, if you want to be the greatest, you got to keep shooting. That's what he told him. He never told Steph you was going to be the tallest because he knew he wasn't. He never told Steph that you was going to go into the league and go #1 draft pick and you're going to be the best ever was. He never told him that. What he told him was, if you want to be the best, you got to keep shooting. That's what he told him. So there's a difference between doing that and telling him, you the best ever. Ain't nobody better than you. You the mother. You see what I'm saying? You got to see what I'm trying to tell you. Like, there's a difference between blowing somebody's head up and giving them the reality and then pumping them up. We want to pump them up. You want to make sure that they're getting the best that they can do, because what happens if he don't even want to play ball then? What if he tells you later on, I don't even want to do that? Or whatever. Then you're going to be like, oh, he the biggest and the baddest. Or what if you tell him he the biggest and the baddest, and then when he walk out there and all of them little dudes out there is 6'2", and he the shortest one out there, and you told him he the biggest and the strongest and the baddest, and he looking around like, no, I ain't. Then what? How do you reverse that? You get me? So I'm saying there's a fine line, but I do understand what you mean. But if we on a public forum and we putting out information, I feel like we have to put out all of the information. So that's all I had to add to it. But I do get what you mean, and I'm just saying this. It's layered. It's just not that simple. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's definitely layered because first off, all right, I got a 7-year-old and I got a 5-year-old. All right, my 5-year-old is the same height as my 7-year-old. All right, so at the end of the day, I'm never gonna tell him. I don't know what you're trying to tell me right now. All I'm gonna tell him is we're gonna train, and guess what? We're gonna be better than the next man. That's just it. I mean, I don't understand what we even talking about right now. I'm gonna tell my son he's gonna be. If you keep shooting, because what he's falling for, he plays soccer, he swims, and he does all these sports, but what he tends to fall back on is basketball. So we gonna keep shooting, baby. We gonna keep shooting, and he gonna shoot till he can't shoot no more. Yes, I want my son to be better than everybody else. I don't got this. What's the problem with that? I'm gonna make him keep shooting. He gonna shoot till he can't shoot no more. So at the end of the day, that's how y'all supposed to be thinking about y'all sons. And let's just say, you're not an athlete. You're a mechanic. Teach your son everything that you know, being a mechanic, so he could be the best mechanic. That's all you gotta do. Teach your son to be better than you, if that makes any sense. All right? And I'm about to take myself to sleep. I'm about to go to sleep. All right? So at the end of the day, I understand what everybody's saying, but I'm never going to change my stance on how I want my son to be better than everybody else's son. I want my son to be better than your son. He needs to overtake you. So if I'm wrong with that,
All right,
I'm
brother.
wrong with y'all.
Well, man, you have a good one, man. Be safe tomorrow.
I'm off tomorrow, so as soon as Kev come back on, I'm gonna be on here. I'm off tomorrow. I don't got nothing to do tomorrow.
For sure. Shit,
I
enjoy it,
appreciate
man. Enjoy it. Appreciate you.
If I have the brain cells to deal with it, I may or may not be on here tomorrow. Now knowing that information. Anyway.
Hey, listen, I tried to bring it back.
Nah, bro, you entertained that way too long, bro. You should have just let that stay.
I was over here hoping. I was like, somebody gonna come up in this
Bruh,
box and
nah.
relieve me? Can somebody?
The mod meeting.
Listen, that whole
Hey,
conversation went
somebody,
so hand in
please.
hand with
Come
the
on up here. Somebody
expectation.
else can talk.
Oh, go ahead.
Uh, I was just saying that whole conversation went so hand in hand. It always happens in Kev's lives that even though people go off on a random tangent, it still makes its way back to the topic. It's so crazy to me. That if Jerome's still in here, I guess I'm talking to you. You're giving your son almost an unrealistic expectation, and that can cause a lot of harm for people because you're gonna confuse your kid. You're gonna make him think he's the biggest and the baddest, and he may not be. I mean, hopefully he is. Hopefully everything Jerome said about his son is correct and it can work in his favor, but that's really a toxic thought process of parenting, in my opinion.
It's also one where you're putting your kid under tremendous pressure, and trust me, I know being that kid. I'm also the same kid that used to be an athlete. I used to be able to run a mile like under six minutes, like insane, right? My whole life used to run track, used to jump hurdles, used to do the whole thing until I shattered my kneecap jumping hurdles.
Yep.
You want to talk about feeling like my life was over? I hit a whole other level of depression. Nothing could take me out of it. It took forever. It took me years to come out of that depression. So something to kind of think about. I don't think that there's a problem for gassing up your kids and being like, yeah, you got this, you could take on the world, so on and so forth. But you got to have a balanced approach and hit them with reality because at the end of the day, especially if it comes to sports, injuries do happen, and that takes more careers than anything else.
Yep. And
So
I'll piggyback off of that. I played hockey my whole life, and I was first line, first string, and we were the only girls team from my school that ever made it to state. And I sprained my ankle the very first game and didn't get to play the rest of the time and didn't get to play. It was my senior year. It was the end of my road. I was done. I was crushed. And like it happens. That's reality. You can't put your kids in this fake mentality. You're gonna ruin them. You're gonna ruin society because you're also breeding a whole lot of arrogance, teaching your kids delusion.
and entitlement.
Because I promise you, my dad never
People
told
need
me that.
humility.
Yeah, my dad never ever looked me in my eye because I was the top player on my team and said, "You're the best. You are the best girl hockey player that's ever stepped foot on the ice." Not once did my dad ever tell me that. My dad used to look me in the eye and say, "You better get down in the garage and go stick handle if you want to be the best. If you want to continue to be the number one star, you better go down and keep practicing. And if you don't want to keep practicing, you must not want to be the best." And that's reality. You can't tell your kids they are the best, especially at 5 years old.
Also want to point out, because it keeps getting mentioned, okay, for somebody who has Asian parents, let me tell you something about Asian parents. Asian parents run on humility. You want to know what my pep talk was for basketball? Seriously, that was a roast session. Okay, they meant well, but it was a roast session. Okay, it's my mom and my aunts in the car. I'm getting ready to play my big game, and this is a pep talk I get. AJ, I'm glad that you worked really hard. I saw that you got up early, and I'm proud of you. And nobody's gonna notice that you run funny, and you're not the tallest person on the team. Are you kidding? Asian parents don't play. They rip you to shreds with that. By the time I got to the game, y'all, I was like on the verge of tears. They roasted me so damn bad, and I had to go play a game. So don't talk about some stuff y'all really don't know. I'm telling you, Asian parents don't play. Asian parents are real quick to hit you with humility. That is the biggest part of that shit. Is humility. It's not. That's not why. That's not why Asian kids do as well as they do. We
And
understand
you
humility is
could
very much
tell.
part of life.
Hell no.
You
I'm
can
over here
tell.
rolling. She said, "Oh my God, yo, just nobody's going to know you're run funny." Oh my God, that
Yeah,
I had a whole
bro.
visual
Like
in
for
my
real, I'm
mind
sitting there
of you
holding a
just looking like,
basketball.
"What the
Like
fuck?" Oh my God.
I'm
My dad,
cooking, and they do this to me every time I want to
Hey,
do
that
anything.
shit is so real though. My homie parents was like that. Oh my God, that's
They're
hey.
assholes, bro.
my dad, after every game, he would say, "Oh, good game," but then we went straight into what I did wrong. It was never, "You were the best out there, Kelsey. You good job." It was never that. My dad would give me critiques. The second I was off the ice and out of my gear, I couldn't even wipe the sweat off of my head before that man was like, "Why did you do XYZ? You should have did this, and next time maybe you should try to do this." And that man did not gas me up. Even if I did play the best game of my life, he was pointing out the flaws so I could get better.
Okay. And also with an Asian mindset too, growing up in an Asian household, they will constantly tell you, do not indulge in a negative mindset. It's not that Asian people are you know what I mean? People who grow up in Asian households or who are Asian, oh, we're just better than everybody else or we're smarter. That's not what it is. We just don't have any excuses, and our parents for sure don't give us no fucking excuses for shit. I can't sit there and tell my mom, oh, mom, I missed work today because I'm tired. She'd be like, so, and do you think I can come home? Like, you know what I mean? It does sound stereotypical, but I couldn't come home with a B on anything. I couldn't even come home with an A minus on anything, let alone a B.
Girl, my dad must have been Asian in a past life.
I'm telling you, bro. Like, I come home
That
with a
man did
B,
not
and I'm
play.
getting the lecture. Not only am I getting the lecture of my life, I'm being threatened. Okay? Like, you think school ends? Like, some of y'all had summer vacation. I didn't have summer vacation. As soon as summer hit, and I was like, oh, cool. I get to be like everybody else. Mom was like, yeah, I just signed you up for like 6 other summer classes. I can't pick nothing, bruh. Like, you know what I
Oh
mean?
man,
I
I'm
was like,
laughing down in
bruh.
the comments because I actually work for a few Asians doing nails, and they don't stop working. Like I'm
No,
like,
for
okay, can I
nothing.
can I
Sit.
eat lunch? Can I take a break?
Nope.
I'm like, we've been scrubbing feet all day. They don't care. They just keep working.
Nope. Yep. Keep it grinding. Keep it grinding. Keep it grinding. And that's the thing. That's the reason why. Like, we just don't, like, there's no complaining about anything. You can't complain about anything. You just have to get it done. Right? You just accept the reality and you keep it moving. It does. That's the thing. So it's not that Asian parents are sitting there gassing up their kids, telling them that they're the greatest. Trust me. I just gave you an example of a pep talk in my house.
Life don't stop life, and that's all I heard.
That part. It
I
doesn't. It
remember.
doesn't stop life.
Listen,
You know.
in high school, I was 5'7" for the longest
I'm
time,
5'3".
right? And I wanted to go out. And I was playing basketball, but you know, and the first time I went out and I'm in the backyard, I'm playing and I'm playing and I'm trying and I'm trying. I got strength shoes. I finally dunked the ball. Now, I don't know if y'all realize at 5'7" to dunk, that was monumental for me. That was like,
I mean,
right? Like I ran
yeah.
in the house, Dad, oh. He looked me dead in the face without no hesitation, no blink, no shit. He was like, yeah, but your jumper still suck ass. I was like, what? He just crushed me just like that because my jump shot was still bad. So we just gonna smush over the fact that I just did some unbelievable feat for myself No, that ain't nothing but worth. That's worth 2 points. What you mean? Your jumper still suck. And that was his way of telling me get back to work. So that's what I grew up with. Just harsh. You know what I mean? Just so I feel you. It's rough. There wasn't no pat on the back.
I also want to point out, okay, I'm pretty sure some of y'all grew up, and if y'all had, lunch boxes, they were nice lunch boxes. I probably got one of those a year, and if I lost it or broke it or something happened to it, I had to go to school with my lunch in like an old Cool Whip container.
That's
So
the
you can
norm.
imagine, like, that was the
That's just
norm, bro.
teaching you
Like that's
responsibility.
in a plastic bag type
Wait,
situation. So while everybody
Yes.
is sitting at the
wait, you had
lunchroom
lunch
trying to
box?
trade lunches, hold on. All y'all over there trying to trade your lunches. Oh, I got Gushers. Oh, I got this, and I'm like, oh, anybody want chicken curry rice?
Hey, you ate
Crickets.
good though.
Hey, you were eating good. Everybody
You
else
was
had a
eating.
snack pack.
I know I'm eating
Yeah.
good now. Now y'all appreciate it. Back then y'all didn't appreciate it. You know how many dog and cat jokes I got?
Oh yeah,
And you
kids
know
are
what?
mean.
That's the reason why I
Shit,
love your
messed
lunches
up.
now. That's why I know. That's what it is.
I found the perfect picture I gotta put up just because it. Hold up.
Oh no, here goes AJ with her pictures.
And just so y'all know, it's a little inside joke
It
about
is.
me eating her lunches at work. You know how we talk about that coworker that come in and eat your lunch all the time, and you be like, "I'm gonna put something in here to get their ass next time." So she was having a certain story like that, and I was like, "No, that was me eating the lunch." And then so now we've been running that joke. So just so y'all know, that's what that
Yeah,
was.
just so y'all know.
Just in case
AJ,
y'all
I was
know.
gonna say, AJ, don't feel bad. I mean, I think I carried some lunches in plastic bags. We used whatever we had at the house. To me, it wasn't
Oh
really
yeah.
no big deal.
Yeah, we didn't have no lunchbox. What you mean? You had
Oh
one
yeah,
like
I
that?
wasn't upset.
Yeah.
Oh, trust
I
me,
got
now as an adult, I'm not upset. I more or less just laugh about it now. But
I was
bruh, it
eating
was
the free
crazy.
lunch.
But I would say this: every school year, my mom did buy us new clothes, so thank God for that. We weren't wearing no hand-me-downs. We didn't have to worry about wearing nobody else's stuff, so we was good on that part.
I got
We
like very plain Jane clothes, y'all.
we
Which
were
was
given a
fine, because to be
limit.
honest, yeah, like I had like a limit, but for the most part, I wore like hand-me-downs, but they were very plain Jane. Like I didn't have like name brand nothing really. I didn't
And
have like name brand
Yeah,
shoes. I had like very
they they didn't
plain
have
shoes.
Jordans back then. They had Pro Kids,
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even have those, bro.
and
my
and the
my
free
dad
lunch.
didn't
I
believe
heard
in
that
material.
the free lunch. Yeah,
Yeah.
some people went to school just for lunch
Same, yep.
That's fact.
At times, yeah.
because
That was the only time
they
you
took
ate.
the steel mill. They took the steel mill
Hmm.
and sent it to China.
Yeah, I ain't even going front. To be honest, there were times like, so like, a kind of a little bit of a backstory, just a little anecdotal like, backstory, whatever. But like, when my mom and everybody came here, they came here on an amnesty visa, which meant we didn't qualify. The only thing that the visa would pay for was like schooling for my parents, right? So like, they got to go to school for free, but we didn't get any type of assistance or anything else. So like, when we didn't have money to eat, like, there was no food. Right. And sometimes
Right.
like going to school, like that was the only time I would eat. So I would try to get up extra early sometimes to try to hit that breakfast and that lunch, because at least that's 2 meals
Yeah.
versus only one, like depending on what was going
And
on. So like,
I got double.
whew,
I got
it was bad.
double the tickets because the principal would bless me with it.
Yeah, I didn't
Like,
even get that.
you know what I'm saying? Like, I went to 2 lunches because the cabinet was bare.
Yeah.
I'm in my
And
50s, so you know.
I want to say
See?
I
thank you
remember
guys for
was
sharing.
trying to learn how to cut cheese and stuff. You know, we did it with a spoon,
Yeah.
and
And
it's kind of decisive when you think about it's the government that did it to us. They did it. Nobody has a reason for it.
Mhm.
They've done a lot.
And our children still sucking off the nipple of carnation milk, powdered milk. We ain't drinking almond milk yet. Let's get to that stage and just listen to each other, man, because it's a jive.
Where'd you grow up, brother?
What I what?
I said, where'd you grow up, brother?
I
Oh,
grew
by the
up
way,
in
we got pictures for cousin.
Johnstown, Pennsylvania.
Oh, Pennsylvania? Okay.
Johnstown, yeah.
Yeah, I'm from California.
It was flooded.
It was a little different.
My grandmother's house was flooded twice. And the thing about that is you gotta go from, it's like your house being burnt down. You know, you got water and sewage and doo-doo running through your house. It's like, come on, man. What could have happened? What happened? You know? But my biggest peeve is the mills. That's all. I ain't trying to be judgmental or subsequential, but it happened. When you look at things in the face, it happened. And then we got to build from there. You know what I'm saying? And building from there means we're unstructured, we're untrained, we're incapable of what this government is giving us.
Also, Kev, if you in here, bruh, it done timed out, so you might want to come back at some point before it kicks us all out. Sorry,
You can't even make $10 over what they think you worth to get food stamps.
And I just wanted to
That's
touch base.
pity.
Go ahead.
And thank you guys for sharing your personal experiences because A, that takes courage. And B, it's a good thing because people need to learn that the person you know now went through things their whole childhood, and we've all went through things. We've all had to endure situations. Like if AJ would have never shared that information with me, I would have never guessed any of that information. And this is a good a good life lesson to understand that like you need to treat people with humility and you need to treat people how you want to be treated because we never know people's story. And you know, I wanted to thank you guys for being vulnerable and sharing that with us tonight.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you're welcome. 1,000%. And I also want y'all to know that it's not just people who are older that experience this. Like, y'all, I'm gonna be 32. Like, I'm not that old. I'm a baby still. And I definitely, that was something I went through.
My daughter gonna be 31.
Yeah. See, like we
think.
little.
She was born 94. How old is she? Could y'all help me
She's
out?
born 94. She's gonna be 30.